Hey, what's up, guys? We're just gonna be watching the podcast together. If you guys haven't seen it already, I've watched part of it, but I thought, I should watch this live with you guys. So we're about to watch it live together. See if I get a copyright strike from Safemoon themselves. It shouldn't be able to. It should be fair use to be able to watch this. And I just kind of want to react to it with you guys and discuss it with you guys, so we can. I can get your guys' take on it, how you guys feel about it, and I can let you guys know how I am feeling about it as well. So we're going to go ahead and get that started right now. Get that started pretty fast. What's up, Safe Moon Dog? What's up, XG? What's up, Steve Beck, Bloxburg, Drew? How you guys doing? He's recording in jail. Where's that Safe Moon? Joe Cock? What? All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and start it. If I I feel like there's a good point that's made, I'll stop it and we can talk about it or something.
And well, I guess when we do lunch, R&R barbecue's a staple. Right across the street.
Terrible. Applewood is so much. What is it?
Smoking apple.
Smoking apple. Oh,
maybe
man.
just barbecue in general.
Yeah, barbecue's good. Utah's got some good barbecue.
We do.
And then
I'm Hayden, the Director of Sales and Partnerships. And when it comes to lunch, I usually go around noon, and it's usually Los Aribertos, where you get the Aribertos burrito.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a surf and turf burrito. It's amazing. I've taken John there a couple times.
But anyway, welcome to the Safemoon Studio. First off, I want to give a really special shout out to Sketch. I mean, in the 3 months that he's been here, what we have accomplished when it comes to the studio is astronomical. And it's just always improving. One of my priorities was making sure we have a very, very flexible studio that we can morph to the times or to the theme of whatever we're doing. I mean, Josh, like just down to the equipment that we have now.
Oh, it's great. Sketch. Like one of the first things we asked him to do was to create a list of the keep, sell, buy list, and he knocked it out. I mean, the soundproofing in the roof. There's a lovely lady upstairs. Don't know who she is, but she loves her high heels, and we would hear it just click clack click clack click clack. So Sketch has done an amazing job in the rigging, getting everything done and set up. I mean, this is the second studio setup that we've done because of the flexibility that we have. So, massive shout out to, there are people who can do and the people who have done. And in Sketch, we found both.
Yep.
So
20 years with John Madden and John Madden Studios. He brings a lot of wealth and experience to what we're trying to do here at Safemoon.
Yep.
So he's definitely value added. I mean, when I saw that letter of recommendation from John Madden, I kind of ignored the resume. I'm like, I cannot argue from the man upon high, the man himself. So when I saw that letter of rec, I'm like, yeah, he's definitely, bring him on board.
Well, the amazing thing is the flexibility that we have built in here. We can open it up to all kinds of things. We're not fixed in some stodgy kind of pre-built set.
Yep.
So
we're able to, morph it to our exact needs at the time, Maybe space theme makes sense for one, maybe a more formal setup makes sense for another. Like if we're talking to, I don't know, like a PhD person, which we have how many now? Like
three, but five in total?
No, I think we have 6.
Right, yes.
We have 6 PhDs, but one person has 3.
Yep.
Man, so bringing Lynn Spraggs on, he speaks at a different level when it comes to the stuff. But he got a PhD in mathematics before calculators were a thing.
Right.
Abacus. Abacus. That's rude. But no, he's an absolute genius, and like I make the joke. I'm like, he knows the old magic. He understands not just programming, but the way data flows, which is just mathematics. The way it flows at its like core competency level. I mean, that's why bringing him on board has really helped our security vertical with it. Security, quality, and accessibility.
It was just funny. We were in a meeting with him to talk about a specific product, and the first thing he said was, I'm gonna speak, and it's gonna sound like I'm a professor. If you have any questions, and the way he talked and the way he communicated to us was just like on another level. Obviously, with all these PhDs and things, he's been through school. So the way he teaches and talks to you, it's amazing on a different level.
Well, one thing that's great is the staff that we're building out and the senior leadership. Most of the senior leadership have 20 years experience in their given field.
Yep.
So,
I mean, our new compliance guy, compliance officer, comes from a GAO.
20 years.
20 years of the GAO. For those who don't know the GAO, what's the best way to describe them? They regulate regulators?
So they tell Congress what they can and can't do.
Yeah, they tell Congress what they can and can't do. Yeah.
And if what Congress gets through is what passes muster there, can you imagine what gets blocked?
Oh my gosh. And then we have our in-house chief legal counsel,
And he clerked for
Delaware Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know about like corporate law in the United States, like Delaware is the corporate law hub. Capital.
Well, it's the most tax friendly for corporations.
Yeah. So it's a wealth of experience. Then Kate comes with 20 years and brings that to our people management, our HR.
Well, it was one of the very first things after we hired Kate is in interviewing people who have been in the startup space for 2 to 3 to 5 years.
Yep.
And they're like, wait, you've got a global director of HR? Like, we've been in business for 5 years and we don't have HR. I'm like, well, how's that working out with your staffing problems?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, like it's just chaos. So, it's great to have the experience bedded down to do the things that we're doing. The culture is amazing, the processes, the policies and procedures,
Yep.
compliance, legal. I mean, we're doing everything right to be an industry standard for what a good company looks like, especially in our field.
And sometimes you got to put pause on certain things, just like put a pause because, Tom comes out and he's like, hey man, we've got this compliance thing that we need to work out before we push this product forward. Us on the sales and operations side and the execution side are like, fun police, but
Yeah.
they keep everything compliant. They do their job and they're absolutely amazing. And fun police is kind of a negative term, but they're really good at their job and I really enjoy.
But bad
working with
decisions
them.
make good stories.
No.
But it's good that we have the right people in place to prevent us from having tragic experiences,
I agree.
despite losing the ability to have great stories.
Yeah.
100%.
We're creating a great story with what we're doing here.
And right now, the website. So what people don't understand is the actual design has been done. It's the
What are they drinking? Are they drinking beer that says 32 on it? Do you guys know what that is? Is that a type of beer that I've never seen before? Or do we have a Safemoon beer now that got revealed? Price going down today, right where the money's taking my head. I wonder how much he scammed the Gambia for. So you guys are not feeling too hot about this. Okay, we'll continue.
the back end support to handle the scale. Because how many hits do we get in December and January? Like 100 million?
100 million.
100 million hits. Yeah. Our head of infrastructure called up, is like I'm not sure if you're a Star Trek fan or not, but I consider him like Scotty. He's like, I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. And
That was a great accent.
making it sweat.
Was it though?
I can't really enhance with my streaming software, but we can try to take a look at it a little bit, and then I'll have to fix it. So this is going to be a little unprofessional. I haven't seen anybody say anything about that. This 32 beer. I'm pretty sure they're drinking beer. They're just drinking on the job, unless it's like a soda or something. Does anybody know about that? Fun police. What about the fraud police? 32. Is that the Safemoon symbol? I can't tell. That's interesting. We have a new product, guys. Safemoon beer. Get wasted. Sorry, guys. I got to readjust this. Honestly, Crypto, I'm in awe of how they're spending the money on themselves, and we're all just out here sitting, listening to them joke about things. Oh, no. I get it. Trust me. That's totally understand. They talk about the FUD a little bit, so there actually is some. I heard a little bit about the FUD that I kind of want to talk about, but we'll go ahead and get there first before we talk about it.
No.
Sorry, all the Scottish people out there. We apologize.
Very dodgy.
Don't
but
hate
no,
us.
he's talking about the infrastructure. We need to make sure we have to scale. And then Jake Hammock, who we brought on, he's our VP of R&D, and he's taken a lot more different hats on in regards to some of the products and services that we offer and some of the stuff. Like him and I talk all the time regarding some of the architecture around the products that we're building out. And we'll talk about those in the future.
Yeah.
The thing is, Jake, with the startup in general, there's going to be people that take on many hats, and Jake has taken on a bunch, which is awesome. He's pushing a lot of stuff forward, especially for us in the sales department.
Yeah.
When it comes to products and things, there's a lot that's coming, and we love what we're seeing from him. So we really appreciate him coming on and being part of Safemoon.
How was Consensus?
Consensus was cool. It was awesome. Austin's a fun place. There's a lot of people there.
Stay weird, Austin.
Yeah, now we understand that phrase, stay weird, Austin.
Yeah, it was hot. So the whole Consensus in general, the whole time it didn't go below 90.
We saw a literal dumpster fire.
Yeah,
A
a literal dumpster fire. On our way back from one of our meetings, we saw a dumpster fire in the middle of the alleyway. Like there was like smoke and everything. We heard the sirens. We're riding our scooters
We're
because
like racing the fire trucks and our
Austin knows scooters are their thing. Birds, chirps, whatever, they're there. So we're riding our scooters back to the hotel after a meeting, and then we just see this fire. Everyone's kind of walking around trying to figure out where it is. We look to our left down this alleyway, and it's just a literal fire inside the dumpster. Just crazy, going insane. And we sat there.
But the good thing is, everyone doesn't know, but Jonas is wearing pants, but they just look like shorts because he's so tall.
That's exactly it. They're capris, actually.
They're capris. But it was fun. Consensus was awesome. There were so many people there. We originally went to Bitcoin Miami first. Obviously, that was fine. Bitcoin Miami was great. But going to Consensus, we saw a lot more projects. We saw a lot more activity in general when it came to NFTs. The speakers there were amazing. And there wasn't as many miners, which was amazing in terms of the booth. You want to talk about the miners?
I mean, I think people know one of our main goals is to have a bigger presence at these events, and so Hayden and I are scoping them out because next year and in perpetuity we're planning on having booths, having big sponsorships for these, and so it's been good for us to kind of see what's the vibe here at this and this event. And it's just kind of interesting. Bitcoin Miami was awesome, but it was definitely about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Consensus was a lot more DeFi and innovation.
One thing that I noticed a lot was people came up to us and said Safemoon was their first crypto.
Yeah.
And it just kind of put into perspective, I was talking to Jonas about it afterwards, how we kind of set a standard and brought those crypto curious people into the crypto DeFi Web3 fold. And it's just amazing to hear those stories, because then I come back to John, I come back to Josh, I'm like we are setting a standard, and we have set a standard, and we're continuing to set a standard. So it's just cool to see those things.
No, I'm really excited to see you guys at the event, scoping them out, figuring out what's our best use of our time. And Safemoon is a lot of people's first cryptocurrencies. I talk about it a lot regarding our community. A lot of questions I get from the different people here, at least in the Silicon Valley or Silicon Slopes, as well as everywhere else that I have to go to. They're like, oh, what's the dichotomy? What's the demographic of your community? I'm like, it's everyone and in between, which is both amazing, and also it does come with some challenges when it comes to communicating messaging that resonates with everyone.
Agreed.
You got to be careful with how you use acronyms and jargon, and me and Josh were joking, or no, Sketch was joking with us about acronyms today. So they were, him and Mitch were kind of talking about camera stuff, and Sketch was like, now you know how it feels.
But that's one of the difficulties with having a global team. We've got people in Australia. I lived there for 21 years.
Cheers, mate.
People in
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. Cheers, mates. Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
But the difficulty is what's socially acceptable in Australia or in the UK, maybe not so PC in the US.
Yeah.
I'm finding that oftentimes I'll use a phrase that's just a stock standard phrase in Australia, and I won't say what they are here, because I don't want to call from HR.
Basically, anything goes in Australia.
Is that what you picked up from me?
Well, that's the interpretation. I've experienced the same thing being in the UK. I went to buy some, as they say, trousers, but I went up to the lady working at the store. I'm like, hey, can I see your pants? And I almost got my butt beat. Somebody came up to me, grabbed me on the shoulders, that's inappropriate to say. I'm like, I'm just trying to figure out where you guys have all your pants at. And then what do you, and then another British person walked up and was like, he's American. He means trousers. I'm like, yeah, like trousers, like pants. And they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Or-
pants or jocks.
Yeah,
Or
pants
undies.
are underwear. And I had, unbeknownst to me, said something rather offensive. And, you know, that's why you always kind of got to learn the culture of whatever area you're in. And I grew up overseas. And I never lived in the UK, but I've lived in Austria. I've lived in Thailand. I lived in Africa. So, I mean, I've learned each one of these cultures. I've spent about, 2 to 3 years at each one of those spots. And each place has their different phrasings and everything, while saying one thing is completely innocent in the United States, like, hey, can I see your pants? What I mean is, in which section do you store trousers that would fit me? So you have to be a little bit more careful. So it's interesting working with the multicultural team that we have, like from Canada, Australia, the UK, Germany, Southeast Asia, across the board. It's interesting, like just how everyone comes together and we speak a common vernacular.
Yeah.
And honestly, like the DeFi language, as they say, is kind of our common Rosetta Stone between everyone.
But I guess leaning into that too is the pivot in the culture and how we're looking at how we communicate, the timelines,
Yep.
things like that. I think when I first started here in September, it was just like everything was go, 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 go. When John?
Yeah, when.
Call John.
Call
John.
Yeah. But I mean, I think the development and the iteration over time, and as we're getting the right culture of the right people that aren't ego-driven, that are actually here for the Army, here for the purpose, we're able to slow down and we talk about things at the right time, at the appropriate time. Yeah. And we're not just like giving verbal diarrhea, hopefully that's not offensive to someone somewhere, to the world, that we're actually communicating at the right time when we're developing and when we're releasing.
And it's been a learning experience for us. One of our biggest difficulties is scaling.
Yeah.
Like even down to Daniel with infrastructure. He's like, hey man, we got to scale up. We need this, we need that. I'm like, oh no, we can go without. He's like, we can't push it any farther. The thing's basically on fire right now.
Yeah.
I'm in here with a
Fire
fire
extinguisher,
extinguisher, just trying to keep it, keep it down. But scalability, whether it be from staffing, infrastructure, the way we even down to the way we build products.
Yeah, that's right.
We just had our Q1, Q2 meeting.
Yep.
And process, refining our process was a big one that came from all the everyone on the leadership team.
But it's not growth for the sake of growth. I mean, when you look at other crypto projects where they've laid off, was it 11 or 18% of their staff?
Yeah.
So it's being good stewards with the money,
Yep.
hiring the right people at the right time, that we're not just building a team for the sake of building a team. So, it's culture first,
Yep.
skills and ability second,
Yep.
and then we just go.
Not even just hiring when it comes to the products as well. Because like you said, we were just go, but that's not realistic. We can't always be go, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We need to create a product that also is sustainable, it's good. What's the phrase that you use? The smooth?
Oh, slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's not my phrase. I was a support guy, in special operations, but I was a support guy. I was just the nerd, but they did, teach me how to shoot, move, and communicate. So if I had to go out, they didn't have to babysit me. But I will say I was just the nerd, My job was to drink and know things.
That's right.
But that's exactly.
I was a PowerPoint ranger. I'll make that claim.
That's great.
Which makes when you guys provide business cases and everything in the PowerPoints,
Yeah.
I am so critical. I'm like, well, that font is off by 4.4 of a 3. Because I know PowerPoint.
Is that a thing?
He's a PP ranger.
I criticize it. I criticize it all day. But Anisha, just hit it right on the money with that.
Yeah, Nisha's, her business case was awesome.
Well, I remember having a conversation with her. She does a lot of our finances. She's got a PhD in something money related.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll go with that.
Management of monies.
Management of monies. That's it.
Yeah. But a PhD in it, and just when I talk with her, it's same thing when I talk with Lynn Spraggs, just melts my freaking mind. I mean, when I talk to you, Josh, we're talking about operational structure and design.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, Josh was a logistician. And for those who additionally don't know what that means, that's one of the hardest things. You were telling me the story about cement trucks and milk.
Yeah. So I worked for Lactalis or Parmalat, which then got bought out by Lactalis. It's one of the largest privately owned dairy companies in the world. And we had 12-day shelf life on milk. So from the factory to the store, on the shelf to the consumer. And 1 degree of temperature, depending on what it is, has an impact of a day of life on shelf life. And a friend of mine works for a cement mixing company. And he was like, oh, you got 12 days. That's great. I've got 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So once the load is
Yeah.
in the truck, in the cement truck, he's like, I got 45 minutes to get on site and get it out. Otherwise, there's a couple $1 million worth of a truck dead.
Jeez.
So when we're looking at the scope and timelines, I think it was said to me, a day in crypto is like 7 years in the real world.
I feel like it.
And I can see that to an extent, but if you're doing it wrong, possibly, I think when you slow down just a little bit, get your compliance right, get your process right, communication right, then it's smooth.
Yep.
Slow is fast, fast is smooth.
Right.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Fast move, slow, fast.
But you were
Yeah.
able to make that connection
Hot dogs.
really easily. Yeah, you're able to make that connection very easily regarding crypto because you've dealt in the 6 to 12 days
Yeah,
of
correct.
shelf life.
Yeah.
But also, too, I think that one of my strengths is, like you guys are all propeller heads. You're so much smarter than me in this crypto space. But I think that where I've sat down with Senator Lee with the Utah Blockchain Coalition,
Yep.
I'm supposed to be in a meeting with them right now, but I've sacrificed for you guys. That I'm able to just dumb it down. And I don't mean to dumb it down as a derogatory statement. But
Translate.
Water it down.
yeah, well, you guys are all speaking, like linear algebra, and then I'm like, okay, John, you got to dumb it down for the common person, and then so you go to like geometry and algebra, and I'm like, okay, I need 1 + 1. So the ability to communicate that this is, liquidity is like gold in the bank.
Or,
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's just translating it to a vernacular that they can understand.
Because there's so many people want to get invested, but they don't know how
or buy into crypto, and it's
because
just,
they don't understand it.
Yeah, and it's just even down to like what the technicalities are and everything. They just don't understand. I mean, that's why we focus so heavily on education.
Oh, yeah.
We've got like Safemoon education. We've got a whole education team purely for the fact of, and we're expanding it as well.
Yeah.
That's something that Mr. Adult has been spearheading heavily. Is like we're just education because we're talking like DeFi is not a simple subject. It is like you're trying to translate complex cryptography mixed with economics, mixed with name another industry, data storage, all into one singular thing, and then translate to well. There's so much miscommunication that happens or misinterpretation.
But I mean, that's again, I guess, pivoting back to the Safemoon army.
Yep.
Both the supporters
Yep.
and the fudders are vitally important to us.
Oh yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Like I don't know but I love the fudders because I was talking to John before about it, and it was like, they, when they're complaining and they're bemoaning a point, and they're really just going ham on something, when we actually satisfy that, or we actually deliver what they're fudding over, and the fact that they have to pivot to FUD something else shows that we've actually moved forward.
100%. And
It's a metric of success.
it's like they don't think that we're not watching either.
Yeah,
We're always looking. Like Jonas and I are in spaces all the time. John just
Yep.
jumped into space the other day, and Josh, I see him there as well. We're looking at the community. Like we understand where that FUD's coming from and how we ourselves need to pivot as well to satisfy those specific things.
And sometimes, there's just stuff we can't talk about.
yeah.
But we know within due time, everything will be answered.
Yeah. Patience.
Patience. And
Once
Okay. So here's where it starts to get a little bit interesting. I didn't get much further than this before I decided to actually watch this with you guys. But this guy, I forget his name. I don't remember his name. Sorry. Said that, we're monitoring the FUD, where we're seeing where it comes from. Well, clearly that's me and some other YouTubers, right? And some other people on Twitter. And then John says, well, you can't talk about everything. And they're going to go on a little bit further into this topic.
Again.
It's just. I know patience. That's the phrase. I was talking.
Actually, I wanted to say, John said that everything is going to come out. Now, I don't know. You don't know exactly what he's referring to. Is he referring to that he's going to explain how Kyle took 50-something trillion tokens out of the LP and how they were using Kyle's deployer wallet to pay for things? Are they going to explain the Tether and the Bitmart deal and how he spent that on only Safemoon things, and that he got the millions of dollars that he spent on himself and everything else from a different source of revenue? I don't know if that's what he's referring to. I hope so, but he said everything is going to be explained.
Earlier with Josh in my office, I'm like, the Duncan principle. It's from a TV show called Community, and the Duncan principle in the TV show, in the context of the TV show, is people having to wait around. Okay, so basically you put someone in a room and you tell them it'll be 5 more minutes. It'll be 5 more minutes. And at what point do they actually like flip out and have a temper tantrum?
True.
And yeah, anyway, sorry, that was the term I was looking for. He called it the Duncan principle. But to conclude it, spoiler alert, which I've already kind of spoiled it. Anyway, spoiler alert, Duncan, the Professor Duncan, ends up having a fit, a temper tantrum, because one of his subjects had all the patience in the world.
Yeah.
And he was just waiting for him to flip out. And so he ended up falling
Flipping
into the
out
Duncan and
stuff,
flipping out because of the patience thing. So anyway, interesting little tidbit.
Segue.
So to kind of put what he's talking about in the context of the Safemoon army, he's talking about a Duncan experiment or something, about some guy who would put somebody in a room and then he would tell them, he would keep delaying what was going to happen for, hey, it'll be 5 more minutes. Sorry, hey, it'll be 5 more minutes. And he was doing that to see when would they get upset, based on the story that John is telling. And then he says that within that experiment that he got a guy who was so patient that he never got upset, so that Duncan himself ended up being the one who got impatient and got upset because they weren't getting upset. It's weird to use a story like that to refer to the Safemoon community as if, you know, there is this comparison of delaying things to the community to see how long can you delay things before they get upset. I doubt, I'll try to be honest and put it in the way that I think John meant it to sound, was, you know, how much can something be delayed while the community gets upset? But if you guys will just be patient, then things will be okay. He's calling for patience on things. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? CC, I bet he's referring to everything not involving him. You guys are really upset with John. I didn't realize you guys were this upset. I hope John and all his goofy ass turtleneck sweaters all go to jail. So is he saying we are just an experiment? There's more to it. There's more to it.
Segue.
Okay, I'm reaching Matt J. What was his intended purpose of saying that? I did try to say, oh, he's just saying be patient. But it's weird to use an example of how much, because the example was literally an experiment to test someone by delaying something over and over and over again until they got upset. So that was the comparison that he made to the investors having patience regarding what is going on, specifically with FUD and answers not coming out, and probably with the products not coming out. That's John's comparison right there. So if you want to type in what you think that he actually meant, you're welcome to.
I hope too that like the community can borrow our confidence.
Yeah.
That's what I hope is one of the biggest takeaways from this and from everything we do, because I mean I've seen it from both sides, because I was a member of the community before I was hired.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I remember meeting you at
Silicon Slopes.
Silicon Slopes. Yeah.
And anytime like there'd be FUD or a new YouTube video or something, it kind of worried me a little bit. I'd be, talk to my friends like, shoot, did you see this? But still.
Okay, this is kind of interesting to me because I'm one of the few YouTubers that has covered Safemoon when negative things happen, and I imagine this guy has probably seen my videos or my live streams going over Papa and Thomas and Safemoon Dev, and recently, of course he's seen Coffee's videos, but I imagine he was referring to before he became on the team, and I believe that most likely he's probably seen my videos and live streams. Part of me thinks that this guy might be a little more trustworthy than some of the other team. They're trying to show they are not stressing. Yeah, and right now he's saying that he had times of listening to FUD and watching FUD videos, and it stressed him out. The horse rider holding a carrot stick wants the horse to be patient, but he still never gets the carrot. So that is kind of an accusation that I've heard from people that are, within, that it's just how long can we draw this out to get as much money as we can possibly get. I really hope that's not the case.
Safemoon, but you know, like what about? And then now, like that I'm here
Behind the
and
scenes.
I have a clear view. Now, like I see that stuff, I send it to Hayden. I say, "LOL, check this out," you know, because we know what's going on.
Yeah.
We can't talk about everything, but it's
Well, and that's the double-edged sword with being what we are, which is more compliant, corporate. Not like corporate in terms of like corporate strangulation,
Stodgy. Yeah.
but it's more about like, you know, making sure we're doing things right. Like NDAs flipping matter. They matter. And so when I sign an NDA with a partner or they sign it with us, like it's trust.
But not only that, but when we make deals with other companies and things like that, we're not out there rubbishing them. You know, like
That just felt like a threat. I don't mean to be so negative, but the way that he looked in the camera and said that was like a threat to everybody who signed NDAs with
but
Safemoon.
when we make deals with other companies,
Not like corporate in terms of like corporate strangulation,
stodgy. Yeah.
but it's more about like, you know, making sure we're doing things right. Like NDAs flipping matter. They
Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it right there, John. If you come back and watch this, that was not on purpose. I see this as old man with $1 saying you almost got it. Oh yeah, you almost got it there with the little fishing pole. That one's pretty funny. Yeah, let me just continue. Sorry, John, if you watch this.
They matter. And so when I sign an NDA with a partner or they sign it with us, like it's trust.
But not only that, but when we make deals with other companies and things like that, we're not out there rubbishing them. You know, like when we view our partnerships with third parties as true collaboration.
Yep.
And so we're never ever going to go out and like talk crap about anyone or anything. Like we're not here to beat anyone down. You know, we want to be again the innovator and the leader of what good looks like.
Yeah,
true.
I mean, the fact that all of the people that we've hired don't need to be here. Kate doesn't need to be here. Anisha doesn't have to be here. I don't. We can all go. Sketch doesn't have to be here. We can all go get jobs anywhere else.
Well, I think Sketch has the easiest because he has that letter of rec from John Madden. It doesn't matter what he's applying for. It's like John Madden said so.
But
Say no more.
But my point is that
Yeah.
like all of the people with all of the experience that we have that have chosen to work here, despite the FUD, we can all go get jobs anywhere else making more money than what we've taken on here.
Yep.
But we've chosen to be here because we believe in you and we believe in Safemoon and the Army.
Yep.
So, you know, like that's a testament in and of itself, and that was an aha moment for me yesterday. I was doing an interview for a candidate, and that was exactly what came into my mind. None of us need to be here. Like with.
So this guy is saying that they can get better paying jobs elsewhere, but that they believe in John and Safemoon so much that they're choosing to be here. I personally can't verify if that's true or not. I can make what I feel is a counter argument. I'll say, sure, maybe they see something that they think is huge and they want to be here. I can't verify that either. That's just his claim. But it could be that their jobs are so freaking easy and that they don't have to work that much, that they're getting paid so good to basically not do anything. That's another perspective I would throw out there, is they might not have to work that much to make a lot of money. It might be a dream job where you just barely work, make a ton of money, and so that's definitely that's not provable either. But this is, a lot of people are going to hold on to that, what he just said, and say, see, this is why Safemoon is amazing. And maybe they have something. I'm open to it. Maybe I hope that this guy is not just straight up just like lying to our faces. I hope that you have something real going on behind the scenes, and that you guys aren't, like you guys said, just holding that carrot out in front of the investors' faces to get them to keep buying.
The hate and with the fudders and with all the people trying to talk trash and trying to tear us down, we're choosing to be here because we see what we're building and what the future is, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
And I think to what you were saying, right? So externally, you're looking at it going, oh, the fudders, geez, what have I done? Should I be here? Now that you're here, you're like, I get it.
Yep.
You see what's actually happening behind the scenes, how the wheels are turning, what we're thinking and why we're thinking it. Makes a lot more sense.
I mean,
and unfortunately, all of you can't be here, but like Jonah said earlier, the confidence that we are exuding in the products and the stuff that we're working on should be an indicator of how Safemoon will be moving forward.
But you guys get frustrated too, right?
Oh, of course
it's
we get-
reasonable.
yeah.
We all get
Of course.
frustrated.
There's still frustrations.
They,
but
they get frustrated. I get frustrated. like
Yeah.
waiting around for like some of the products that we have and everything. I'm just like, or like when we have a hiccup or compliance comes back and says, hey, we can't do that, or X, Y, or Z, you name it.
Yeah.
Like I'm frustrated. I love the Safemoon wallet. That's all I use for the most part. Like if we don't support a chain, I'm calling Jake. I'm like, listen, my friend, Polygon. Yes, I know. Polygon chain, let's get it put in there. Let's do this, let's do Y, let's do X, let's do all these things. And I had a great conversation with Jake, and just so you know, we've how many? We've got 3. Don't quote me on this. I got to double check with Jake because this is a little bit old information, but it's 3 patents pending.
And possibly 5 by the end of the year.
Another 3 to 5 by the end of the year, based off what we know and what we're working on.
Yep.
And each one of them are in different industries. And I'm confident in saying this. The new login system. I've mentioned it before. The new login system that we're implementing is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Me being a user as well, makes my life 12-word passphrase.
What's that?
Yeah, what is that? And that's what people are going to be like, 12-word passphrase, what is that? But the biggest thing we had to focus on, actually this was supposed to be released, 2 weeks ago? But we put a pause because we wanted to make sure to get some more QA done on it.
Yeah, correct.
Because it wasn't a matter of, is it secure enough? It's like, oh, we got to make it a little bit easier, more accessibility. So we tuned down, we had to tune up the accessibility factor of it. And we had a robust conversation. I think it was like 45 minutes with you, Josh, me, Jake, and Mr. Adult.
And the thing is that when we're looking at rolling out the developments and the improvements on the products, we're looking at like how do we cater to the broadest, most diverse people that we could possibly think of. So, is someone visually impaired? Does someone have whatever kind of opportunities that are going on in their lives? We're actually thinking of those things when we're developing these products. So we're not just we like it, push it out.
Right.
It's like how do we help the world be able to utilize what we're building?
And that's why we go to Twitter and we
impact,
ask questions. Like today I posted about customer service. For me, I really enjoy chatbots. It's just nitty gritty. There is nothing there. It's just, hey, this is broken. Please fix, please. And they're like, no, we can't. Sorry, sucks to suck.
Yeah.
And that's usually how it goes with some of the products and services that we use. I joke. But I asked them, like, do you prefer to talk to a person on the phone? Because we want to be able to do everything and everything in between, because...
Because I same way. Like I love chatbots. My favorite one is like Delta or Home Depot. If you need to talk
Delta
to a
has a
customer,
chatbot?
yeah, you go to customer service and it creates the iOS
Like
chat,
the iMessage.
the iMessage.
So
chat.
special shout out to you, my friend, for showing me the direct flights from on Delta to London.
To London.
Makes the commute just that much better. And Jonas!
It's on silent.
It's on silent. No, that's on vibrate. Put it on the floor.
Wife is calling.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Cheers,
cheers, cheers, mate.
cheers,
mate.
cheers, cheers. Jonas. Thank you.
Yes.
Sketch is a little bit.
Now you got fingerprints on it.
Oh no.
You're fired.
Please?
Can I be fired?
No. Wait. What's the order of?
Okay, I was watching this earlier, and I'm not trying to make anything out of anything. I'm just trying to read their body language and get a vibe of what kind of energy they're actually putting off. And I know people are going to say you're reaching, and people say that a lot. When I say I don't know, but it's possible, that's not really reaching. That's just saying something's a possibility. He said you're fired, and then John said please. Now you could say, oh, that he's just making a joke,
I think, is it Kate or David that last to get fired?
Kate's
Kate's
last
last.
because
Kate's last to
she's-
get fired, yeah.
She's the one that has to fire everyone.
Yeah.
She'd have
So
to
she has to
fire
be last, and she has to
herself.
fire
Well,
herself.
no. So it's her. It's Kate and David who fire everyone,
Yep.
and then Kate or David that last to get fired.
Thank you.
I kind of want to watch that again.
Yes.
Sketch is a little bit.
Now you got fingerprints on it.
Oh no.
You're fired.
Please?
Can I be fired?
No. Wait. What's the order of everyone? I think, is it Kate or David that last to get fired?
Kate's
Kate's
last
last.
because
Kate's last to
she's-
get fired, yeah.
She's the one that has to fire everyone.
Yeah.
She'd have
So
to
she has
fire
to be last, and she has to
herself.
fire
Well,
herself.
no. So it's her. It's Kate and David who fire everyone,
Yep.
and then Kate fires David, and then Kate shuts everything down. Yeah. HR.
Can I be the first to be fired?
No.
Damn.
See, the way I punish you is additional responsibilities.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Jonas is first.
Jonas. Yeah, Jonas. Is,
I get a severance
it's by
package.
height. It's by height.
Oh, that means Hayden's last.
Oh wait. Are we doing it by heights or muscular strength?
Yeah, well, Hayden's last.
Either way.
I feel like he's like a combination of Ryan's.
Definitely last.
Like if we're like going like for like Super Smash Brothers characters, like Jonas is Ryan's strength with Charles's height.
Someone actually said that, like, before I was, like, doxxed.
Yeah.
But I was in those pictures of when we had, like, teams come. What?
Oh, go ahead.
Anyways, someone was like, hey, who's that? And someone commented, like, looks like Ryan and Charles had a baby.
Charles V2.
Yeah.
Charles too. Yeah.
So I got an idea. You guys brought up the word doxed. It'd be nice to have a definition of doxed. We talk about not knowing, some people not knowing the definitions of some acronyms and words. What if we define the word doxed?
Should we ask?
Yeah, actually, so what Sketch basically said was explaining what doxed is. And I think I'm going to hand it over to Jonas to explain it.
So,
You mean Michaela's husband?
Michaela Skinner's
Michaela
husband.
Skinner's
Silver
husband.
medalist.
that was
Silver
before I was
medalist
doxxed.
Oh, right.
for the U.S.
Still need to get doxxed from that.
Oh.
So being doxxed just means public. Actually,
You're on public, like
you're
people
just
know who
publicly
you
known,
are.
Yeah, so
Rest
instead
of
of
Google.
Like we know, like a specific person in our community, Gandalf. He's not doxed yet, right? And so we understand. We don't know who he is. We don't know what he looks
I've
like.
never met Gandalf
Me
personally.
neither. Never met him
No.
in my life.
Seems
but
nice.
seems like a nice guy. But he's not doxed
No.
currently.
I wasn't doxxed initially.
There was a good
Then it
reason
was-
for that.
That was a good reason. There was no good reason. It was just a, hey, let's see how this goes, buddy, and then if you stick around, we can dox you, pretty much.
So, doxing, according to CasperSky.com, is the act of revealing identifying information about someone online, such as their real name, home address, workplace, phone,
Trigger.
financial.
His reaction to the home address one. That's hilarious, since that just happened to him because of Joe, basically.
And if you stick around, we can dox
.com is the act of revealing identifying information about someone online, such as their real name, home address, workplace, phone,
Trigger.
financial, and other personal information. That's the definition. I thought Webster would be the first one to pop up.
Nope, Casper.
Good on you, Casper.
Friendly,
on you, Casper.
friendly
This is not
ghost.
an endorsement of Casper.
Not an endorsement. of
Casper, the friendly ghost.
I think that we're gonna have like just a giant like Star Wars. Can we do a Star Wars like a prologue, but except it's our disclaimer?
No, now you're going to get a
Oh, wait.
copyright strike for that.
Crap.
Star
That-
Wars.
Starboard.
Spaceballs.
No. Stop. Nothing copyright. All right, I think we should dive into some community questions. Open up the drawer.
I built this table, by the way.
Yeah, that
It
was...
took you forever.
It took him
Do you even
nearly
IKEA, bro?
3 hours.
No. There's another one. Hold on. Wait, are we gonna split it?
Yeah, let's split it.
Oh no, I want my folded one.
Why-
Wait, where'd my other page go?
It's great.
So you do that one. You do that one. I'll do this.
Okay. All right.
Where's Joe?
So I will admit I haven't reviewed all of these, but we'll see where it goes.
This guy.
But Mr. Adult has. NPR has. Okay, so in an ideal world where hashtag Safemoon accomplish its 5-year goals, what does the ecosystem and exchange look like? And what role is it playing on the world stage? How has Safemoon impacted people's lives? Well, that is a loaded question.
It's a deep one.
That is a very deep one.
Jeez.
Next.
Next. I mean,
All right.
Thank you, next.
I talk about this all the time. We're playing an infinite game. So, and one of our strengths within Safemoon is our ability to pivot to a ever-evolving industry. But we always have, first off from the product side, security, quality, and accessibility are 3 things we always look at. And then kind of that fourth one that like truly matters is impact. What impact does this have on the world? Even down to some of the patents that we filed or have filed and that are pending. It's very, very impact focused, and it is a combination between blockchain, telecom, and energy, and some other magic that I won't go into. Some other magic.
Salt magic.
Is that copyrighted? Anyway.
But also too, I think we're now at a place where we're starting to actually, where you've spoken of venture philanthropy.
So that right there is, like, I don't think people understood when I talked about entropy. Like, yeah, I know it's like everything, things exist in entropy, and entropy is basically just, you know what? Let me read off the official definition.
That's kind of boring.
I know.
But I mean, the thing is, like, now, so
A thermodynamic quantity representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as a degree of disorder or randomness in the system. Basically, everything lives in chaos. And what I was talking about when it comes to venture philanthropy is being able to identify the chaos and actually understand that it isn't actually chaotic and there is a pattern to it. Then taking advantage of that entropy, putting it into the system in which you want to leverage that entropy, that chaos, and then eventually allowing it, under your terms, to go back into a chaotic existence.
But I think when we're looking at doing the venture philanthropy, a lot of organizations, they have an idea of what they want to do. And so they'll go into a country or into a community and try to instill their change, but they haven't engaged the community to find out, what do you need? It's like, we can do wind turbines in the Gambia, but what do you need? Oh, we need to, our crop ecosystem is decimated.
Yeah.
So do you need this, or do you really need that?
Yeah.
So if we help them do what they need first, then we can slowly over time develop the relationships to then say, oh, is there an opportunity for us to do what we're interested in as well?
And part of venture philanthropy is finding the right partners. And that honestly is rather difficult at times, because people that you start things off with, you don't usually, or sometimes you don't end up working with them because unfortunately in a lot of circumstances, people's true nature comes out.
And their interest, your interest.
The Barajali Group, which is owned by his mom, which was the connections to the Gambia. It's very hard to imagine that he just didn't take a shot at his family. Saying that Project Phoenix, spelled wrong, what they had, it was like talked about Safemoon being a currency in the Gambia, then it was talked about wind turbines, and they were meeting with the government officials. All that was through the Barajali Group, which is his mom's company, which is devoted to improving life in the Gambia. And it's pretty hard to say that he, and like I said, I'm open to different perspectives, but I don't really know what other group that he could be talking about. That he just said that like his family revealed their true colors. John went out there for the 32nd birthday, and we saw him take pictures in the Gambia, and he went out there. Something was supposed to happen, and then whatever it was the opposite. John came back with nothing, and then Barajali Group said that we are not affiliated with any other companies, and they distanced themselves from Safemoon. So basically, John's mom distanced herself and the Barajali Group from Safemoon. Something was supposed to happen, and the deal ended up being cut off. His face just, to me, is concerning this entire time. Like, he knows something, but he's just going with it. Even he right here looks a little like he's like staring at him like, you thinking what I'm thinking? But I haven't seen past this, so we'll keep going. Thanks for the $5, Ilmatador13. Get any of these guys to debate or do a stream with Richard Hart, and the whole thing crumbles to the ground. Zero real crypto talk. This is sad, to be honest. Yeah, you guys are pretty upset with them. I understand why, though. We can talk about it a little more with you guys at the end.
Interests aren't always aligned.
And maybe their interest isn't necessarily 100% aligned towards impact. And you have to always keep that into consideration and not be so locked in where you give power to create impact over to someone else to where the impact's then reduced.
Correct.
And that's something that we've focused heavily on, is making sure that a lot of the products and services we build supplement the impact stuff that we want to accomplish.
Yep. So I guess the answer to that question is, we're still developing, we're still growing, we're still iterating, but we're also, the representations that you've made, John, about what we are and what we want to do. we're now getting to a stage into a phase in the business life that we can start doing that venture philanthropy, start meeting with people, start talking to.
Well, you and I are going somewhere.
Yep, we are going somewhere, and we're going to talk to some people
and some people
around the how we can do good and give back.
Can Jonas and I go?
No.
No,
There's
a height restriction.
No, maybe
Maybe both of you balance out to about 6
No.
Yeah.
He tips it over.
Oh, right,
It's a
right.
combination. It's plus, not a substitution.
Gotcha.
So
It's all right.
Well, I
We'll
guess we're not going.
hold down the fort back here.
Of course we will.
um,
Do you want to go in?
this is a good one. It's talking about how far do you expect the Safemoon blockchain to be utilized? And they give some examples regarding like utility, manufacturing, and farming, as well as like a world ledger. All right, so loaded question again. Blockchain is a new, actually it's not new, it's been around since the 80s?
It's been around for a while.
It's been around for,
Lynn knows.
Lynn knows when it was invented.
Yeah.
So it's been around for quite a while. Maybe in different forms, but it's been around for a while. It is a very versatile tool that you can use to create or to measure immutable data or create immutable data that can't be changed, modified, whatever else. And so where can we apply it? I think we're limited by our innovation and our creativity. I think that's the limitation. So short answer is everywhere we can.
But even outside of monetary gain and monetary benefits, a lot of having a supply chain and logistics background, the ability to use the blockchain technology to say like Walmart buys a seed from a farmer in some third world country that gets planted. They can track basically that seed and all of the products it makes to the end using customer.
Yeah.
And if there's a product recall or if there's something that happens, they can source back at what stage, at what point through the blockchain and have the ledger be the data that carries everything across.
It
So-
also creates honesty. Think
Well-
about just like marketing in general. They can say whatever they want, and do we really know?
Mm-hmm.
Like if it actually came from that third world country, did they actually go to that and source it from there, and it ended up in Walmart, or are they just getting it from?
Is it a sustainable resource?
Exactly.
Or are they going and cutting down rainforests to go and plant trees?
Exactly. So
And-
you know.
And being someone who dealt with a metric ton of data,
Yeah.
regardless of what I was using it for, but a metric ton of data, quality of data, where it comes from, and whether it's clean data, dirty data, or somewhere in between, is super, super important when you're trying to provide analytics towards a certain problem, or give someone, a commander, a so what. Why do you actually care? Well, here's the data, here's what it is, this is my prediction, this is why you should care. And having that quality data, and what blockchain enables us to do is actually have quality data that's provable that it's actually quality data versus just So yeah, the short answer is everywhere we can. We will use our Safemoon blockchain wherever we can, and it is very much in the works. And I talked about this previously, where building stuff is 90% prep. If you want to do it right, it's like 90% prep work and then 10% actual programming. Well, when I say programming, like
Execution.
people just on keyboards doing the thing.
Are you T-Rex?
More like the cat meme, where it's just like, or Jim Carrey just.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the programmers and the programming and what happens, and I know that you're more than just a cat.
And a T-Rex.
Or a T-Rex.
Or, yeah, Jim Carrey.
Let's
Hop over man.
hop on over to your page.
Okay. So we've already talked about lunch, but the next question that was brought up was, and I want to point this towards Jonas because he's involved in the community a lot.
Nice.
What do you think makes up the soul of Safemoon?
I would say it's the community, which you already kind of said. It's the community, and like as we have partnership calls with token partners or other partners, that's one thing we always say is like, hey, the one thing that Safemoon has that no one else does is our community.
Those are the literal words he uses.
I tell everyone that, and everyone knows that, but I remind everyone that. Pretty soon, because we have so much stuff coming out, there's going to be a lot more, but like that's always going to be integral to Safemoon. It's our community, it's our following, it's it's just the sense
It's
of
our people. It's our
it's
tribe.
our people.
Yeah, since Jonas and I have come on, we brought close to 20 partners on, and every time we have a sales call or a partnership call, it's always, hey, the Safemoon Army, no one else has them. They are essential to our growth. They're essential to everything that we do here at Safemoon. They are essentially the soul.
Even into our development
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
You know, like
Of
that's why
course.
we ask questions regarding, hey, customer service. What do you guys want? You know, I've talked about it in the past where, you know, and I think I talked about a little bit about it at Fun Launch Live, where I'll ask our tribe, our Safemoon army, questions because we actually want the feedback. And then, as you put it, the fudders provide that other piece of feedback that we want. Like I think they feel like they're trying to do damage, but what they actually do is they enable us to be just that more effective. Because if we only got positive feedback, like everything's fine, everything's great.
In the DC world, the Joker was right often.
That's true.
So, you know, like if we're looking to these people who
Universe,
think that they're trying to tear us down, it helps us to realize where we need to focus.
True.
Yeah. Bitmart, millions of dollars of tether, mansion, selling off the LP. We might be the Joker telling you that. And that you guys need to focus on that and either provide some answers to those questions and shut down the FUD, or just say, there's no way we can talk about that. I mean, I don't really see a reason why they wouldn't be able to explain that. That's like, the only problem I really have with Safemoon is that, you know, I don't even care so much. Like, yeah, it sucks that products are being delayed, but even with products being delayed, I was still like cool with Safemoon. I'm like, well, whatever. Maybe they had some issues and now they're reworking them, right? But it's the tether. It's the millions and millions of dollars of tether going to John's personal Gabe wallet, being off-ramped in the Kraken 7 wallet. That if you guys could address that FUD, if one of you guys watches this video, I'm on your side. If truth is on your side, I'm here. I'll echo it. I'll just give me the answers, and I'll live stream it. I'll make videos on it. Did John take millions of dollars from the deal with Bitmart that was intended for liquidity and spend it on himself? If you guys could answer that and provide some transparency on that, then myself and a lot of other investors would be willing to trust you guys again. Some people don't. Some people are much less trusting than me. A lot of you guys are very upset. But I personally would love for, if you work at Safemoon and what is being portrayed by the team and the people on and these types of podcasts and stuff, if this does not reflect what's actually going on there, then come out and if you care about the community and if Safemoon's really the soul, the community is really the soul of Safemoon, then do what's best for them and tell the truth. Like, give us the truth about this, because this is not a small deal. And I'll tell you guys why. If Kyle, Safemoon Dev, took out 55 trillion tokens, which is like 7% of the total supply, and John was telling Kyle that we needed to use that to fund Safemoon, and these are the guys, how would they not see that on the blockchain? How does it take a YouTuber named CoffeeZilla to come along and make this public? Are you telling me that the entire time that John didn't know that Kyle took out 7% of the supply and that they were using that to fund different projects and products for Safemoon? So yeah, I meant that's we want transparency that you guys didn't sell off the liquidity. The entire selling point of Safemoon was we're going safely to the moon because the liquidity pool is locked, because we have 5% reflections and 5% liquidity that will help with the price dropping. If we are selling off in massive quantities our liquidity, that allows for the price to drop heavily. So it's kind of like, how responsible is the team, whether it's Thomas, Kyle, John, Ben Phillips, for decreasing the price of Safemoon and stopping the upward momentum through the selling of the liquidity and through the selling of their own bags? If you guys can provide clarity on that, I think that's what we all want. You know, I don't care if you were trying to make wind turbines in Gambia and it didn't go through. Like, yeah, that sucks, and we wasted time and money on that, and people invested because they thought that was a big deal. But I care more so, did you take our money and spend it lavishly on yourself, not like trying to get by? Another thing they said was, they said two things. They said in the the audit that, yes, there's a major vulnerability with Safemoon, which is that we have access to the liquidity pool. But don't worry, guys. The reason we're not going to is because we're publicly doxxed. And if we touch it, we're going to go to jail. And it's like, okay, you said that, and then you sold it to Bitmart, and then you took the tether for yourself, which that tether was intended for our liquidity. It wasn't meant for other purposes. But you also said that, guys, from time to time, we might have to use liquidity to seed exchanges and to, for marketing. We haven't had to yet, but we'll let you guys know if we do. So when people say, oh, they don't have to tell us anything. Okay, well, they told us they would. John said that they would let us know if they use that money for themselves. And I think the real problem comes into play is that this probably had a huge role in the price dropping of Safemoon when you take out all that liquidity and when you have Thomas selling. I mean, when Kyle gave Thomas $1 million worth of Safemoon, I have to look at it, and I'll probably make a video on it, but he had to sell that Safemoon to get that $1 million. So I want to look at how he sold that, whether it was all in one go or if it was over a period of time. But there's no way for him to get $1 million of Safemoon if he didn't sell it. I'm not sure, but I'll double check that. But on top of Kyle selling the entire time, John said that Kyle, that's his Safemoon to sell while Safemoon Dev was selling it, the deployer while we were watching it. Ben Phillips was selling while saying, man, these damn whales are selling, guys, and I can't believe it. And he was the one selling. I just can't believe that story. Just blows me away. So when you're removing liquidity and you're selling, it's like, how much of a role did you guys play in lowering the price? Yes, everything's 90% down, and that's fine. I don't care that the crypto market's down. I care at what role they played in it through doing what they promised they wouldn't do, which is to touch the liquidity, or if they did do it, that they would let us know. Did you use the liquidity to buy a $2 million house? You told us you would let us know. Why are you lying about that? Why is there no transparency? How are you not going to jail? If there's answers for it, provide it for us so that we can settle this issue. This is a big deal, and investors are losing trust. You guys want to sit around and talk about how the FUD is good for you guys. Well, it's not good because you guys are not addressing it. Answer the question. Just clear this up for us. And I think the longer they go without clearing up, the worse it looks that it actually is that John did, through a Bitmart deal, get around selling the liquidity and using it on himself.
That's a great analogy. The DC
So,
universe.
Continue FUDing?
Yeah, FUD away.
We'll continue
FUD away.
fighting, but don't.
I will. Trust me, I will.
See you.
We see you.
We
Keep
see
it.
you,
Keep
and-
it PC. Fighting is great, but
It's not. But
Yeah.
I will admit, this is kind of feeds into one of the other questions. Like, what gives you strength and persistence in times when people speak bad of you and don't believe in the long-term vision? And then the person said, thank you for everything you did and the entire Safemoon team and what they do on a daily basis. So first off, hats off to the team that we have built. Hats off. You're only seeing a small dichotomy or small demographic of who we have here at Safemoon. Kate's not on here, Jake's not on here, Lynn, Robert, David, Tom,
Pedro.
Anisha, Pedro, all these people that come together, and we really...
It's all the people that are doing the real work aren't able.
So what I'm thinking is, and I'm very critical, guys. If you guys have a different perspective, it's totally fine. If you hate me, want to unsubscribe, that's fine. I'm not mad at you. Do what you got to do. I'm just going to do what I got to do, okay? And I'm not mad at you for making your own decision with me or SafeMoon. If you love SafeMoon and you don't want to hear me talk about it negatively, that's okay. We don't have to be enemies. You can go your way, and I'm not upset with you. If John was to get into legal trouble with Safemoon, it might be possible that John would hand the keys over to this guy, Josh. And I'm just throwing this out there as a possibility in my perspective, that if things got real bad for John, that he could toss Safemoon over to this guy. I'll be honest with you guys, I haven't heard great things about this guy. Just watching in this video, he actually seems fine, but from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like he's the best guy. But it's very hard to tell by what you've heard and what you can see. I can't say 100% sure. I don't know this guy, and I don't know what he's actually about. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility that if John did happen to get in trouble for what happened with the liquidity being sold, and Safemoon didn't go down, that and it's just a theory that maybe this guy might be leading Safemoon one day.
Able to be here right now.
Correct.
Wait, what?
Wait.
Damn.
Sketch is here.
Oh,
Sketch is here. Sketch is here.
Oh, we forgot.
Sketch.
Yeah.
You always forget the guy behind the camera.
Yeah, right.
So
You're
the
great.
team
You're great.
that we have it helps me at least, like, because it was more directed towards me. You guys support me in my persistence to continue the mission forward. And then the other aspect of it is the Safemoon Army. You guys give me the motivation to keep going and keep continuing forward. And yeah, there is some tough stuff that happens, and especially, as of recently, some really tough stuff. But for me, because of you, because of the team around me, and our impact mission and what we're trying to do, it makes it all worth it. It's a sacrifice, worth making. And
Can I just say that, Yoda, do or do not, there is no try. We're not trying, we are doing.
we are doing.
Yeah.
So,
That was good, Uncle Josh. That was a great one.
I got you.
But we have a long-term vision. We have a long-term mission. As of recently, some really tough stuff. But for me, because of you, because of the team around me, and our impact mission and what we're trying to do, it makes it all worth it. It's a sacrifice, worth making. And
Can I just say that
forward. And then the other aspect of it is the Safemoon
Sorry, guys. I'm very critical of John, and I have to be honest about that. It's hard for me to trust John.
Army. You guys give me the motivation to keep going and keep continuing forward. And yeah, there is some tough stuff that happens, and especially, as of recently,
What, you talking about CoffeeZilla's videos? The 4 videos that he put out getting millions of views? Did John already get his Lambo? Yeah, he's got an Audi. He's got like 3 cars that are more expensive than where I live. So use Safemoon's name to benefit yourself with $1.99. Oh, thanks, man. That's weird. You give me a donation, and are you insulting me? I can't tell, but either way, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Anyone that saw this podcast and is making jokes, y'all some effing retards. I'm 70% refused to lose. Investors were bamboozled. The thing about this is, like, John is saying that what gives him the motivation to keep going forward is the maxis, right? And there's people that believe in Safemoon. There's people that believe in Safemoon that aren't maxis, but the maxis, I would imagine, and the people that believe in Safemoon, which is kind of, I don't know, it's just odd to me, because it's like, I kind of am getting the sense that John, that I feel a sense of fear in him, and I don't know. Let me know what you guys think if I'm overthinking this, but I do feel a sense of fear in John regarding this FUD topic when it comes up. He has stayed far away from talking about anything that CoffeeZilla talked about, anything about the Gabe wallet, anything about the tether, anything about his house. He stayed so far away from that subject for so long, and this is like the first appearance we've seen of him. And I get the sense that and I could be wrong here, but I get a sense that he is afraid of the consequences of what he's done that might catch up to him. That's just the vibe I'm getting. Like I said, could be wrong.
some really tough stuff. But for me, because of you, because of the team around me, and our impact mission and what we're trying to do, it makes it all worth it. It's a sacrifice, worth making. And
Can I just say that, Yoda, do or do not, there is no try. We're not trying, we are doing.
we are doing.
Yeah.
So,
That was good, Uncle Josh. That was a great one.
I got you.
But we have a long-term vision. We have a long-term mission. We're playing an infinite game and not a finite game. And I'm really glad to have the team that we have now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really grateful for the continued support of the amazing Safemoon Army, the amazing Safemoon tribe. And that gives me the persistence to keep driving forward. And that gives all of us, the team, like take the I statement out of it, because those, I hate them. But we gives us the persistence to keep moving forward.
Without detailing the project.
Another thing, John, like, if half your community or more is calling for you to make clear these issues, So it's interesting to hear that, unless you only qualify like the people that are positively supporting you as the community. I mean, if you're a Safemoon holder, like how I describe it is, if you're a Safemoon holder and you want Safemoon to win, I consider you part of the Safemoon community. I don't think you have to love or hate Safemoon or have different levels of trust. But it's like, if any of you guys that are on this video happen to tune into this, because you guys say that you keep track of the FUD, and obviously I'm one of those FUD people, message me. Tell me what I'm saying wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. I will correct myself. I believe in being wrong. Like, to me, the answer is usually the last place you would look sometimes. If you're wrong and you don't want to admit you're wrong, the last place you'll look is the only place you need to look. And I've realized that. So if there is a truth that explains all this, reach out to me, express it. Otherwise, you're leaving your community out to fight FUD with no answers. And this is dividing your community on this subject. When you talk about caring about the community, and Safemoon community is the soul of Safemoon, well, they're heavily divided. You've lost so many people because of product delays. You've lost so many people because we're not getting answers to these questions, and we're being attacked for it. And the people that are attacking us are being promoted by the mods and whatever because they're just hype people. And is that what we really want, is hype people? Or do you want to bring your community together? Or do you just want to weed out anybody that questions you within your community? So honestly, reach out to me in a message. I won't say whatever it is we talk about. If one of you guys, Tall Guy or Hayden or Josh or anybody, I'm a pretty reasonable guy, and I'm willing to be wrong. If there is good answers to the FUD, to the Gabe wallet, to the Devil wallet, to John's house, to where that money came from, reach out to me and explain it to me. And I promise you, if you have a good answer, I will. I've told people this. If I find out that I was wrong about John, I will broadcast it for a week. I will live stream every day for a week about how John was innocent and we were wrong about him. Now, I'm totally an open book. I can be very, very respectful. If you're respectful to me, I can maintain that right back to you. Even if we're divided on religion, politics, anything, I can maintain respect if you can maintain respect. So please reach out to me and please clarify this. Otherwise, I'm not going to stop, and we're going to continue talking about this until you guys address this or until it's fixed. So that's where I'm at. If you guys really keep up with the FUD, like you were saying, Hayden, then we all want answers. So reach out.
Products. What other industries might we see Safemoon technology show up in?
That's easy. Telecom, energy, green energy. Food.
I do like food.
Yeah, food's good.
He loves food.
He's got to feed those muscles.
So we have, you said, telecom, green energy,
education, food.
I mean, the biggest thing for people to remember is that
data.
We're not like a crypto company. We're a tech company.
Yeah.
So sky's the limit, really. Like,
yeah.
We're taking this technology from crypto and blockchain, Web3, putting it in other places, and.
I don't know how many times I've had to explain to my family that I don't work for a crypto company.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's a tech company that has dabbled in crypto. It built itself upon it, but now we are a tech company. And
I usually say blockchain tech company.
That's a great. Yeah, I should probably start going there.
Yeah,
Even they'd ask questions about that too. Like they don't know anything about it.
Well, it's because you have to simplify it, water it down, like translate it through Rosetta Stone or whatever to
Duolingo.
Duolingo. Yeah. To be able to properly communicate what we do, and we're I think you can sum it down to an impact company.
Yep.
However we get around that, and like technology is the easiest way, not the easiest, it's the most efficient way to create impact in this world.
Well, we're just merging, thousands of years of how businesses iterated,
Yep.
and integrating it into the modern day technology.
Yeah.
So we're combining the old with the new, and trying to find our way forward.
Yeah. Once again, Uncle Josh.
There we go.
I have another question I think we all like.
Okay.
I don't like it.
What have been some of the funniest moments that involve the community? I have one in mind, and we just recently talked about it. the day that we were all on, I think it was it Space, a Safemoon Space?
It was a Twitter Space, yeah.
A Twitter Space, and his mic wasn't working. And all of a sudden, everyone hears John say.
So, all right, so here's the context. I'm on this Twitter Space, and we're having like massive issues with it. We've got over 10,000 people on it or something like that. And I keep cutting out. And then on my phone, which I don't know why they do it on desktop as well. But anyway, on my phone, it shows that I'm off. And as soon as I hit off, I'm like, are you f***ing kidding me? Is what I said. Because this is like the third time, and Sketch can bleep that out. You know, I was like, are you f***ing kidding me? This is happening.
You get one more.
One more if we're using TV rules. And all that came out, and all everyone, the Safemoon Army heard was, are you f***ing? And the memes that came from that just made my day. They were hilarious. And, you know, I try to keep a very clean, you know, I've served in the military, Josh has been in the military, a lot of our people are veterans and everything. And, you know, I do use profanities on a quite often. You know, I work on my language and everything, but doing 6 years of that where it's just...
Would you say my virgin ears have been awakened to a whole nother
This is
level?
the first time I've ever heard a
Josh-
curse word.
Josh,
from
no,
my
no.
CEO. Yikes.
But I mean,
Nine.
it's never like directed at anything. It's just a sentence enhancer if you're using a SpongeBob reference.
Yeah, that's right.
What about you?
I was just say Hayden and I go home with our ears bleeding every day.
No. HR.
We just wipe them off before we get out. It's just all in a day's work. What about you, Jonas? What was a
Funny
community
moment.
involvement that was just funny?
I don't know. I mean, anytime anything happens and the memes pop up, John kind of mentioned it. I don't know. One thing that was funny for us wasn't as much funny for me at the time, but it is now. Was kind of like what we talked about earlier. Is like before I was docked and I was in these pictures with our partners and people were like asking who I was, and I remember like reading them. And then the one that did me in forever was this guy's like, who's McCheesin over there? And I'm like, oh no. And I'm like, oh no. And then all of a sudden, Hayden texts that in a group chat with me and John, LOL, and then John starts calling me cheese. And it's kind of stuck. So,
Queso.
it's funny now, but at the time I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
no.
he legit hated it. It was amazing, but it's a term of endearment now.
The tribe picked your name.
They chose.
They chose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get a nickname that you like. You get one that you're given.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to stick with
Accept.
Mac because of you. Most of them don't say it, but that's good. Josh, what about you?
I don't have any. Like I think they've memed me.
Well, you're behind the scenes a lot.
I'm the quiet guy. Like I think I had 32
32.
32
Cheers,
Twitter
cheers,
followers.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Drink to that. Yep.
Yeah, Suave Live, thanks for the $2. Tell Joe to unblock me. Hey, remind me on Twitter, and I'll shoot him a message for you. You know what I was thinking, and I really hope somebody from Safemoon watches this. My take on this, I doubt they will, but if they are, or if they do, you know what I think would be great? A great move on your guys' part that could restore a lot of confidence and faith and trust would be like if you guys made a movie or a video, and if you took like the first half of the video to show everything that you did wrong and why it happened and the thought process going through it and like acknowledging the mistakes you made and why you made them, and then take the second part of the video and show exactly how you're moving forward to not make those mistakes again. And don't be like a general thing, like get into the nitty gritty details and explain this. You know, I think that the problem is like John can't express what happened with the Bitmart deal. I don't think they can ever touch that because they would basically just having to be telling the community that John has spent millions of dollars on himself. And then it would come down to the community being like, that's why we were asking the community. That's why I asked the community, how much money should John get? How much should he be able to pay himself on a company that isn't producing profits? The success of Safemoon is from taking a fraction of investors' money and from the community. Like, we are the reason Safemoon is what it is. The teams hasn't produced anything yet of value. Yes, the swap in the wallet, that's not revolutionary tech. That's not this next level thing that's going to take us to the levels of Binance. I personally think that would be an amazing move on their part to take accountability, responsibility of everything that's gone wrong, to go through all of the story of it, how John got it, to have this full transparency, and then to, after they've acknowledged everything that's gone wrong, to go into how they have evolved from all those mistakes, how they're going to be more transparent, and why the future of Safemoon that they have envisioned is real, and it's not just a carrot being dangled in front of investors to keep buying the dip. I personally think that would be an amazing move on their part. I think that the strategy is probably just ignore everything and move forward. But I think you could bring a lot of investors back if you were. It's just like going to somebody and admitting you were wrong. Hey, I'm sorry, I was wrong about this. And this is why I did this, is because I was thinking this, and I'll try my best. That's a much better relationship fixing strategy, as opposed to like just ignore it and move forward. You know what I mean? His lawyers told to pipe down and said nothing about his holders' concerns. Did Evergo get on exchanges like Sam promised? Yeah, Evergo got on exchanges. Is there a way to bring criminal investigation looked into? The lawsuits happened today. John just received a notice that he has to appear in court. That just got revealed today.
Safemoon followers, Twitter followers, before I joined, because it was like, I don't need to put myself out there. Like, I'm always the guy in the background making things happen, trying to get just, if like the duck on the pond, the legs are going, but on top of them just like a swan.
Yep.
What?
Wow, Uncle Josh, that was incredible.
Wise old.
Wow, wise old. All these sayings came from Uncle Josh.
Yeah, right?
That was amazing.
So I think for me it's just been amazing that like I've taken a picture of the studio that I didn't do it. Sketch did it.
But still.
But it blew up, and it was crazy, and people were like, follow this guy. So I find it just, it's amazing.
He's an influencer now.
Josh, the influencer, congrats.
But I'm not looking to, like the people that we're hiring, the culture that we're having, it's not about the ego of the self.
Yeah.
It's about what we're building. So, it's
the ego of us versus the ego of self. You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe that's not the right terminology, but it's more about the commonality of mission versus individuality.
But I think we've pivoted from what can we take to what can we give.
Yeah. It's just even down to the products that we're focusing on, and like one of them, like we might have innovated ourselves out of one of our products.
Yeah.
And that I remember we were in a whiteboard session, and I'm going through this, and Jake is there, you're there, Hayden's there, and I'm like, oh no, did we just innovate out of one of our products?
But we'll
still do it. We'll still make it. Like, it's still going to come out and everything. But it's just like
if we innovate ourselves out of a product that we have,
it's a good problem.
Well, guess what? Then we've fundamentally shifted the entire ecosystem.
Not even the ecosystem, the market.
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Industry.
I got what
industry.
you're saying.
Yeah.
So again, we're leading out.
Yeah.
And that's the difficulty. So we don't want to have 15 different fish buzzing around us as we're falling out of the plane. Mm-hmm. There's a cartoon, and I don't know if it's the was it the Mandela effect, where I think I saw this, but there was like a plane flying, and a bear drops out, and he's holding onto a fish, and there's fish all around him, and he lets go of the one to grab more fish, and he ends up with no fish.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure that, again, that yes, we have a whole lot of products in the pipeline, but we need to close out, to deliver, so we can say when the Safemoon Army goes, when, John, that it's like here.
Yeah.
Every time I hear when, I delay everything a day. So products will be released in year 5052.
So kind of just to wrangle.
Guys, we only got 3,000 years to go, and then the exchange will be out. Patch Donor, I'm going to answer this. If you keep spamming my chat, you're going to get blocked. People keep trying to point to other projects, and I have to keep explaining to you. It's very easy, basic logic. If you would just think about it, like just think about your question for a second before you ask it, and you'd be able to figure it out yourself. Evergrow didn't take from the liquidity and buy millions of dollars of mansions. Whenever I talk about Safemoon, I even said this earlier, my problem is not that we're down. My problem is not that products are delayed. Yes, that sucks. Can that be a big deal? Yes, depending on why it's delayed. The problem is the touching of the LP and the spending it on yourself lavishly while your investors are down, which was the entire promise of what Safemoon was, is that the LP was locked. To try to compare that to Evergrow just being down because the markets are down just like everything else, it's such, like, you really couldn't figure that out when you asked that question. So if you keep going with that, spamming the chat, then we're going to hand you a timeout and a ban.
Go back into the community thing. I don't even think, like, you and I more or less have a similar, I think, with people actually coming and meeting us and having those funny or just good interactions with them. Like the last Cryptopia when they came, that was amazing. Having them come in, talk to us.
Somebody disrespected me with that pineapple pizza in this office.
Who was that? Who bought pineapple pizza?
I didn't pick
Somebody's getting more responsibility.
I'm trying to get fired.
But I think at that moment when they came in, they were able to meet, like, you finally face to face, Josh, and say, hey, I'm, like, I think TJ was here, like Don Bailey, Elite, and Dreaming. They came in, we were able to have those, like, conversations, personal conversations, go meet them up at their place. I think you went to that museum with them, like.
Yeah, we went to
Park City,
the theater in Park City.
And so it's like, there's no, like, funny interaction, but it was just a good interaction to have them come and meet us and just actually have jokes and conversations and food together. So.
Yeah, well, there's funny haha and there's funny
Right.
So I haven't had any, like, funny like, they've all just been really good. I mean, like, people have blamed me for ruining things and destroying things, and people have gone out and they'll cast aspersions and they'll say what they want to say, but that says more about them than me. Like, I'm here to be quiet, to do, and let you guys, like, and
get business cases.
Let you guys go out there and be the success.
Yeah, no, I you're good.
Hit us with the last question. We'll close out this table 32.
Table 32.
We're going to call it that, or Cheers Mate. Actually, real quick.
I like Cheers Mate.
So either we're going to go with Cheers Mate or Table 32.
Let's put a poll out there. Twitter poll.
Twitter poll.
Poll.
Mr. Adult, we want a Twitter poll. Cheers Mate or Table 32.
Yeah.
Cheers Mate.
Or the Cheers Mates.
Cheers Mates.
Cheers 32.
Who pulled your string?
What?
Who says you get a say?
I'm the vote.
Jeez. Cheese
All right.
whiz.
It's not about height, Jonas, or strength.
So the last question we have to close out Table 32, Cheers Mate, whatever we're going to call it. What message might we have for the community and potentially for our partners as well?
Let's see. Gianni's Tippa Mogoli or 3 LOL. What kind of name is that, first of all? Says, can you provide proof of John ever touching the LP? Yeah. John's wallet is the Gabe wallet. We have screenshots of John saying, this is my wallet. We have him buying the Moondog, which proved that is his wallet. Jimmy, thanks for the $5. Thank you so much, my dude. And when we migrated our PancakeSwap V1 to our PancakeSwap V2, they didn't migrate our liquidity like they were supposed to. They took the BNB, they used it to create a buy on the V2 chart. So it just created it created the opposite of what liquidity was supposed to do. And it created a green candle that somebody could easily sell on. And instead took the Safemoon that was intended for liquidity and sold it to over-the-counter trade to Bitmart Exchange for reflections, so that Bitmart could provide reflections to their holders. The tether that they were using to buy the liquidity from our liquidity pool to provide reflections on Bitmart goes to the Gabe wallet and to the Devil wallet, and they both off-ramp into a Kraken account, Kraken 7. You can see that out of those wallets, that right when John buys his $2 million house, that the exact amount that he needed, $2 million, is taken out days before, that he bought through his LLC Ronin. That's what the house name is under, is his Ronin company. He also has a Ronin company in the UK with Jack. You can look all this up. It's very clear. It's very out there. So there is proof. Everybody that says there's not proof just didn't look, I guess. I don't know.
We're innovating.
Yeah.
I'll start, and then each one of you kind of give your piece. We're
Thanks,
innovating.
boss.
We're working. Progress is many, many small victories that lead to that massive victory. So when you guys finally...
Mitch Bromwell, I'm sorry, man. I never saw that. Super thank. The receipt said it was 22nd of June. Thank you so much, man. I never saw that. Let me double check that later. Mitch, either way, thank you so much, man. You're the best mod. And honestly, financial support is awesome. I know a lot of people hate me and want me to tell me to get a real job and all that stuff and whatever. I know a lot of you guys support me too. So thank you for the support, guys. Those of you guys that still support me, whether it's through a donation, whether it's through a like, or whether you're just watching the videos, I really do appreciate your guys' support. And I'm in this with you guys till we moon or crash. This dude is constantly seeking attention for more YouTube viewers and subs. All old news. This is literally just posted today. What the hell are you talking about? How could you make a comment like that?
finally see a product release, there is so much work that goes in the background, from what Jonas does, from what Hayden does, from what Josh does, from what Kate does, from David, Tom, Anisha, Jake, and Pedro, and I can go down the list. It's a lot of small victories with each individual department to make sure these things happen. And the message I want to leave is we're working, we're making sure things get done. If there's delays, but for good reason. But if we can release stuff early, I mean, if we could release everything right now, we would. But things need to be done right. They need to be done right. They need to be done in the right way. And remember, slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Yeah. And I think what I would like to say is, like you just mentioned, we are innovating. Things are coming. They're on the way.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Another $5. You're the best,
our
Mitch.
Community with all these products, but also our partners, and we're super excited for what we're building out in terms of strategy and just stuff to work alongside these partners. So that's the message I want to leave: is things are coming, and we're going to execute effectively.
Jonas?
Hey, can I get a moderator to ban crypto controlled made me buy Evergrow? I lose money. That's kind of funny, but everybody who listened to me and bought Evergrow made a lot of money. So it's just, while you're trying to be funny, you're wrong. Ton of people made money off of Evergrow. I constantly have new people reach out to me saying, hey, I made a lot of money off of Evergrow. Thank you. So let's just get that stupidity out of the chat, please.
I'd just say have patience, trust the process. Like I was in your shoes before I was hired. I watched every Safemoon Sunday. I was always on Twitter.
Porsche.
I was always on Reddit. I've always been a huge Safemoon fan, so it's easy for me to say now because I know what's going on. But I mean, just trust the process, have patience. Good things are coming. I'm excited.
I guess for me, I love you guys.
And most importantly is everything we do is for you. We appreciate all the support that you give us, and we're excited to release these products and show you what we've been working on, and show you the team.
Yeah.
So.
And we are here working for you.
Yep. As we've said many times, we are Safemoon. We are family.
All right. What did you guys think of that? How did you guys feel about the podcast? I'll be honest, I actually prefer some kind of interaction, some kind of communication. It's been the AMAs were pre-recorded anyways. They might as well do stuff like this. They kind of briefly talk about the FUD and stuff. He dumb, but he will learn the hard way. Where is the version 1 LP? It's still being migrated. I think there was 2/3 left to be migrated. Yeah, supporting your lifestyle. Just remember, you can buy anyone. This guy is bought. Safemoon Joe finally saw the light. Yeah, Joe flipped whenever the 32 project they felt like Safemoon didn't get their back. So that's why. Mitch Bromwell, thank you so much for your support, man. Crypto Control, Evergrow Coin was one of the best decisions I've made after you turned me onto it. Awesome, man. I'm glad that I helped you, Mitch, in some way. You still chose to risk. You know what? I didn't push you guys to it. I was so excited about Evergrow, and I think that excitement carried over, and people got into it, and it really helped a lot of people. So it's awesome to to play a role in having a positive impact on people in that way. Gianni's top. CC is clever. He does what other SafeMoon YouTubers tried to do, but in a more genuine way to benefit themselves off the SafeMoon community. I'm not sure what you mean, Gianni. Matt J says Joe is done. You are done. Adam is done. RJ is. I'm not done. You got nothing on me, man. I can still get thousands of views. I can still get hundreds of people in a Twitter space. Not done. And I'm here, whether you like it or not. Especially when you don't like it. Like, you hating me for talking about this doesn't make me want to cower and go away. It makes me just want to say it louder. Sacrifice. What a tough sacrifice getting millions from Bitmart. Wolf of Safemoon says, I agree, Gianni. Waiting for the rest of the V1 LP drops so that the whales can eat. D Libby says, trash. Love seeing the team. I'm out of the loop. Safemoon Joe is flipped. Good for him. Yeah, Joe flipped hard if you go watch his last, 5 videos. Thank you, Matt J. I appreciate that, man. The whole market is down. Yeah, the whole market's down, but the whole market didn't take millions of dollars out of their LP. Could you separate those things in your head and realize the difference? Is it really that hard to, in your brain, separate those two things, if that's what point you're making? So Crypto Control, we were doing sketchy V1 to V2 migration. Yeah, definitely. They weren't migrating the liquidity. They were using the BNB for buys on the V2, which made everybody get hyped because the price would go up a little bit. And then they would sell the Safemoon for reflections to the exchanges. You're done, son. No, I'm not. You're done. Just like I told Joe. CC is here to stay. That's right, Marianne. Safemoon to the moon. No FUD. That was tough to watch. Didn't do community any good whatsoever. I appreciate... I'll take this over nothing, right? I'd rather see them talking about anything than just radio silence for months on end with, delays. So... But I definitely, a lot of you guys are a lot more upset than me with Safe. It's kind of crazy to see. Wolf of Safemoon, we do have proof. You just don't want to see it. I'm here for you, crypto. I think this was too much drinking and talking about themselves. They did not address the FUD correctly and talk about the why. Yeah, I think that if you're upset about the FUD right now and they don't address it, then you're just going to be like, we just want them to address the FUD, and then we can talk about everything else. One other thing they could do is if they made the price of Safemoon go up a lot, people would forget all about the FUD. You know what I mean? I'd be willing to forget about the FUD. Do something. Sort of forget about the FUD. I wouldn't hide it. I'd still talk about it. But as long as investors were being taken care of through the project doing well, I wouldn't be as focused on the FUD. You know what I mean? Jimmy Handrino says, CC, I'll personally come to you and do the apology video if we're wrong. Okay, man, sounds good. Facts. I'm a holder still of Safemoon 2, by the way, but it's done. And he mentioned of P-Safemoon today. I don't think they said anything about P-Safemoon. If you guys want, I can do a Twitter space right now, and I can do it for the live stream for those of you guys that want to listen. And if you want to join the conversation, then you can just join my space. So I'll probably go ahead and do that. Just to have a conversation for about an hour about brain fart, about how you give you guys a chance to come and speak about how you feel about it, get it off your chest, express yourselves. So I'm gonna go ahead and open a Twitter space so that people can come up and talk. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start a space right now. You guys are welcome to join the space and tell me how much you hate me. That's okay. Gianni, I did go check my live streams. It's called John. It has a picture of the moon dog. Go watch that. I literally go through the blockchain. You're wrong again, buddy. Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm just going to open a space for a little bit and give people a chance to express how they felt about the new podcast. So if you watch the podcast, you're welcome to come up and tell me what you thought about it. Did you like it? Did you hate it? Did you feel like there was good information? Um, just going to open a space. I'll probably run like an hour, maybe 45 minutes to an hour with this space, and then we'll close it down. So if there's anybody in here who watched the podcast, you're welcome to come up. Just go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll let you up. I am critical of John, so I always try to not be. I always try to provide like a positive take on things, and then I end up just going into how I feel, which is, I'm just have a critical view, and there's a lot of trust that's been lost because of recent events. But honestly, I probably have a more positive perspective on their podcast than a lot of other holders that are very upset with the millions of tether on the blockchain. People hate when I say that. I personally, I kind of like that they get together and talk. I would like to have heard them talk more about the products, because right now it's like they're saying like, trust us, we have good things coming, but the products aren't actually being expressed on why they're going to be good or whatever. I would like to hear more of that on the podcast. Sorry, I just got a message from my girlfriend. So I think that's one thing that they could do that would be a lot more interesting, is to elaborate on the products and why they're so good. But I know it's just the first podcast, and yeah. So if you guys want to come up and express how you feel, you're definitely welcome to. And if not, then I can just rant about it for a little bit. A couple of things that stood out to me within the podcast is this is going to be a kind of a more negative thing, which is that they talked about FUD and how they deal with the FUD. And at one point during the podcast, they said that they enjoy the FUD because once they prove that the FUD is wrong and the FUDers move on to a new topic, then it just shows that they have proven them wrong. And I haven't personally seen that with any of the FUD that actually concerns me as an investor, which is the Bitmart deal, the selling of the Safemoon liquidity for reflections to Bitmart, and the tether that was received into the Gabe wallet and then off ramped. And that tether that was received should have went towards, it shouldn't have been tether, and it should have went to our liquidity pool. So that the thing that is most concerning when you talk about FUD hasn't been addressed yet. And I honestly, I wish that they would address these things. Like if they would just give us answers to what happened. Like, yes, we took this much from the Bitmart deal and we used it on HQ and we used it on these projects and we needed to pay these people. And because they said they would tell us, you know what I mean? People say they don't have to tell you, but they told us that they would tell us when they took liquidity. You know what I mean? They're the ones that told us that. So did they change their minds and say, well, never mind, we're not going to tell you? And I think that, the problems come down to that if John did use millions of dollars from selling the Safemoon liquidity to exchanges to buy himself a house, there's just not going to be a good answer for that. And I don't know how the Safemoon community would react to that. I know that there are certain people that would just be like, oh, okay, that's fine. They're okay with John spending 10 million on himself. But when it comes down to it, and it's actually really important that this isn't just about you and Safemoon succeeding. This is about a large community of people that put in $10, people that put in 100, people that put in thousands of dollars, 50,000, 100,000. And everybody, we all paid this tax. Like we created the ability for them to have millions of dollars. The community did. They didn't do that. It was the community that did that. And to be fair, we did it because we wanted to an opportunity to get rich. So it's just a lot of greed that goes into what built SafeMoon. It was built from greed by Kyle, and then investors got into it out of greed and out of the desire for a safe token that goes to the moon safely. And I think it really would have if the LP had never been touched. But if there's anybody that would like to come up, I'd appreciate it and give your opinion on the Safemoon podcast. Is there anybody that wants to come up? There we go. Thank you, Viper. I appreciate that. Hey, what's up, Viper? How's it going, bro?
Good, man. Good, good. I haven't talked in a while, man. Um, haven't joined a space in a hot minute, and really loved your YouTube spaces. Like I was, sorry, 100% in on all the stuff that you did for volume and being a new holder for SafeMoon, and amazing stuff that you did for people who didn't know about reflections, didn't know about volume, didn't know about any of that stuff. So like you always have a special place in my heart because you know it's yeah you taught me, you might have taught a bunch of people here, um, and it's anything else that you're talking about now. It's it is what it is, and I'm a Safemoon moderator, and I can go into it with you, but like it's not worth it. But just I just want to let you know, like, bro, I love you. I always will. You you made me hold Safemoon when Safemoon wasn't Safemoon, and just because of volume, and when everything comes out that happens with the exchange with all that stuff, it is what it is. You could talk about everything that you're talking about, but like it's not my company. I invested into a project, and regardless of you know what happens to it, or I'm a trusted member, so like I can't really speak on like a lot of the stuff you're talking about, which for me is ridiculousness. But I just want to let you know, like, your YouTube videos back in the day were fantastic, bro. And it just you made me put a certain amount of money into SafeMoon just to hold it and see where it goes. And in 5 years from now, we are doing, the volume that we're doing, like that's it. So, um, but anyway, I just wanted to say what's up. How's it going? I haven't talked to you in a long time. Um, and I won't be answering or any questions about this, that, and the other thing. And but I just it is what it is.
Thank you so much, man. It honestly, that means a lot to me that you would say that, I have to I started covering SafeMoon, and it was kind of like I had to make crappy videos. If you go, my first videos were just so stupid, and I had to like ease my foot into crypto, into what was going on, and into SafeMoon. And the community was awesome. Such a positive community behind you. I was like, holy cow, like the views aren't bad, and people are so positive and supportive of you. And so I just kind of eased my way into trying to figure out how do I bring value outside of just reading news and stuff. And then I saw DeFi Mark's videos, and I was like, well, he's made, SafeMoon Mark made the best SafeMoon videos that's ever been made. Like my videos don't even come close to his. So I was like, me and him kind of became friends, and I started asking him questions about reflections and stuff. And the goal was just to try to learn so that I could at least bring value to the
Bro,
videos.
absolutely. And I don't want to cut you off because I remember
You're
that. It was so fantastic. The fact that like you guys were going head and head, and it was really all information based, and somehow down the line, things got off track. But like I just wanted to come in here, like I said, I didn't mean to interrupt you because I loved your videos back in the day. Like they were so educational. Like if you hold a certain amount of safe moon at this point in time, and we have this much volume and blah 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 blah. Like this is what like there, you took the time and you took the effort to to do that. And regardless of the influencer who turned into fucking Darth Vader in the past couple weeks, um, who I actually enjoyed watching on the way home as well. Just didn't NFA, but I did Crip. I love you, bro. I don't really join a lot of spaces you go into just from what I see, but I enjoyed you so much earlier and what you did for the community, and I always appreciate that. So you always have my respect. So everything else that's happening, you know, I'm 100% safe, and bro, I trust it, um, and that's it. But yeah, go ahead. Listen, like I said, I loved your YouTube videos back in the day, and volume, and passive income, and this, that, and the other thing, and that's where I'm coming from as a holder, and that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, man, and it sucks because like for one, it's weird that I can be covering such negative things about SafeMoon and you're still like, you know what? I still love this guy. That's rare. Most people are like, man, CC, we used to like you, but you suck now. So it's cool that you were like, yeah, you're covering that stuff, but because of what you've done in the past, I still have an appreciation for you. And thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that. And my goal is not to convince anybody to sell. It's just to talk about all the information when I think it's important. I ignore negative things until I think it's important. Like if it's Thomas leaving, that's important to investors because of how big of a deal we saw Thomas back in the day. If it's Ryan leaving, and when it's the stuff I'm talking about now, I do feel like it is important because before any of this started, I had two questions on my mind before CoffeeZilla made any videos. And I know we don't want to go too far into it, but I just kind of want to explain my mindset, which is that I was like, where did they get all their money from? Because they clearly have millions of dollars and I don't see any taxes or anything going towards the team. And then my other question is, what if these lawsuits become a big deal? Can that have a negative impact on the future of Safemoon? So I personally, I don't like how I feel about it, but I feel like until it's addressed, I can't not do and talk about these things. And it sucks because there's a lot of people who I was really cool with, who I don't want them to see me as like their enemy, but I will be this person that talks about these things until they either address it or until they do something to make the price go up so that the investors are getting their money back. Because not because I think it's false, but because I think it's worth and important to talk about these things. I always say this, like when you're telling, and I think there's actually an obligation to everybody who's heard about these things to, if you're, to research these things to figure out whether it's true or not. Because if you've heard about something, and I'm not saying this to you, but just to anybody, and you just say, whatever, well, you're ignoring possibly a huge piece of information that could affect somebody's investment. And if you were telling, like, say, your friends or your family about an investment, if you only told them the positive things about that investment and you withheld a bunch of negative things that you knew, that would be dishonest. And if they trusted you, they'd say, oh, they said that this project's amazing and all this stuff, and they would buy. So in my mind, when it comes to the community and how we engage with each other, that the typical format is usually to kind of reinforce the positivity that everything's going to be amazing one day. And I don't feel like that's the most realistic and honest approach to information, to determining whether a product is actually going to be useful and making SafeMoon do well. I don't think we should automatically assume that it's going to be amazing. I think there should be some real dissection of how it could actually produce profit and utility and adoption. Um, so when you talk about investments, I personally feel that the most honest approach you can have is to present the good and the bad. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't want to hear about the bad. They don't want to hear about Kyle and Thomas and Bitmart and all these things. And I understand why, but at the same time, I feel like the most honest approach to the investment right now is to talk about those things. And I know that you don't want, I'm not trying to bring anybody into this conversation that doesn't want to have it, and you're a moderator, and I don't want to get you in trouble, but if you want to talk at any point, feel free to message me, and maybe we could talk a little bit about this. And maybe if you feel like I'm wrong on anything, I'm willing to hear you out. And I've been telling everybody that if you think I'm wrong, I'm respectful. I can be kind to you while you disagree with me, and just show me where you think I'm wrong. And if you can really show me where I'm wrong, I will admit it and I will talk about it publicly. So appreciate that, Viper. We can go ahead and go over to Charles and then Vinyl.
Hey, Crypto. So long time listener, first time caller, so to speak. Um, so I've spent a lot of time listening to you, and I apologize if I cut in and out. My service here is not that great, so to speak. But anyways, there's a lot that's going on in that podcast that I still don't feel confident with. I am a Safemoon holder. I do have, a fairly decent amount of tokens in my bag, and it's kind of depressing when I see that bag is worth, $5,000-6,000 and it drops down to $800. It's very, very, very depressing, and to see the CEO rolling around like he's you know um, he's got some pretty big bags himself. It's like here I'm holding on to pennies, and unfortunately, it is an investment. I did put my money into it. I am willing to lose that money, but here's the thing: like if I'm going to lose my money. I would much rather lose my money because the company actually tried its best, that they were producing products, and just for some reason the floor fell out from underneath them and it went belly up. Not because, someone who is like pretty high up on the food chain there is taking the money. That's two different types of losses that we're talking about here. um and I feel that stuff really needs to be addressed. um that's the only way that's going to be able to get rid of it. I really think that the only FUD that they're talking about, that they have proven wrong, so to speak, was the wallet. They released the wallet and FUD just kind of disappeared off the wallet and went to something else. That was really like the only example that they were talking about. Like right now, their security tech that they're talking about, they outsourced it. So if they outsourced the the assets to create this security tech, then what's the internal team doing? Could they have been working on the blockchain? Could they have been working on the exchange? Could they have been working on releasing the debit card? There, the debit card, in my opinion, is not going to raise the price. It's actually going to lower the price, just because it's going to influence selling. But at the same time, it's more than just lowering the price. That's a delivery of a product that has not been given to us. Time and time and time again, we are being disappointed. These items that's supposed to be coming out, and then they want to like try to shade it. So they were talking about this debit card, that it was the old team members that pushed, quarter two, quarter two, quarter two. By the end of quarter two, it wasn't. John had said it himself. Mr. Adult had said it himself. The Safemoon official Twitter page said it themselves, that yes, it's going to be end of quarter two. And it was not the old team, So it's like there's a lot of fishy pieces behind everything. And I just don't think that podcast really satisfied the the hunger for information that I think that we as investors really deserve. Um, and I've been into some pretty big arguments with a lot of maxis on Twitter. And it kind of sucks because like they want to call me a fudder, they want to call me a whiner because I'm asking questions. What about P Safe Moon? P Safe Moon is like it's forgotten. You know, like John had tweeted about he tweeted that Tupac quote, and I had commented in there. I was like, hey, so what about P Safe Moon? You hadn't even had them at your table eating in a very long time. I mean, when are we going to bring them into the shuttle with us? There's no response, nothing. And like they didn't even go out of their way to block me, even, because I mentioned P Safe Moon. There were some individuals that got blocked because of it, but I feel like my rant's just about over here. I got it just about all of it out. Not so much as questions, but my perspective on a lot of this. I do appreciate you allowing me to have this time to speak.
No, I appreciate it. You're welcome to say your piece on the podcast. It's hard because part of me likes them doing a podcast because it's basically what they were doing with their AMAs. They recorded a video that was scripted, and that became the AMAs. It wasn't actually live, and then so it's kind of this new type of AMA with John and three of his surrounding people, where they talk about things and they lightly address the FUD. But I think because this FUD is so major, it's not like a small thing. It's like the worst thing that could happen in a project, which would be to sell the liquidity and to take it for profit. on a large scale. If it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, people wouldn't probably care too much. We'd be like, yeah, of course they need money, they need to pay themselves. But when you look at spending millions of dollars on houses and cars, and while your products aren't coming out, while investors are down, it's like you should not be putting yourself first. You should be putting the project first. Like take care of yourself, get food and stuff, but like reward yourself when your investors have been rewarded, not reward yourself before while everybody's down and we're all buying in on these products that aren't coming out. The exchange didn't come out, the blockchain didn't come out. And I understand that. I understand delays happen. I'm open to that, but the part I'm not open to is kind of what you're talking about is this FUD that is not like a minor detail. It's not like a small piece of FUD. It's like I couldn't imagine FUD worse than this that needs to be addressed other than audio coming out of him saying, screw the investors or something. But I think that because there's such heavy FUD out there and such heavy information regarding the blockchain and his house being doxxed and the house being bought and that money being moved on those wallets days before it was bought, it's like, dude, you can't talk about other things with this information out there and expect us to be okay with it. And I think a lot of you investors are actually more upset than me. I didn't realize today until I did this live stream and we watched the podcast. You guys are pissed. You guys are more pissed than I am. And it could be that you guys have invested more, or you trusted more, you believed more. And that's why you guys are so upset. But when they talk about Safemoon community within the podcast being the soul of Safemoon, then unite your community by being transparent with them. Because right now your community is divided between maxis and people who question what you guys have done. So if you guys really care about the community, then provide us some clarity, give us some answers. And maybe those answers just aren't going to be good answers. You know what I mean? Sometimes if you do something wrong, there's no great answer because the truth is just going to be, yes, I did something wrong, or yes, I got $2 million house and I gave myself millions of dollars. And how is the community going to take that? How are the maxis going to take that? I mean, some of them have already said that they were cool with it.
Wow.
But I think that others probably are not going to be okay if that was admitted. So I think John's in a dangerous position as far as that goes, but the community is divided. But it also could be that he still has to watch what he's saying with the lawsuits going on. That he might, if he does come out and tell us the truth, maybe it'll further incriminate him with the lawsuits or whatever else is going on. So we might just be in this situation where it just sucks for everybody until it plays out. Let's go ahead and go over to Vinyl.
Yeah, I just want to say, before Vinyl goes up,
Yeah.
bro. I listen, back in the day, loved all your videos. It's fantastic. You brought me so much education to Safemoon that you made me hit my bag goal. A lot of stuff that you're talking about it's all hearsay, and I can't comment because I don't really know everything, and even if I did, I would never say anything anyway. But you made me solidify my bag back in the day, bro, and my bag is still solidified being a mod, and the friendships that I've made through the team. So anybody who wants to flood it out, yep, and all the expenses and this, that, and the other thing, and I'm not going to go too far into it. You guys can do what you want, but like CC, bro, I love you, man, and I will always, I'll be 75 years old, going. I've fed this crypto control one time, and he broke down everything, and blah blah blah. That will happen, regardless of where Satan goes. And I love you guys, and I'm gonna bounce out of here.
Thanks, man. I love you too, man. I really like that you can hear us saying probably things that people hate to hear. Like usually I get a lot of hate over this and we're just cool with each other. Like that's how I am. Like you can decide that you love Safemoon and that all of this is bullcrap and I can still be okay with you.
Well, yes, absolutely, but it's different from my side because I'm on the other side of the fence.
Mhm.
Like I don't know a ton, but I'm on the other side of the fence, so I can't say, even if I did know anything, I can't say what you're talking about. And there's moderators in here, and there's people in here that so I'm going to trust the process. I'm going to trust my investment, and if the CEO or whoever of any coin or whatever wants to take profits, it's not my coin. Like, yeah, I'm not the president, you know. So, and I'm not saying that that's happened, but I'm just saying, you know, if you know, I like crypto. Like, listen, I know you got a lot of FUD and a lot of hate, and but I loved you back in the day, bro. And I just wanted to let you know that. And Joe and everybody who was back in the day with like full safe moon. I was on board. You guys know, you know my name. I'm not hyping anything, but I just you know, to question something, yes, absolutely. But you know, to be on the other side of the fence where you guys aren't, like, you know, you guys really don't, you know, you don't know. And I trust the process, and I'm going to trust the process regardless of
Well,
what comes out, what's
I
said.
would say this, you know, I would look into it before saying, you know, that we don't know, and then decide for yourself. Because all I want is I don't want anybody to buy or sell or do anything. I just want everybody to be respectful to each other and to decide for themselves. And I want the flow of information to happen. I don't want to try to silence people from talking about the exchange or the blockchain or good things, but I don't want to silence people from talking about bad things as well. And what we see a lot
Absolutely,
of in
and
the
that's why
space
I'm
is a lot of people don't want you to talk about the bad things, and they turn on
uh,
you and hate you and lie about you.
sure.
So,
And
and to
that's why
me,
I'm not
like,
being a jerk, because I
no, you're not.
respect
You're
you.
awesome.
Because
I wish
no,
everybody
because
would be
like,
like
listen,
you.
bro, like there is a bunch of people in here that have never seen the videos that you put on about volume, about SafeMoon, about, like, you know, like there's a bunch of just, you know, and I, you know, I grew up on that, like for the past year. So, like, you know, there was some hard times with SafeMoon. Um, and when I would click on Crypto Control YouTube, we're talking about volume and this, that, and the other thing. And regardless of everything that you're talking about and everything that has happened and prior, if we just talking about the token becoming a coin, turning into a blockchain, SafeMoon exchange, and volume, it, you know, you will be, you know, I don't want to say rectified, but just like you know, it's gonna be.
Well,
You
he,
always have a special place in my heart for being a new token holder,
yeah.
first Safe Moon holder, and showing me the way, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Awesome, man. Yeah, like once again, I really it's awesome to hear somebody liked my videos. So thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Let's go ahead and go over to Vinyl. I don't want to keep him waiting any longer, and then we'll go to Omi Doge.
Hi, yeah, no, I'm like Viper. Like I really used to like your old stuff where you used to obviously break things down, like what Viper was saying. But with, I mean, I'm not a maxi in the sense of, you know, I don't want to hear any bad news, and I think that everything SafeMoon does is 100% perfect. But I kind of feel that, you know, now when we kind of see your name pop up, or you've done it, you put out a tweet, it feels like you're going to kind of jump on a negative again and kind of rehash things you've said before. And I think what you're asking are legitimate questions, and I think we should all like have critical thinking and kind of ask good questions when obviously our money is involved. But I feel like you've asked the question, and we should kind of just wait and kind of get the answer, because it feels like people like Charles, for instance, you know, there's a lot of investors just like him who are getting very, very scared. And obviously, I, you know, just kind of listening to him, he was like repeating so much of the FUD that's out there, you know, on, I don't know, like, I think I heard you just say just today that there was $10 million taken out of LP. Like, I very much doubt that, because, you know, wasn't we talking about the house being like 2 million, for instance? And then we're saying actually it wasn't taken out of LP, it was taken out of the Bitmart matchmaking account and all this sort of thing. And if it is taken from that, like, maybe because it's a business, he's used those funds and then he's going to reallocate it other places. I think that there's so many possible explanations. It's like we should kind of ask the question And at the right time, I think he would answer, because with John Caroni's whole thing has been about, compliance and doing things the right way and having legal and having finance departments. So it just doesn't tally that all of a sudden he would just take 10 million and go buy a car and buy a house with it. Because even when, we've had other YouTubers look into the house, they're saying, oh, actually it's under a company name. And we know that John Caroni and the COO at the time created that company, which was something to do with Safemoon. We know Safemoons all comes under an umbrella of companies. So that would mean, and I've heard John Caroni say before as well, that Safemoon's involved with a little bit of real estate. So he hasn't put it under his personal name. He's put it under a company name. And we know that he owns the company. So that would logically say that Safemoon has acquisitions. So I think that John Caroni is acting for the best of the company. I'm not saying that out of blind faith. I'm just trying to kind of gauge it, because I don't want to lose money. I probably put in, I don't want to like be showing off or anything, but I put in, way more than, obviously I was banking on certain targets being hit, and product releases coming out kind of roughly to when they've said. So obviously now I'm wishing, okay, I should have sold at all-time highs. So I've kind of got caught out. So I'm definitely not trying to look at things through rose-colored glasses. I want to kind of know, okay, is this going to work? If not, possibly. I mean, I've got no doubt. I think Safemoon will work in the long run, but I've got to critically think: will it do well in the next, 12 months? Because if not, there's other projects I can get my money back potentially from, other projects. So I need to kind of look at it critically, and I don't think that John Caroni would steal funds. That just sounds ludicrous to me.
So I guess
Exactly.
have you looked at the tether, the millions of dollars of tether going to the Gabe wallet? Have you looked at that?
Yeah, so I remember when it all
Right.
came out, and obviously I looked at your video. I think you came out with a video, I think yesterday or the day before. And it was a couple million, wasn't it? And I actually did
No,
go in BSC scan.
it was a lot. You have to go to Etherscan. You have to look at it on Etherscan.
Oh, okay.
But like honestly, like he was in the military. His entire family worked for the CIA. Do you honestly think? And this is me speaking out the box, like just
Yeah, you're
that
fine.
that like his family worked for the CIA. Do you honestly think that John will be scanning off the top for some reason? Look, like crypto. Like
Well,
I love you,
it's not
bro.
it's
Like
not
there's
about
no
what we think
way.
or don't think.
There's
It's
no way,
if you
dude.
look at,
Like
well, let me say
there's
this,
no
Viper.
way.
If you look at
Right.
criminal cases, right? And
Yeah.
people kill their children, right? You've heard of some crazy ass stories.
Listen. And John had stated, like, listen, I really don't want to
Well,
go to
Viper, let
jail.
me finish. I need to
Okay,
make this
yep,
point
go
so
ahead.
I can
Yeah, go ahead.
progress the
Absolutely. Sure, go
conversation.
ahead.
People do things that are wildly stupid, wildly out of character, but it's not an argument that they didn't do those things. So yes, John would, it doesn't fit the scenario. It sounds crazy that John would do that, but it doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, when we talk about his parents being CIA, yes, his mom owns the Barajali Group, and the Barajali Group, after John went down to the Gambia for the 32 birthday, we all knew he was in the Gambia, and then he came back and basically said, while our efforts in the Gambia, we're still pursuing it, but we're doing it through a new way. And basically, whatever we had going through the Barajali Group, which was his connections to the Gambia, were cut off. And the Barajali Group separated themselves and distanced themselves from their son, who owns Safemoon. But all of that it doesn't matter, because what we're talking about is what happened. And if I would just say, like, look, I'm not trying to convince you or not convince you, but if you haven't looked at it, then you're not going to really know. You have to go look at it. You have to go look at the Gabe wallet. You have to figure out, is that actually John's? You have to go look at the Bitmart deal and see that 10 million plus goes through these different wallets and goes to the same Kraken account that's connected to his Moondog that he bought, that he claimed on Twitter. You can see the dates that verify that that's his wallet. I mean, there's a lot of information. If you haven't looked, it's going to sound crazy, but you have to look. And we can't just say, well, somebody wouldn't do that because that would be really stupid and really selfish. That's not a reason to not look at the information.
Can I just say something on that point?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, and I know you're saying, yeah, I should look at it and kind of write it all down and remember it word for, every line of transaction. I can't remember now, but like I did hear all the allegations at the time. I looked at, some of the Gabe wallet, for instance. I looked at that on BSC scan. I know you're saying I should look at Etherscan as well.
Yeah, it's not on BSC.
Yeah, but what my point is, obviously having run companies before, like there could be so many explanations for those transactions that we could kind of, I don't want to, because it feels like what a lot of the YouTubers are doing is you're kind of tarring him with that brush before we've got all before we've heard his version of events. And obviously, there's some reason he can't get into it now, but it's like, I'm sure through the course of time we will find out. So I kind of think we should kind of, instead of saying he's definitely stolen it, he's definitely got cars out of our money, it would have been higher if it wasn't for him getting these cars and getting these houses. And we're going too far down that rabbit hole.
I don't think I think if you look at it, you're not going too far. Why did Bitmart send the Gabe wallet $10 million of tether?
Yeah, so you're asking why. So wasn't Thomas saying there's various ways you can make money in crypto, and what a lot of people don't understand, you can do it through the matchmaking, right?
The market maker as well.
Yeah, the market making. So
Thomas threw out a couple explanations, and if you go listen to his 2-hour interview with CoffeeZilla.
Yeah, I listened to that. I think it was you that recommended we listen.
Yeah, it's definitely a good listen.
Yeah, I listened.
I don't think that everything being said there is true, but I think you can pick stuff out and try to get a picture. But he said that that they would send them. They were migrating. This is our liquidity being migrated. They weren't migrating our liquidity like they should have. That would have helped with the stability of the price if they had migrated our liquidity. They didn't do it that way. They took the BNB, they created a buy on the PancakeSwap version 2, and then they took the Safemoon and they sold it over the counter to exchanges for reflections, because exchanges chose, according to Thomas, to not try to do the tokenomics, but to just do it this way through getting the Safemoon through us selling our LP. Is the way that John chose to get them the Safemoon to distribute the reflections once a month on Bitmart. Now, if that's so, the Safemoon is being sold over the counter to Bitmart, and then we see, if you go look at it on Etherscan, it's just one of them because it's all over the place. There's different places and different wallets. There's 13 million, I think, is what it was. It was like 13 million on this one page on Etherscan with the Gabe wallet. Of Tether going to the Gabe wallet. That does not go to our liquidity. That goes to a Kraken account. That's also, money goes to the Gabe wallet and goes to that same Kraken account. It's called Kraken 7. And then money goes to the Devil wallet and goes to the same Kraken account. So we see the Gabe wallet and the Kraken, the Devil wallet,
all the
off-ramping millions of dollars of Tether in the same place.
Yeah.
So were they making millions of dollars of profit that had, and where that was Coffee's question is, where is this coming from?
So then obviously the company's accruing, this is just one plausible explanation. Now, I'm not even going to delve too deep into it, but I'm just saying, obviously the company's accruing costs, right? And they're taking on a lot of, new staff, and obviously they've got premises, and, they're running, their burn rate must be very high. Can we agree to that? So,
sure. I'm not sure what you mean by burn rate.
So on a monthly basis, they must be spending a lot of money on like staffing costs and obviously all the other costs accrued. So obviously they're doing a lot of research and development. They're flying all over the place. They're hiring expensive, directors and all these different departments. I don't think they would do that just on the basis of, there's going to be like 1% from every transaction that at a later date we're going to draw down on. Like they can't be basing it on future projections. I think they secured themselves first. I don't think you could take on that sort of level of staff just off the basis of we might be able to pay you. I think like John would have enough expertise around him who told him how to organize the finances, and it was to get money into a USD account and then base it off that and then kind of scale going forward. I don't think it would be just based off the 1% growth fund.
No, we didn't have the 1% growth fund. All
I
this
know,
happened
exactly. We didn't
way
even have
before
that
any
then.
of this.
Yeah, we didn't even
So
have that then.
I
But
know, here's a couple things. I know that's John's house. I know that John was going to put it in his name and then was advised that it would probably be better to put it under the LLC. I know that Bitmart said that 5% liquidity would be sent, of the volume on Bitmart would be sent to the developers to be added to the liquidity for Safemoon tokens, is what it says. If you look that up on, you Google Bitmart Safemoon, that's what their explanation is of Bitmart, of the transactions within Safemoon. Why is it sending it to the developers, the Safemoon? And we could say maybe John was somehow making $10+ million that wasn't coming from a tax of the investors and somehow was coming from a market maker. But that just seems highly unlikely. But I definitely advise that if somebody has a strong opinion on it but hasn't looked into it yet, that you should definitely go look into it more before you have a strong opinion on it, and see it for yourself, and then come to your own conclusion.
I don't have a strong opinion on it. I'm like, maybe you're right, maybe you're not right. I don't know. But what I know is that I don't think we're going to be able to piece this together without hearing like his version of events, or obviously it goes through the legal process and then we find out. I don't think over YouTube we can kind of just say this definitely happened and kind of get I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying, like, anybody, I don't think we can kind of piece it together from the outside. So it's sort of like a decision of, okay, do we think this is a master criminal at work here? Or do we think that, or it could be, which probably I think you're thinking, is that he done these things, he got a bit greedy, and he done these things, and then he kind of a bit later thought, oh, do you know what? Maybe I should kind of try and run this company responsibly and try and put the money back slowly or something like that. But I don't think. I think we can't kind of. I think we're going too far.
Yeah, I think, and we just have it.
Stolen
It's okay.
money.
We just have a difference of opinion there. I think it is very easily seen on the blockchain. If you go look at the days before he bought the house, he pulled out the exact amount of money that he needed, which came from that tether. So Generation's actually pretty smart. He's smarter than me and knows his stuff pretty well. What's up, Generation?
I wouldn't say that, but I appreciate the introduction.
No, it's true, man. It's true.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple things, if that's okay. There's a lot of confusion with the Ronin groups. So there's actually 5 different LLCs that we've discovered with the name Ronin that are tied to John Crony in some way. The one that purchased the house was actually created about 8 days before the purchase of the home. So the one that you're referring to, the one in the UK that actually has his name tied to it there, that one is a separate LLC that was made months prior. The one that actually bought the home was made about a week or so before the purchase of the home, and then the transactions on blockchain were about 2 to 3 days before the purchase of the home for cash out in almost nearly the exact value of the home, probably plus closing costs and everything else that comes along with that. Another thing as well to touch on is with the liquidity pools. So a lot of people, I think, get confused with what liquidity pools are, what their intended functions are, and what those funds can and cannot be used for. So when it comes to liquidity pools are specifically and only designed to facilitate trades. So when you go to a centralized exchange like Coinbase or Kraken or any of the other ones you can go out and name like Binance, what's happening there is they have market makers, which are actual individuals that are facilitating trades. So you have a buying party, you have a selling party, and then there's literally people or an algorithm that they function that actually matches buyers to sellers and they provide the liquidity for those trades to actually occur. And so that's why it's hard to start a centralized exchange, is because it requires a lot of capital to get those started in order to facilitate all of that trading. What's cool about a DEX is that it requires relatively low funds, and what happens is you get a token pairing, usually to the on-chain coin. So in our case, it was with Safemoon and with Binance, or BNB. And what happened there is there's a ratio between the tokens that are the BNB and the tokens that are Safemoon, Safemoon version 1 and Safemoon version 2 in both instances. And what's happening is, as that ratio changes, meaning there's more Safemoon to BNB and vice versa, then it's going to alter the price and set the market for what trades are going to facilitate at. So that liquidity pool acts basically as that market maker, as instead of it matching a direct buyer to a direct seller, it's going to have an algorithmic price based upon the liquidity that's going to dictate the current price. So if a ton of people start selling, it's going to obviously cause the price to change. Or if a ton of people start buying, it's going to cause the price to change. And the reason for those changes is the ratio difference between the two tokens or coins that are in the liquidity pairing. So anytime you have a liquidity pool, none of those funds are ever or should ever be utilized for company funds. Those are specifically only for matchmaking between facilitating trades. It is not a company wallet. It should never be used as a company wallet. Those are considered public or community funds. So when we talk about, well, John must have used liquidity funds, even if it was for business expenses, like using it for the billboards in New York, or even if it was for paying for company salaries, that should not have come out of liquidity funds. That's a very, very bad business practice, and it actually hurts the project because it causes massive volatility, especially towards the negative direction with your projects. You're actually hurting your project by taking away from public funds. Early on, must have been back in April, John actually posted in Discord that if they were ever to use liquidity funds for anything other than for liquidity, it would go to community vote, and the community would be very well advised that those funds are moving for those purposes. So what we have here is all the funds that were going from Bitmart supposed to go towards the liquidity pool to strengthen that liquidity pool pairing and build a better, less volatile price. Instead, those funds were used for off-chain to being brought to fiat for purposes that some of which we don't know, and that's true. But there's too many coincidences over and over and over with car purchases, home purchases, and other factors that leads one to believe that those funds had to go towards those purchases. If they wanted to use Safemoon funds for things like business expenses or other things like that, that's totally fine, but that should be implemented in the upfront tokenomics so that people are made aware that this 1%, like they do have in the version 2, is utilized for company funds or for whatever you want to name it, but it's essentially used to pay salaries, it's used for advertising, for marketing. That's why you have so many DeFi projects out there that have literally in their tokenomics a section dedicated towards marketing. It's for those specific purposes. Or they say it's for operation costs, which is to pay the dev team or to make sure that everything's running well on the dApp and the other expenses that come along with running a project. When John bought the home in September, that home was bought before the wallet came out, before the swap came out, or before any Safemoon products were available other than just the facilitating of trades on exchanges and through PancakeSwap at that point. So there was no way that John could have generated that amount of money for himself in order to purchase a home of that value, plus the vehicles and everything else that he had, if it had not somehow come out of liquidity funds or something else out of Safemoon that was not dedicated towards the team. Because up until that point, there was no funds generated by partners, by any products they had done, any merchandise, nothing like that had been generated to that level that would warrant that amount of spending up until that point when he purchased the home. And so that's why we're saying when you really look into this stuff and you look at all these trades and you watch the funds go from Bitmart and you see it going out to the same account, you watch the multiple different things with the South by Southwest NFT that ties for without any doubt that that wallet was owned by John, or the Moondog NFT, and these other transactions that you start to see patterns on based upon his behavioral patterns in real life, you start to notice a behavioral pattern, and you can very easily tie that this wallet is indeed John's, and it is moving millions of dollars to the amount that just myself and a few others have seen more than $20 million that have been pulled out of the Gabe or the Devil wallet to centralized exchanges in fiat. Even with $20 million, I don't think I've seen Safemoon produce a single product or have enough people that they pay to warrant $20 million of cash being used. Even if you include the billboard, that's still not $20 million. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. There's a lot of things I can go on for hours, and I don't want to take up too much time. But I can point you to several different examples on chain and through custodial funds and through pictures and through testimonials, all showing that the actions that John has taken over time have been unethical. And so I'll leave it at that. I understand a lot of people have a lot of faith, and at one point I had a lot of hope for the project as well. And it was a long process for me to speak more publicly about my distaste for a lot of the actions that were taken. And that was only after I felt very confident from what I had discovered or what people had told me or what I had seen before I was able to speak publicly or anything of that nature. Because as a content creator on YouTube, when you're speaking about a project in a mostly positive light and it's getting you a lot of views, why would you want to bite your own hand and say something if you don't like something, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. So I wanted to make sure that if I was going to say something that was going to affect how people felt or how I was perceived, I needed to make sure that what I was saying and how I was feeling was justified and that it had a certain level of truth to it. And so that's why I went down that route. Obviously, it doesn't make me popular saying these things, especially amongst the people that I've surrounded myself by. But I've done it because it is a truth, and I would rather people be made aware of that truth and come to their own conclusions than to just kind of walk away and then leave them just high and dry when I have all this information that could potentially change how people see things and the decisions that they would make in relation to that particular investment.
Thanks, Generation. I really appreciate that. If you want to, you can stay up here. I think you have your stuff together, so I think it would be valuable for you to maybe be able to answer some of people's questions.
For sure.
Awesome, man. I appreciate that. Generation's a great guy, guys. Let's go ahead and get Sus up here. I know he's been trying to get up here. Hey, what's up, Sus?
Hey, yeah, I wanted to speak on a few things. A lot of things were said earlier that I'm just mind blown by it. People are sitting here trying to say, well, what if they did this and what if they did that? I mean, you have to understand that if what they originally intended, what they advertised, what they did is they touched LP. There's undeniable evidence that they had touched the LP and they're not supposed to. I mean, that's embezzlement. That's theft or misappropriation of funds placed in one's trust or belonging to one's employer. So I run a company and I literally run a company that makes like $50 million a year. And if any standard company did this, people would be going to jail. And what I'm very curious about is these other others businesses like the Ronin. I think Crypto Control said, Generation Crypto said that there were 5 other ones. I would want to look into these because when you have that many opening up, besides that, he had Blue Triangle, he had a couple, one other one, I believe, that, I'm kind of scared that they're probably going to use it as shell corporations, money coming in, not producing revenue, coming in, leaving, going to another one. I want to start following that. So I'm going to look into that myself. But just the mental gymnastics of not, making excuses and not looking and following. I mean, the blockchain doesn't lie. And you have to look at it yourself and understand what you're looking at. Because 9 times out of 10, did you look at this? Yes, I did. Well, it's right there. Did you check Etherscan? No, I didn't. Well, it's undeniable. And they're not answering to it. There's just so many red flags. And I just don't understand how people can be just intentionally blind to it and just try to make up excuses when, they're saying, what if this business does that or this, and doesn't understand business whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that I get that. I get how you feel. Like, I get it with certain people, especially when it's certain things that are just right in front of our face. And it's like, it's right there. That's kind of one of the things I talked about is through Thomas and Hank and Jack leaving and through Ryan leaving, because I got so attacked by pointing out all the signs that were there before they really happened. I said to the Safemoon Army, I'm like, a lot of you guys are not reliable sources of perspective on negative information. But what I want more than that is just like as long as you can be respectful, let people come to their own conclusions. If they might have to work their way through a lot of their own thoughts to get to the same result, or they might just not get to that result. And that's not to say that, we absolutely know everything. But I do agree that, like, if you have doubts on this thing, like, look into it yourself and then come to a conclusion. But you can't really try to defend something that you haven't looked into yet.
I do
So,
want
yeah.
to touch back on the house thing. Well, the house could be, it's in the business's name. People don't put their personal houses in a business name. Usually, you have business credit, you have personal credit. Half the time when you're putting things of personal value into a business name that's going to be yours, is you're trying to separate yourself personally from it.
Yeah, and the thing that sucks about all this, I just want to say this real quick, sorry, Generation, is that because they aren't telling us, we have to hypothesize. And it's like when you're putting a crime scene together, it doesn't mean you're going to know everything perfectly, but we just have to use what information we can to come up with what theories we can, and then put what seems most likely to what we think happened. So that's all we can do until they just officially come out and say, hey, I did this.
Well, why wouldn't you even, like, let's say, other cryptos, you have a certain percentage, you have a frickin' 10% tax. You went to a V2, you had another version. You could have put that into the contract and be paying your said people. You haven't produced any products. And if you really needed money that bad, you could have acquisitioned in the contract to the community to pull a certain amount of the LP to be transparent.
I agree.
No,
I
100% agree. Go ahead, Generation. Sorry, that's what I was going to say.
No, you're okay. I was just say I agree with you too, Sus. And if you need that information on those companies, just DM me and I can give you that information.
I just DM'd you. I'm going to start looking at it because I follow this in politics, not just this. And 5 different Ronin groups, I have a big itch or feeling that there's going to be money coming in, going out, and not claiming any actual revenue.
Yeah, wait till you see who the agent on these companies are. But besides that, I just wanted to touch on the house with the purchasing via LLC. So I actually work in insurance here in Utah. So I insure a lot of homes and particularly commercial properties as well as personal lines that are bought through LLCs and trusts. And when it comes to that, there are quite a few people who will actually, at least here in Utah, they will actually buy homes via LLC and
remember how you left
those homes.
Wet and all that stuff? That's what you're trying to do now?
That wasn't me. Wait, what?
Hey, Ami, can you please mute
Sorry,
your mic?
I muted him.
Okay.
Ami, don't. Yeah.
Hot mic.
Awesome. So when it comes to that, I've seen quite a few people, and it's not uncommon, especially here in the state, for people to purchase under LLC. And what you said there at the end is exactly right. It's because they want to protect their assets. So they may have a company, they may have, other assets in some capacity, and so they usually break up the properties they own or the only property they own under a separate LLC. That way, if anything was to happen, such as you own your vehicles typically, and if you're driving down the road and you get in a major accident, and all of a sudden you're now held responsible for hundreds of thousands of dollars in bodily injury damages, they can go after your property, they can go after other things, and so that company protects that asset.
Yes. So if it ever takes a shit too, well, it goes against the company.
Exactly.
That's all I got.
Okay, we can go to Safemoon, Taiwan.
Hey, I love Safemoon, you guys, but I just got a question, man. It's like, if you guys don't like Safemoon, you guys think it's a scam, John Caroni doing all of this, all right, you guys got one or two options. You guys can either take it to the government, to the FBI, to your local authorities, or you can just stop talking about it. Because listen, I just looked at both of y'all pages, Crypto Control and Crypto Generation. The moment when you don't talk about Safemoon, your videos don't even get over 1,000 views. Like, you're using Safemoon to be able to, to build your name up. Like, oh yeah, who's Crypto Control? Oh yeah, that's the guy who talked about Safemoon. Like, you're using and abusing the power of Safemoon. That's why you talk about Safemoon all day. You got Evergrow. You got Evergrow as your background. I don't never hear you talk about Evergrow videos anymore. You never talk about Evergrow. And then you have another guy up here with you that has the Evergrow symbol, both FUD and Safemoon. We're supposed to be partners, bro. And look at you. You over here trying to talk bad about our CEO.
Hey,
No, no.
hey, Taiwan. I'd love to have this conversation with you. So you think that we should, if we're not happy with SafeMoon, we should just sell and go
Yeah,
away and stop
why,
talking about it?
and tell me why not. And tell me exactly why not. Because people like me, you see, I work hard for my money. And if I'm getting scammed, let me get scammed. I make more money. I invest in another project. But people like you who are only trying to just come in these spaces and talk bad about SafeMoon. You was a holder at one point. I used to look at your videos, bro. And
I'm still a holder. I'm still a
okay,
holder.
so but why? Tell me why are you holding if you believe in all? If you believe everything you're saying, and and if so, you know, and Safe Moon do go down because of you. Why do you hold? Why?
Yeah.
Hey, don't. Can I say something?
I'd like to talk to him for a second if the panel doesn't
Yeah.
mind. I really enjoy these
Okay,
conversations.
come on, let's go.
Yeah. Why haven't I sold? Because it's when you have an investment, it's not necessarily, hey, if there's anything that you don't like about it, you have to sell. I decide to sell when I hit that point. For me, that point is a different point. Other people said, if Ryan leaves, I'm selling, and they sold. For me, why I haven't sold is because I haven't reached the point, and other people have, where I say, you know what, that's the last straw and I have no hope. This entire time I've said, you know what, even though all these bad things have happened, that doesn't mean that they might not put something out. And I tell people, I say, don't get afraid and sell. But I guess the reason is why don't you want me to talk about this? Why are you trying to get me to go
No,
away?
no, I'm not trying to get you to go away. I don't want you to go away. Safe Moon embraces everybody around the world. It's an embracing thing. But the moment when people like you not embracing everybody, you're basically trying to cause the division by saying, hey, look over here. We got these certain things going on. We got these things going. Well, if you, like how you say, you got a certain point. If you got a point, why don't you tell the army when your point is? And so those people that want to leave with you, they can leave with you. Like, it's simple. If you want people to leave or you waiting for your breaking point, tell this audience your breaking point so when they see their breaking point, they can just leave. Like, we don't
Bro,
need people coming in here, you know, coming back door. You know, like we don't need people coming into, you know, our safe
Taiwan,
move.
Taiwan, what is wrong with us talking about our concerns with the investment?
No, because listen, right? I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah.
I know people like you, bro. And people like you say, oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with talking about our investment. But how much money did you put in there where you can actually talk about this in a bad light?
I
Because if
could
you
put in 1 penny and talk about it however I want,
but
just like you
listen,
can.
but
Just like you can.
no, I know. Listen, that's understandable. But see, it's people like you why average good people like me miss actually good things because now you got somebody who might invested in one of the best things in their future, and here come you. God knows what you do for a living, where you live, and like you're telling people, hey, like no, don't buy SafeMoon because the CEO is taking money. So if this is the case, before CoffeeZilla, you was all SafeMoon crypto control. You was all
So
SafeMoon
Taiwan,
before.
let me say this, okay? So whenever Thomas and Hank and Jack quit, I have to keep bringing this up. I covered that because I knew that people would find that very important to their investments. If you were to tell somebody about a project, if you were to tell your best friends, if you only tell them the positive things, and you know intentionally withhold negative information about the project, that's not an honest
Is it
approach.
true? Is it true? I would never tell my
Yes.
friends
So
something.
let me say this. Let me say this real quick. There's actually a couple points. While I was talking about Thomas quitting, I was getting so much hate. cancel crypto control. He's doing this for views. You're fudding for views. You're doing all this stuff. And I was right. Thomas was leaving. He said, I'm not effing leaving. John said he's not leaving, and he left not long after that. I knew he was leaving because I could see it right there, and I was getting attacked for it. So I told the truth when everybody hated it. And I did the same thing with Ryan. I made a video. If you go look at my video about Ryan, I posted it 4 hours before he quit saying, guys, I know this is upsetting, but the way that Ryan's talking, it sounds like he's going to leave. And a lot of people in the comments were like, I think you're way off. I think you're way crazy. And then Ryan quit 4 hours later, and I was right. So when things are very important to your investment, they're worth talking about. Now, we worried about me convincing people to sell, which I never say to sell. I say, do your research and decide for yourself. And you're worried about people missing out on a huge opportunity, but I don't hear anybody worried about convincing everybody to buy while the price has been going down the past year. There's no complaints there. Price has been going down all the entire time last year, and everybody's been buying, and nobody's worried about them losing money, but they're worried about me talking about negative things that have actually happened that are just real, causing people to sell. But here's the thing. I don't want people to buy or sell. I want to give them all the information so they can decide for themselves. If you're only trying to convince people to buy, that's dishonest because you don't know if Safemoon's going to go up or Safemoon's going to go down.
My question to you is, when is your breaking point so those people who are actually following you can know when to leave the project? It's simple. When is your breaking point?
So it doesn't matter for me.
But why not? Why not? Why not?
Because people aren't waiting for me to sell. A lot of people have already sold. Yeah. A lot of people.
No. But at the same time, crypto control, you are building up a controlling system that's twisting the narrative on Safemoon.
How is it twisting? How is it twisting it?
Because look, I remember, bro, you used to make these positive videos about SafeMoon, and ever since CoffeeZilla came, which he's probably giving you some type of payment.
No, nothing.
Like
zero.
Because
nothing.
So CoffeeZilla, I say CoffeeZilla.
He barely knows who I am.
Listen, crypto control. If this was as if what you're saying, why you didn't expose none of this before CoffeeZilla?
I didn't know about it. But if you go back in my history, you'll see me covering Thomas quitting. You'll see me covering Safemoon Dev. I covered the leaked audios of Hank. I covered Safemoon Dev selling. Okay. Whenever something's important to your investment, I cover it. Otherwise, I ignore the FUD. I actually help fight the FUD. But when it comes to the dev team leaving your project, that's a huge indicator of a problem in a project. And people were very scared during that time. Yes, they've accepted it and moved on, but I was one of the few that was telling the truth during that time, and I received massive amounts of hate for it.
All I'm asking is, I just want to know one question. I'm pretty sure this audience want to know this one question. You said that Thomas leaving wasn't a breaking point. You said Ryan leaving wasn't a breaking point. What is crypto control breaking point? So, because listen, you sound very educated, and these people would like an educated response because you're going around the question, and they all can see it. So you making yourself look bad. What is your breaking point? No. Is it because you can't answer the question?
No, I can't actually. It's a very easy question. You phrased the question as, when is my breaking point so other people can know to sell? But that's not, other people decide to sell whenever they want. So the question was wrong. I corrected that.
No,
as far as the question that you want answered, yes, I can.
Audience.
I'm not building. I have an audience because I've covered Safemoon. I'm not building. I'm losing an audience because I'm covering the FUD. My subs are consistently going down because I'm talking about John's wallets. My breaking point would probably be if I heard audio of John saying we're just leading the investors on so that we can keep getting money and we're not really working on anything. That would be a breaking point for me.
And you know you're never going to hear that.
I don't know if you know this, but you don't know the future.
Bro, listen, bro. Crypto control, that was a badass way to tell it. I'm sorry for profanity, but that was a bad way right there. So you're literally going to say, John is stealing money, and I'm going to wait till John come out and say he's stealing money. That's what you
asked
just
when
told
my
me.
Breaking point was. Yeah.
So if John never comes out and say that I stole money, you're going to hold.
Yeah.
Bro,
I don't know if you know this.
Bad business, crypto control. That's bad business.
No. Here's the thing. Let's just calm down. Let's just calm down and let me explain. It's very simple.
I'm happy to even talk to you, bro.
It's very simple. we're gambling. People don't understand this. It's not guaranteed it's going to moon. It's not guaranteed it's going to fail. We are gambling. If you think you know that it's going to moon, you're delusional. If you think you know it's going to fail, once again, you're still delusional. Nobody knows the future. We're gambling. I will throw money at the worst projects just in case they do well. That's my investing strategy. It's a gambling strategy, meaning that all kinds of negative things that can happen that cause me to be concerned. But that doesn't stop me from hiding that information. If you're suppressing and hiding information from investors, you're the one that's trying to control people's investments. You're trying to control everybody to hold and to buy based on the idea that it's going to moon when you don't know that it's going to. All I'm doing is providing all the information and telling them to decide for themselves. And I tell people, if you're scared and you don't know what to do, calm down, relax, and do a lot of research. And even though all these bad things happen, if they make something real with the exchange and the blockchain, the price might go up. So be very careful with your investments. But that doesn't mean that we should hide and lie and try to stop people from talking about negative things because we're worried about our bags not going up or people getting afraid and selling.
No, but so what if these spaces in these videos you're dropping is actually bringing down the sentiment of our project?
Here's my thing to that. If talking about something is causing people to get upset, then how much worse is it to be doing those things? If they're doing things and then I talk about those things and people get upset at me, how much worse is it for them to be the ones doing those things?
But all I'm saying is that, bro, if you're a Safemoon investor, I understand you trying to bring attention to everybody. That's part of Safemoon family, to bring attention to everybody. That's understandable. But if you got, like, I'm one of these people, I believe in myself. Like, I don't believe in anything outside of me. Like, I invest in Safemoon, that's my investment. But what I'm trying to get you is, bro, if you really don't believe, you cannot succeed. Like, if you really think John is doing those things and then you say, okay, I'm not going to sell until John come out and actually say I was stealing the money. But then it's like you're using a double-edged sword, because you're telling everybody John is stealing the money, but I ain't going nowhere until John say I stole the money. Like, it don't even, like, if
There's nothing wrong with that, because I tell people decide for yourselves. I don't tell people, guys, don't sell. I don't say, guys, listen to this. Hold on, listen to this.
Yeah,
I don't say, guys,
go ahead.
don't sell. We're going to the moon, guys. I promise you, don't look at this stuff. I promise we're going to the moon. Just load up. That's dishonest. That's deceitful. We don't know if we're going to the moon. I say, guys, here's all the information. Here's the exchange, the blockchain. Here's the FUD. Here's Kyle pulling out 50-something trillion tokens. Here's John selling the Safemoon liquidity to Bitmart and him getting millions of dollars to his Tether account, off-ramping it, and then buying a house. Here's all the information. Now decide for yourself. But
how many wallets do you own?
Why don't you just let people decide for themselves? Why don't you just let us discuss this? Why do you want to control other people from talking about negative things?
No, I'm not trying to control
you
anybody.
Are. That's exactly what you're trying to do.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to control anybody. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see why somebody who says, the CEO is stealing money, but he's not going nowhere until the CEO openly admit. Like, bro, that's just like saying the Joker is gonna take off his mask and say, I'm the Joker. Hey, everybody, I'm the Joker. No, bro, listen. Like, you waiting on like something that's never gonna happen.
Here, let me say this. That's my personal decision for my investment. That's none of your business when I decide to buy or sell. And who cares what anybody thinks? I'm not trying to control your investment. Why do you care when I decide to sell? Why do you care so much when I decide to sell? However,
we don't need
let me say this. What's more important than when I'm deciding to sell is the fact that I'm out here once again with other people like Generation telling the truth while it's hated, while people hate it, before it becomes to its full before it's manifested. We told the truth about Thomas before he quit. We told the truth about Ryan before he quit. We were hated and cast out by the Safemoon army as delusional when they were the ones that were delusional. They were the ones that were attacking us. They were the ones that wanted us to shut up. Why are you still covering Thomas? Why are you still covering Ryan? This mindset has proven to be one of the worst illogical mindsets to have. Go ahead, Generation.
I just wanted to touch on a few things, if that's okay. First of all, I just wanted to say my logo has nothing to do with Evergrow. I actually had this logo, I think, before Evergrow was even a project. Second of all, when it comes to a lot of the things you're saying, I understand your frustrations, Taiwan. It probably doesn't feel good to hear a lot of negative commentary about a project you genuinely believe in. I understand that 100%. And it's something that you probably don't want spread around because you probably don't want other people hearing that and believing it and then it negatively affecting your project. But this ultimately comes down to the classic saying of don't shoot the messenger, because we're telling you things that we've discovered, not on a biased way where we're saying this means you need to sell or this means this or XYZ. We're just saying this is the information, come with your own conclusions. And you're getting mad at us as the messengers rather than the perpetrators of the actual issue. So I understand why it's painful even at times or frustrating to hear these kind of things said about a project that you find endearing and that you believe in. But we're just presenting the information that we discover. And there's a lot of other people that I know of who are unwilling to stand up and talk about the things they know to be true or that they've discovered for fear of backlash. Crypto Control has done an amazing job being willing to stand up and face the backlash to tell the truth and what he has discovered to be the truth. There's a lot of other people who know these things as well, people that are notable in the Safemoon community who are unwilling to stand up and say these things and willing to take the heat. So I understand the frustration that you and many others feel. And if you don't want to disagree with what we say, and if you want to continue to be bullish, that is totally your decision, and I support it 100%. You can make your own decisions about your own investments and how you feel about your own investments. But don't get mad at us because we're presenting information that we find and not ironically not be mad at the actual people that are perpetrating the issues that we're talking about. That's all I have to say.
Well, if somebody told me that I was investing in the wrong thing, I wouldn't invest in it. Like, but both of you guys are clearly still got your money invested for some odd reason.
Well, we're not saying you're invested in the wrong thing. We're just saying, hey, it looks like John took millions out of the LP. Do with that what you will.
Yeah,
If
so
you
you
don't want
tell
us
it.
to say, if you don't want us to say that, then why are you trying to hide information from investors? Would be that's dishonest. That's trying to control people's investment. We need to stop trying to control people's decisions on their investment, and we need to stop trying to control people from what they talk about. Let's let
No,
people talk about what they want to talk about, and let's be respectful to them.
no, you
You've
know.
had a lot of time, Tyler. We got to get to some other
Okay,
people because
thank,
I
thank you, thank you,
Accountability.
thank
yeah,
you, Crypto
thanks for
Control.
coming up, man. I appreciate
Alrighty,
it. You're welcome back up.
all right.
Who was next? Let's go ahead and do Maris, and then we'll do Charles. Go ahead, Maris.
So I wanted to ask you a question, because I know that we're going on like back and forth about John taking millions of dollars. Now I really do want to ask a genuine question about the legality of it all, because we know that basically essentially is that Bitmart got tokens in exchange for USDT. So I want to ask a question to you that if this was presented in court, so to speak, right? Do you think that the court would see this more as a business deal or stealing money? Because if, let's say, for example, right, John has receipts of him talking to the CEO of Bitmart and saying, hey, we'll give you X amount of, tokens for this amount of USDT, and that would be seen as a business deal. Do you think that they would still see it as like stealing money?
So this is the perfect question for Generation. Like I keep saying, he's just a smarter guy than me. I will throw my opinion in real fast, and one is that I think yes, because the selling of the Safemoon LP, which they said was locked, which they said they weren't going to do, which they said they would tell us about, and then taking the profits from the selling of that, even though it's to an exchange. That's my take on it. Go ahead, Generation.
Yeah, so a business deal doesn't automatically give you immunity to wrong business practices, right? So if I decide to go to a drug lord or the cartel and decide that, I'm going to give money for drugs, just because that's a business exchange doesn't make it legal, right? So a business exchange doesn't automatically mean something is legal. And then another thing that we talked about as far as legality with this stuff goes, that's kind of the issue with things in the DeFi space in particular, is that there is such a lack of regulation. So the SEC is very limited in what it can and can't pursue. And even in those cases, there's a lot of gray area. That's why they're trying to push the Senate bill that's trying to go through right now. They're actually trying to move regulation on crypto over from the SEC over to the CFTC and make it a commodity. And then there will be a lot clearer guidelines on what is and how things should be regulated. So when it comes to a court case on a legal sense, it might be difficult to prosecute someone on these grounds just because there's such a lack of regulation on how the space is supposed to be particularly handled. Now, if this was in the stocks, if this was in another regulated commodity, I would say very confidently that there could be a lot of criminal charges involved with something like this. But because it's in a very unregulated space, there's a lot of gray area nuance with what is and what is not technically legal under current laws. But when it comes to things like a class action or a civil case, they don't have to follow the exact same guidelines and principles that you do when it comes to legality in a criminal case. So that's why there's currently three lawsuits, two in California and one in Utah, that are currently pending against Safemoon. It's for these specific actions that have been taken.
Well, let's just publicly acknowledge that a good half of that lawsuit is because of artificial pumping the price by influencers. So let's do acknowledge that. The other stuff is literally tiny bits and pieces. I think one lawsuit mentions that accuses Safemoon of being a security, but we don't have a definition on securities in crypto yet. So
one of those influencers was a current developer of the project at the time that he was promoting the project and selling it at a price.
You're talking about Ben Phillips, or are you talking about Thomas?
Ben Phillips. He's actually
a developer. Wait, hold on. Restate your statement. I'm sorry.
Yes, Ben Phillips was part of the active development team. He's actually, so I don't know if a lot of people know this, but Ben Phillips was actually partially responsible for the actual creation of Safemoon. So it was actually him and Kyle, which is Safemoon Dev, who
Are you sure
started
he's not in charge of the marketing of Safemoon and the development? Because I don't think he was a core team player as far as development.
If you go back and watch the first 2 or 3 AMAs, he is part of the development team and he sits on all those AMAs.
Development in what, though? Because it's definitely not coding. It's probably marketing.
Development does not specifically mean coding. It could mean any part of.
Yeah, he was part of the marketing team for it because he had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, from what I remember, because I've been watching those recently, they had a couple AMAs, and then at a certain AMA, they said, "Should we bring on our new guest?" And then they brought on Ben Phillips, and Ben Phillips was just the marketing guy. That's all I remember.
I'm not giving that guy that much credit. He was a fucking
That still would make him part of technically the development team. If you go look at many other projects, they'll show this is our development team, and there'll be someone in charge of marketing.
Yeah, the dev team is made of the marketing, the blockchain developer, the CEO. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So he's still part of that team that is still promoting or a part of technically that team, and he was being paid to promote and dump on the holders.
Well, okay, so I'm not gonna not acknowledge the dumping. I'm not gonna do that because I'm not that dumb. But I won't say I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm picky. Like I don't recognize a director of marketing as part of the dev team. I keep thinking about coding, but maybe that's just because of how my brain operates. But no, I'm not gonna even not acknowledge the dumping. I'm pretty sure Ben Phillips did that. Now here is the key, right? Because some of the accusations go towards John Caroni, right? And I think there was like one theory that like John paid Ben Phillips to pay Jake Paul, and then that would be seen as he was guilty of directly artificially pumping the price, but we have no proof on that, correct?
We do have proof that he was paid to promote the project, yes.
No, I'm talking about John paying Ben Phillips to pay Jake Paul. Because we're including John in this lawsuit because he's included in it, is he not?
Yes, so there's, like I said, there's 3 different lawsuits, and they've evolved quite a lot since the initial filing on the California case. I've actually spoken with the lawyer on that case multiple times. So they've evolved the case quite a lot to the point where they've actually had to refile because of a lot of the things that add into it. So John and all the LP funds are a major part of the lawsuit.
So that's the thing that I have a different opinion on, because the way that I would see it as business profit, and if John has receipts showing that he did make this business deal with Bitmart, and he can prove somewhat that this is business profit, which, and let me say this, I'm going to actually say my full-fledged opinion here on why I think it, and don't take it the wrong way, but we know that, and I don't want to really do any doxing, right? We know it's under the LLC, right? But the reason why things are under an LLC, whether it's a car or a house, is because it would be protected under statute, right? So from prosecution, so they can't seize a home and stuff. But not only that, it also, you know how like YouTubers might have a room that they can write off on their taxes and use it as, you know, part of their business. That could be another thing because it has tax benefits. So that's what I'm saying. If John has the ability to prove receipts that this would be seen, this would be merely business profit, then I don't think that they're gonna win that side. That's just the way I'm looking at it because it's under an LLC.
So what's important to recognize here is, let me ask you this: if I resell or pay for or in any way do anything with stolen items, and I have a legitimate business practice with somebody else, so I get a business agreement with them, however you want to make it so it's kosher, but I know that I am either selling or buying stolen items, would that make that business agreement
See,
legal?
that's the key word though, generation crypto. We don't have regulation in crypto, so we don't have a standard in crypto. Because regulation isn't in crypto, we don't have a standard. So we can't say what is stolen and what is not. So, and it's not saying that I won't sit there and debate on the moral compass of it, because I definitely will, because everybody has a right to their own opinion, but I'm talking about in the legal sense of things. There's no regulation in crypto, so they can't go in there and be like, well, by this law X, Y, and Z. There's no regulation under crypto, so it's going to be really hard to prove that he stole funds. But here's the kicker, right? This is where I'm coming from. If John makes a business deal with Bitmart and says, hey, I have my developer Thomas and he's going to give you X amount of tokens, and then Bitmart says, okay, I'm going to give you X amount of USDT in exchange for those tokens, you're doing a bulk transaction, just like my company would if they want to buy a bulk amount of, computers or something. It'd be seen as a business transaction. And I think John would have more of an upper hand of proving that it's a business transaction over stolen funds because there's no law stating it's stolen.
So when it comes to things as far as legality goes, on what you're talking about with like stolen LP, that's a good defense that someone might put for rug pulling. So if someone creates a project, how they rug pull is they steal all the LP and no one can facilitate a trade anymore. That's what makes a bag holder.
Well,
so I understand. Let me, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I understand.
I want to say this real quick. Sorry, generation. I do have to get through this so that I can spend some time with my girlfriend. So, okay. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Or wait, were we waiting on Charles? Yeah, I think we needed to let Charles go as well. So go ahead, generation.
Just finish this point. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, generation, and then we'll go to Charles.
Awesome. So just because something is not technically regulated or legal currently doesn't mean that it's immoral or wrong, right? Like in 1793, it was totally legal in the United States to own a slave. So if I sold slaves back in 1793, it is an extreme comparison, but because it makes the point that just because something was legal doesn't make it okay. Just because there's not a law saying something is not morally okay doesn't make it wrong. Just because I make something legal to steal doesn't mean it's not stealing.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? Like if we're really going to use that extreme comparison of slavery, we're also going to have to prove intent. If anytime you steal something or you accuse of somebody stealing in the court of law, you have to prove intent. So that's what I'm saying. Because there is no regulation in crypto, you have to fall on the lines of intent. So you would have to prove in court that the intent was to steal funds and they had malicious intent to hurt holders, because that's the fine line about the lawsuit in itself. You have to prove malicious intent against the holders. And that's going to be very, very hard for them, and I'm going to tell you why. Because they've reinvested a lot of money back into the company, whether it's podcasts, whether it's technology, whether it's hiring people. If they go into court and they say, hey, we've done X, Y, and Z, we've hired these people, X, Y, blah, 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 they're not going to really see that as stealing funds. They're going to say, oh, well, you dedicate a house under LLC and a car, but you also reinvested most of the other profit into the company and you're actually working on the products. So the whole point of the lawsuit is they have to prove intent because there's no regulation in crypto. And I don't think they have enough for malicious intent.
Well, the thing about that is, and I got to say this and we got to go to the next person, we don't know what conversations, leaked things that Thomas and Hank and other people have behind the scenes, or if they were to say, hey, you have to turn in your computers or something, you don't know what kind of information it's going to turn up. So that is a possibility, but at the same time, it's possible that a ton of information that we didn't know might come out that proves the exact opposite. It is this weird space where crypto isn't regulated, so it's just a gray area, like Generation was saying. Let's go ahead, Charles. What's up, Charles?
Hey, this is only gonna take a few minutes. I know you got your own little plans too. I do appreciate seeing some people who is very, very passionate for Safe Moon, and of course, I've got my own opinions and feelings. I really want Safe Moon to moon. I really want Safe Moon to actually, to skyrocket. I want to make a little, I would really like to see financial freedom from Safe Moon, but also, when we start seeing some of these things, I know that there's a lot of people who come in, they're very, very passionate and they try to like defend and they'll try to break down everything, even though we can pull up screenshots, we can watch the money moving from wallet to wallet, we can see people's like John's conversation saying, hey, this is my wallet, use this wallet. There's all kinds of things that's out there. People call it, well, it's photoshopped. You could take a really good look at it and you could see that there's really not any kind of like alterations in the screenshot itself. I know there are professional photoshoppers out there, but at the same time, a lot of this can be cleared up. And all John would have to say is like, hey, look, this is what happened. We did this. The money was used for this. And, I would probably like completely flip, be like, hey, you know what? Hey, that's pretty kosher. I can agree with that. I can see that. I appreciate that. Instead he's got, some diehard members of the Safe Moon Army trying to defend him, and he's just letting them do it. Like they're going really extreme and attacking people, and it kind of sucks. But just if he just stood up and just said, "Hey, this is what's going on," um, I'm sure that would probably
Well, it's also not smart for
chill a
him to
lot of the
speak
FUD.
on a legal case that's pending right now. That's not really a smart idea, and I'm pretty sure his lawyer advises of that. But that's just me.
Well, but is there anything that
That's
he
what
could even say that
everybody's
could even?
saying.
And any
Yeah, but
lawyer,
I
if
don't
you
think
have
it
a
would be
pending
too hard
lawsuit, if
to
you have a
clear up.
pending,
I mean,
if you have a pending lawsuit,
it's a good argument that maybe he can't say anything, but why wouldn't he be able to say, no, guys, this is wrong.
because
This
it's
is
a
what happened.
pending lawsuit, it can be used in the court of law against him. If he might say
Him
something
saying that he
that
didn't do anything wrong can be used against him.
any kind of you can get arrested right now and they'll tell you the same thing. Anything that you use
That's where
will
it's
be.
like, it's a possibility, but it's not foolproof, right? Like, it's
No,
definitely a
it's not
possibility.
foolproof, but again, it's
Yeah.
subject to litigation. So that's what
No,
I'm
I'm
saying.
just saying, no, when I say possibility, I'm saying it's a possibility that he can't talk about it. And honestly, that is definitely possible. I don't know. Generation, what do you think about that? You're definitely more informed on that.
As far as which aspect?
As far as John, oh, he can't talk about it because it can be used against him in court. That's why he's not giving any clarification on everything that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, it definitely could be used against him in court and could build the opposing side's case. But that doesn't mean you can't make public statements. People make public statements on ongoing cases all the time, especially with the guidance of a legal team. So if it was damning enough that he felt like he needed to address it for holders' sake, just as much as a CEO, if he was sued in any type of lawsuit similar to this, he could easily come out with a public statement, of course, drafted with lawyers to appease the holders or the stakeholders in that particular case. So he definitely could come out with something. But it is also true at the same time that anything he does say could also hurt him in his court cases.
Yeah, and it sucks because we're just stuck with, well, it could be this or it could be that, and it could be that he didn't do anything wrong, and the reason he can't tell us is because he can't say anything, or it could be used against him, or it could be that he did do things wrong and he can't tell us because he's dealing with these lawsuits. There's not really a conclusion
Or
we
it could
can
be
come
that
to.
or it could be what Generation Crypto said, right? That if you feel it's damning enough, you can come out and make a statement. Maybe he doesn't feel it's damning enough. Maybe his lawyer doesn't think it's damning enough. It could be those three things. I don't know. I'm not his lawyer, so I can't speak on him.
And
But I'm just saying.
it's fine, but for me, the community is heavily divided over these subjects, and they're at war with each other. And if John could do something and he's not doing it, then that's a problem. Let's see. I can probably run through one more person. This person has a crazy profile picture. I don't know if I should let this person up. What's up, Giga?
Oh, I thought you were going to pull up somebody else. Sorry.
Just real quick. This.
Hey. Yeah.
This. I just been listening for a couple of minutes, but this whole entire thing about, oh, John can't do this, John can't say this, it's a bunch. That's a bunch of horse crap. The reality is this, okay? They want to claim that they're this big tech company. They're a registered LLC. Corporations, LLCs get involved in lawsuits all the time across the United States. Lawyers come out and say public statements. There's a problem when there's no statements. I work for a very large corporation. We have corporate attorneys. I know exactly how we would handle situations like this. If we got tied into a lawsuit and we needed to make a public statement. So there's no defense for that.
My company doesn't do that. They don't make statements.
Okay, well.
So you can't really speak on behalf of a private company. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, it has nothing to do with whether you're a private company, whether you're, it is what it is. If they wanted to make a statement and they wanted to ease the minds of their holders, they would come out and say something. But you cannot continue to go on and on and on and on and leave everyone in the dark, right? That looks bad. It's bad for your reputation. And I'll be honest with you, and I've said this in one of the past podcasts, you cannot recover from things like this. Once your reputation is damaged, it ain't going to happen, all right? I mean, the reality of it is, folks, I hate to say it, I have a lot of friends in Safemoon, but the reality of it is this, guys. If there's only one way they can survive. They have to get out of this lawsuit scot-free. They cannot have a judgment against them, and they also cannot settle out of court. Either one, in the public opinion, they will be guilty of everything, whether they did it or not. It is what it is. I don't see Safemoon recovering, but this defense and defending them that they can't make public statements, their attorney very well could come out and say
I never said they can't. I said they don't have any obligation to. I said
no,
if
they
their
don't.
lawyer makes those suggestions that they don't have to make a statement, they're under no obligation to. It's a private
and
company.
I respect your point of view on that, but that's where you're wrong, though. They do have an obligation. They have an obligation to everybody that bought into the.
No, they're a private company. They're a private company. This isn't a public stock. They're under no obligation to make a statement.
They have an obligation to you as.
No, they don't. There's no regulation in crypto. There's no standard in crypto. They're under no obligation.
Okay, guys, sorry to cut you off. I do have to cut this real short. It's okay to disagree on those things. I will say this, and I'd actually like to hear a response real quick from Maris, and then I'll go to the next person that I let up. Maris, they told us that they would let us know if they took from the LP. Don't you think that makes them obligated to tell us what they did with it?
Wait, you're talking about when they first started?
Yeah.
So
that's when we got in.
Okay, so you're talking about when when I came up here, we were talking about locked LP. Can you elaborate on that?
No, I'm just saying, because they said it was all those different types of locked, and then they basically said it's not locked, and that it has to be manually locked, and then they manually locked a quarter of it, and then they were using other parts of it. But the point I'm saying is that they told us if they used the LP, that they would tell us when they used it. So does that not, by their own, that's the promise to the investors, that if they touch the liquidity, which is why they bought in, that they would let us know when they did that?
So I have an interesting proposal to you. So you know when Thomas did those little mini pumps when he moved from V1 to V2? That was to help the balance when they were sending over to Bitmart. So technically they could say, we did tell them. Technically.
No. That's it was used for reflections.
Read his 2-hour.
Watch go ahead, Generation. Go ahead, Jim. No, hold on, go ahead.
Okay, so what he's talking about here isn't moving LP funds for the purpose of LP. What he's talking about is back in August, John Crony himself, not Thomas, not Kyle, not anyone else, back in August, and you can go back and check Discord to verify, he said if they ever needed to utilize LP funds for company funds at any purpose, that they would make people aware and that they would consider a community vote. So when you take LP funds that are taken from Bitmart and you utilize them, whether it was for business expenses or whether it was for personal use, you did not advise the community as you said you would. That's in writing. You can go, like I said, you can go back and check, and that came from John himself. So this wasn't an old developer.
Well, send me the screenshot and I'll read it because like I said, I've been posting memes. I haven't been keeping up with the drama so much. So just refresh my memory. Thank you.
No problem. I can send it to you.
Yeah, they told us that they were going to let us. They said we haven't had to touch the LP, but we're going to be using it for seeding exchanges. And if we have to use it for other things, we will let you guys know. And if that's all they used it for, that'd be fine. But because they're selling the LP and making a profit in Tether and not using that profit for what was sold, to go back to us and it's going and off ramping into accounts, then that's not letting us know what it's being used for. They didn't say, hey, we're doing this and we're using these funds for HQ and this, and we're using this to pay ourselves. And we want to, I want to pay myself and I want to buy a house. I'm going to buy $2 million. We didn't get any information on it. It was just lost and nobody knew about it until Coffee came out and talked about it.
Well, so and I get that. Like I said, I'm not denying any of these transactions, right? And like I said on Twitter last night, I view it differently. I view it as business profit. And so what I want to know in the court of law, since we keep talking about these lawsuits, if they do bring it up, would it be enough evidence to say it's stealing? So that's really what I want to know. Now,
I think that's really tough because that would come to like a whole case and people presenting evidence and like a jury and all that stuff, right?
Well, I mean, it's a lawsuit, so anything can happen. But as if the other side can prove malicious intent of stolen funds and prove that it's stolen and it wasn't communicated properly to the holders, quote unquote, then that would win their case. But I don't think that they have enough to win their case.
Wait, I got to hop on this really quick.
Let me see. Okay, I just wanted to ask her real quick. What do you think should happen, Maris?
What do I think should? What do you mean? What do I think should happen?
Like, what do you think should happen if it was up to you?
I mean, I think what I think should happen is happening. He reinvested most of the profit back into the company. You see a podcast, you see a studio, you see employees, you see people getting hired. I don't know what else you'd want. It'd be more
That's not
to
profit.
me.
That's not profit.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I got to hop on this. If that's okay.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Jeff.
go ahead. When it comes to regulation, if you see LP funds that they're utilizing in that way as business profit, that automatically makes it a security under the SEC. And because they're not a registered security under the SEC, that would actually get them in even more trouble. So if the LP is seen as a business profit, then it's a security and needs to be regulated under the SEC. And because they're not regulated under the SEC, because they're not registered as a security,
But again,
that makes it even worse.
We haven't reached that point, have we? The XRP case is still ongoing.
Here's the problem, okay? You've got two scenarios. It's either LP funds that are public that are then taken and misappropriated, as we've talked about before, and I can send you screenshots for, which would also be morally wrong, even if it's not illegal because of current gray areas and regulation. And everyone can come to their own conclusions on whether or not they support that kind of action or not, because it's not illegal. When you're talking about the cases that are filed now, those are civil, not legal cases.
Yeah, but
So
again,
the
we're
precedent
speaking
that's
on
required for
legalities
those
that have not
is
been
completely
subject
different.
to legislation. That's the problem, Generation Crypto. We're speaking on things that haven't gone into legislation. We can't come to a consensus of anything that hasn't been into legislation yet.
What do you mean by legislation?
Legislation as far as security rules and crypto. We don't have any regulation. So again, we're talking about moral compasses, this and that. We have no actual legislation.
Okay,
They can't go into
so there is a lack of regulation, but there's not no regulation. So there's already been several cases you can go look up on your phone where companies have tried to utilize DeFi and cryptocurrency to generate funds for their companies, and they've gotten in severe trouble with the SEC. So what I'm saying is, if you're viewing LP funds that have been generated as a business profit, there's already precedent with the SEC that is considered a security, and that would fall under the guidelines currently under the SEC. That is one of the regulations that is already in place, and there is court law and precedent for that currently in the crypto space. So what I'm saying is, if you're viewing it that way, it makes it worse, not better for Safemoon. If you're viewing it as just LP funds are taken and there's moral gray area, that comes down to a personal decision, and the civil cases will decide how the general public.
Let me say this, guys. Let me say this. What happens doesn't quite really matter. Like, yes, we could talk about it could go this way and it might go this way. If John took from the LP and didn't tell investors, he should get in trouble. Whether or not he actually does or not, we can at least agree on that. This wasn't taking from profits that were being generated. This was taking from selling the LP that was meant for us, our liquidity, to help our price not go down. And this is what I really want to dig into, is how much liquidity was sold that would have helped our price not drop as much as it did. And if you combine all the liquidity that was being sold and John taking the profits for it through the exchanges, with Ben selling, with Thomas selling, with Kyle taking 50-something trillion tokens out of the LP and selling, and with the whole team having their own bags at the beginning of all this selling, what effect did that have on the charts? That's what I would really like to dive into further. I do have to go, but I'm going to let one more person speak. OG Crypto Wizard, go ahead, man.
I was just going to say one thing. I think that there's a lot of drama going on. There's a lot of negativity going on. It sucks that you got to go, man. I really wanted to just kind of hang out and interject into this conversation. Maris, you've had some
Well,
pretty good
hold on
calls.
a second. Generation, I think I can give you host and you can continue the space if you wanted to, right?
I don't know if you can switch over that way, but you can try. I haven't done it.
Okay, if Generation wants to continue this, you guys can continue this. I think it does work that way. If I make you a co-host and then I leave, I think it just. But doesn't it work that way, Maris? Or
I
anybody?
think you still have to be on Twitter, and then you would just mute your mic.
Oh, well, we'll try it. If not, then I tried. But go ahead real fast, Crypto Wizard, with what point it was you were trying to make.
Yeah, I didn't really have a point. I was just kind of trying to say, I was looking forward to, speak in this space and see what you guys had to say. I've never really conversed with all y'all before besides Maris. Everybody, I was just kind of hoping we could try to push forward besides the differences into a more positive, space as a whole. But, I guess you got to go. So,
Well, here's the thing. This space has
yeah.
actually been really positive and really respectful. We do have disagreements and people get heated over their beliefs when they're being challenged. But other than that, people have been very respectful. Unlike other spaces where I've been called a bitch and been lied about and been hated about, this has actually been pretty. There's nothing wrong with a healthy discussion on topics. It's better to break down ideas to try to get to what's real than it is to just never want to have conflict. But I do appreciate you wanting to have a positive space. I like having positive spaces, but I like having realistic spaces. I'd rather have a realistic space with some tension than a positive space without the reality of real conversations and real questioning of things. And unfortunately, with a lot of Safe Moon spaces, it's okay. That's what they want to do. I'm fine with it. I'm not trying to control them. However, you can't really question things in a negative way. You can't have a real conversation about that. You can't talk about John's wallets. There's no way in hell you could start going into the tether and talking about those things. You would immediately get turned on. So it's kind of just a place I like creating a place where we can talk about anything, but because there's such a lack of the ability to talk about these things, my spaces become FUD spaces and everybody sees me as the ultimate FUDder sometimes.
I would say here's the thing. I feel like, sorry, man, just talk over you, but I feel like we've seen so much negativity, so much bullshit, essentially, through the last couple of months here. But like you said, I'm 100% myself open to hearing everybody's opinion, and every time I have a space myself, Kark usually pops in and says his speech and says what he's got to say, and it's more positive than anything. And I would love to hear not only your opinion on further spaces and further issues, but me myself, I'd love to hear both sides of the story. There's always two sides of a story, and your opinion is more than welcome in this space. I just want to say, and there's a lot of people that probably don't agree with you with a lot of things that you have said. But with that being said, I hope that you have an awesome rest of your day. Hope you have an awesome rest of your week. And I'm sure that we will bump into each other very soon.
Thanks a lot. And yeah, I definitely we're all real people, and our lives on this planet are so much more important than our differences over a freaking token. So it's like there's definitely so much more value in people beyond our disagreements. And I'd like to value that over our disagreements so that we can treat each other a certain way. So I really appreciate that, man. I hope you have a good day. I'm going to try to leave and see if Generation can still host. If not, then it's just going to die. But I enjoyed having this conversation with you guys. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. And if you guys really want me to, I can do this again another day this week.
Hey, CC, before you go, if it
Yeah.
ends up closing out when you leave, I can just reopen the space. So
Yeah.
if people want to watch out for that, I can just reopen it.
Yeah, and I can retweet that. But it was nice talking to you, Jen. It was nice talking to you, Maris, and everybody. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and good luck with the space if it doesn't stay open.
What was everybody talking about the podcast? I missed the whole thing.
Yeah. So first of all, Maris, I just want to say for the people coming in, even though we got a little bit heated back there, I respect that we have different opinions, so I don't want there to be like any bad feelings that way. But I guess the podcast in the beginning with what Crypto Control was talking about, He was just kind of going over kind of everyone's sentiment and feelings about it. It sounded like.
Hey, YouTube guys. Do you guys want me to leave this space open so you guys can keep listening? If you want, I can leave it up so that you can keep listening. Just give me a quick yes or no in the chat, and I'll leave it up for you guys. Yay, nay, never stop. Mute her. I'm gonna leave, bro. She doesn't know. Okay, I'll leave it on for a little longer. You guys aren't responding.
People to know, like, yes, there are transactions here, but you would have to make your own takeaway from things like that and do your own research, and it's healthy. And so I encourage people to do that, as well as like diversify and whatnot. But I don't want people going back and forth thinking that they need to go on this side and think John's a fraud, or go on this side and think he's an angel or whatever. You know, I want people to learn blockchain like I did and come to their own consensus. And then I speak my opinion, but really it's just the back and forth, you know, it does get exhausting for people on both sides, and I don't think anyone wants to do that.
100%, yeah, and I appreciate the dialogue and that it's been respectful. So I'm not seeing any requests coming in for people to speak. So if you're requesting, I can't see it, but if the request comes in, I will definitely bring you guys up. So anyone who wants to come up and speak, you're welcome to. I'm just not seeing any requests right now. If that continues and people start to realize that there's issues with that, we can restart the space with me as the host, and I can bring up a co-host to try to get people up here to speak. But I'm currently not seeing any speakers. So yeah, when Welcome back, Crypto Control. Looks like the space died after you left, so we had to start it back over. So I guess we'll just wait for some people to pop back in, and hopefully we'll be able to get some of the crowd back in, and hopefully Marin and a few of the others can come in so we can continue our conversation. So if you guys that are in here can just tweet out the space, that would be helpful so people can know where that space ended up going. We didn't purposely end it, it just ended. So if you guys could tweet this back out, we can get the people that were speaking back up to continue our conversation. I think we were having a really respectful conversation as well. So it was nice to have everyone in here and having a healthy conversation on the things that we agree on, and then sometimes the things that we disagree on when it comes to Safemoon or really anything in the crypto space. So everyone's welcome up. If you'd like to go ahead and submit a request, I would love to start bringing some people up here. So if you're listening in right now and have something to say, even if you disagree completely with what I'm saying, I would welcome you up. We just ask that you, just like Crypto Control, be respectful. And if we can respect each other, we can totally disagree and have a healthy conversation. So I would actually welcome that rather than just an echo chamber in the space. So everyone's welcome to come up, even if you've never spoken before. And if you have questions or things that you'd like addressed, but you're a little bit hesitant to come up and speak, maybe it's stage fright or you just don't want people to hear your voice, you're also welcome to send me a DM, and I can start going through those and answering those as well. So if people have those types of questions or anything like that, they are welcome to do so. But you guys are all welcome to come up. I'm currently not seeing anyone requesting to come on, and I don't know if it's broken on my end, but I'm seeing no requests so far. So if anyone wants to come up and speak, they're welcome to come up and speak. So sounds like for now, no one's requesting. So we'll kind of just wait and see how this goes. And if people want to come up and speak, they're welcome to. As far as kind of the question that was being asked before, oh, there we go. Got some people coming up. Hey, Akuma, how you doing today? You there, buddy?
Yeah, I was trying to get it unmuted. Thank you for
All good.
allowing me to come up and at least say
Yeah,
my
of
piece.
course.
I was watching that. I guess we want to call it taped podcast or whatever. I feel that they're not really getting into the meat and potatoes of what they got going on because I feel like they have so much confidence in what they're doing that they're not really getting into anything that people want to hear for some reason.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand you're saying. You're saying you thought it was weird or you thought it was a good thing?
No, I mean it wasn't good. My point is like I feel like they're dismissive of what of like the important things that people want to hear and talk about. And I'm thinking in my mind, I'm trying to rationalize it, saying maybe they're so confident of what they're doing that they feel like they don't have to get into the small stuff. I don't get it.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think there was a lot of vagality involved in that space. They didn't really touch on specifics. I know that before, to be fair to them, I know that before it launched, they did say before the space actually went live that they weren't going to be announcing anything new, and that it was just going to be kind of more of a laid back podcast. So I didn't really expect them to go into anything like that. But yeah, I agree. You know, if there is a lot of confidence in things they're developing, it would be nice to kind of hear more about the specifics of these particular products they're trying to develop, right? Because they speak with such confidence in the captain logs about this proprietary tech they're building with all these patents, but we really don't get a lot of information, and we really haven't seen any of these products released. So I agree. I think, like you said, if they're speaking so confidently, it would be kind of nice for them to go over more details as to what these things are and what they're going to actually do for the project.
Yeah, and it's like all I got was like a hangout vibe, four guys drinking beer, or whatever they were drinking, just like I don't know, like that just to me it's like it's not to me it wasn't Safemoon at all. It was just like them hanging in somebody's house.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how a lot of podcasts are, right? A lot of podcasts are just kind of laid back guys just talking. So that's kind of the vibe they went with, and yeah, I can see why you would have that opinion. Especially when there's a lot of holders that feel
Mm-hmm.
like they're kind of anxiously awaiting some product releases. There were some recent delays. There's been a lot of FUD going around, a lot of allegations, and it kind of just was. It almost felt like it was in a vacuum, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
they weren't aware of what's going on, situational
And
awareness.
and you know one thing that I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that somebody who was in the outside and got brought on or got hired or whatever saying, "Oh yeah, I was kind of skeptical about this project or whatever they're doing, but now that I'm in, I see the light." I'm like, I want to see the light. I want to see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I understand that completely. More information is usually better in situations like this. The funny thing is, DeFi, which is decentralized finance, the fundamental principles behind crypto is the idea of a trustless system and completely open source. So it's this idea where you do not have to trust somebody else, that there's not this level of heavy trust in a specific centralized entity or a specific group. The general idea is that you do not have to trust anybody, and the idea is that it should be all open source and free for everybody to see. That's kind of the founding principles behind Bitcoin and kind of crypto in general. Now, a lot of DeFi projects and even major coins have deviated a lot from that. There's a lot of centralization that's gone on in certain aspects of crypto. But I agree, it would be nice and refreshing to see a lot of transparency, especially in a current climate where there is a lot of skepticism, maybe frustration
Mm-hmm.
amongst certain groups, and a lot of division. So it would be nice to see something like that come from them.
And also, last thing, and not to jump down. I've been watching a lot of, well, not watching. I've been coming into a lot of crypto control spaces, and I've been kind of agreeing with him. Like all this stuff is going on. Why not address it? Like, you know, clear up some of the issues that we're having. But then he mentioned, well, maybe he's not talking about it because of the whole litigation that is pending. I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe it is true. Maybe he doesn't want to put himself out there, and actually, I guess, in a way, telling himself if he did do something, that's not right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is just purely opinion. But first of all, he isn't, and this has been said before, but he's not obligated to come out and say anything. He doesn't have to, right? There's no obligation. However, there is an expectation, I would say, from a lot of the community that they get more information on what's going on behind the scenes with things like this. And so I think it would put a lot of people at ease if there was some sort of communication from the team directly addressing these things. And when Safemoon first started, there was a lot more of that kind of environment and atmosphere. So for those that were around in March, April, and May, during that really kind of grassroots beginning of Safemoon, they were doing weekly AMAs. They would answer direct community questions, and they were pretty good about answering FUD or concerns directly. And it feels like over time, as the project has gone on and as it's evolved, there has been a kind of petering off of communication between the dev team and the community. You know, it eventually got to a point where they started doing kind of like bi-weekly or bi-monthly kind of Twitter spaces where they would bring up some community members, answer some questions, and kind of slowly but surely those things kind of petered off, and so less and less engagement with the community from John Crony himself specifically and the development team, and then over time it just got less and less and less, and it just feels like the communication is continuing to drop off. So I think that's when people that are newer in the space or got on a little bit late, they might be wondering why some of these people are asking for such transparency. It's first of all, that's because that's the culture of crypto. That's the culture of DeFi is transparency. And then on top of that, Safemoon set a precedent really early on of being a docs team that was willing to address the FUD. They even had a section of their AMAs early in the beginning called What the FUD, where they literally addressed specific FUD points to address those so the community can feel secure in their investment and they can feel more confident in the project. And so there's just been kind of a slow kind of walking away from that position. And I think a lot of people that have been in the space for a while or they're early are kind of puzzled by that and want a little bit more answers. And I feel like you kind of fit in that same category. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. And I think the reason you're saying that is like when they first started, they were too, like they needed us to a certain degree. So they kind of kept us involved, in kept us up to date for at least as best they can. Now that the system is up and running, and then they have enough holders that even some people drop off, they can continue. So they feel like they don't need us, but they don't have to explain nothing to us because it's the ball's already going. The process already is it's already at a point where it's like I guess self-sustaining in a way.
Yeah, I can see that position as well. I mean, it's not common for development teams of major corporations and projects to be so public and so engaged with the community as Safemoon has been, when of course it was a lot smaller of a token, like you mentioned. I think what's important though, and again, this comes back to opinion, and people are always welcome to disagree with me, is there has been a lot of allegations, and a lot of these allegations maybe early on didn't have a lot of teeth with them, but a lot of them have got a lot more serious. There's been a lot more stacking evidence. And so I think it would be beneficial for the community and their holders if these things were addressed, because I would be more than happy to come out publicly and apologize for everything negative I've ever said about John or about Safemoon. And I would do videos, probably a few videos on my channel apologizing and talking about how I was wrong for making the assumptions that I'd made. Earlier in the space, for those that weren't there in the prior space, my progression from kind of having more of a negative stance on Safemoon wasn't just a flip of a switch. It was a very progressive one that kind of happened almost over the course of this entire year. I had certain grievances with the way things were handled with the development team, that were mostly just I wish they did things differently, to eventually learning more as time went on about how things were handled, especially during that CoffeeZilla era, and I did my own research and investigations. And the evidence kept mounting, just a massive pile, to the point where it was undeniable that the likelihood of these things being true was becoming more and more severe. And after I've had kind of closed door conversations with different people, and I can't really say specifically who, but I've had conversations with different people that are heavily involved with Safemoon or would know more information about the inner workings of Safemoon and things that have happened in the past, it only amplified the concerns that I had, to the point where after Joe kind of started talking about things and Crypto Control started talking about things, I started just to slowly kind of agreeing with some of the things they were concerned about or other people had brought up. And I really wasn't that public because my plan at the time was just to walk away. And as time went on, I just kept learning more and more and more. And it's hard when, as a content creator, even though I say in all my videos that, or most of my videos, that it's not financial advice, even though I say all the time to people that I'm not giving financial advice and I don't tell people to buy or sell, and I'm very careful in the content that I produce, so I just try to present information and allow people to come to their own conclusions, I still knew that by covering Safemoon, there was going to be people who are going to watch the information that I presented and we're going to come to the conclusion to purchase into it. And so I felt like I owed those people the same obligation to continue to talk about and educate on the same topic, even if that was going to lean people probably more towards a negative light. I have been playing with the idea of doing some form of a Safemoon video going over the information that I know. But it's been hard because some of the information I can't actually present because I've made promises to people that are fearful in some regard that I present that information and dox them or share their information. And so it's hard for me to create a video that goes over these things and talks about it definitively without being able to provide the proof. And so it's been very difficult for me on, do I just present the information anyways and let people come to those conclusions? Do I wait for things to play out? And so I've been kind of riding that line for a while now. And so that's why things on Twitter, sometimes I agree or just admit to things. And this is actually the first time I've been in a space, other than, of course, the space we just had prior, where I've openly kind of talked about my disliking for Safemoons and the things that have gone on currently.
And I've been getting all my information from people, same as you, putting it out there the best you can, as much as you can, and then on the other side of the coin, Safemoon and everybody else, they're happy, everything's fine. It's a nothing burger. I'm like, where do we stand? Because I mean, I brought a lot of people into this project, family members and friends, and I mean, and I debated and fought people over. No, this is the best thing since sliced bread. You know, this is trustworthy. But now I mean, like I'm literally on the fence. Like I'm to this point where literally, if something happens where I can get my investment out, I'm gonna get my gains out and have a small amount. That if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't and it falls apart, then I didn't lose anything.
Yeah, everyone's going to have a different approach, and if that's the approach you want to take, I mean, all the power to you, you know. And I don't want to ever tell anyone you need, because people used to ask me all the time, how much Safemoon is enough, or they would ask me, is now a good time to buy? And my reply was always the same: was make your own decisions. I'm not going to give financial advice. So, that's the route you want to go. All the power to you. And if people hear everything that I'm saying and they want to disagree with me and say I'm wrong, or you know what, yes, John may have had these transactions, I just don't, even as much as I personally find these things immoral, they may disagree and say, well, I don't think it's immoral because it's not legal, or whatever they want to say, and they come to a different conclusion, all the power to them. They don't have to come to the same conclusion that I do. And if that leads them to want to be more heavily invested in Safemoon or to reduce their position in Safemoon, that is completely 100% up to them. I just want to present information that I've discovered, and occasionally I will give my opinions, as I do have strong opinions on this. But because someone has a different opinion than me, I'm not going to alienate them. I'm not going to block them. I'm not going to not talk to that person. The only time I ever block someone here on Twitter is if they're no longer presenting information or opinions, but they're just ad hominem, which means they're attacking my person, or they're just trolling, things where it's just not constructive to the conversation. They're just calling people names or saying offensive things. Those are the people I tend to block. But everyone else that has a differing opinion than mine, I'm more than happy to have them on. I'm more than happy to engage with them. And I would prefer to have conversations with people that disagree with me than always having conversations with people that do agree with me, because that gives you the opportunity to expand your views, to change your views, and then, of course, to make sure that you're not having views that could be skewed or misaligned with the truth.
Let me
So I appreciate you coming
let me
up.
say one more, then I'm done. Another thing, what makes me like not know where I stand in this project? 'Cause I'm thinking the guy comes from a good family. His parents were like former CIA or whatever they were. He's ex-military, which you're supposed to be a honorable stand-up person with ethos. Like, how can this person in that situation, from that upbringing, doing what is being alleged?
That's a good question, and I've heard a lot of people ask a similar question to that. And I think it's kind of a fallacy. It's fallacious reasoning to assume that because someone has a particular background that they're going to behave in a certain way. There's tons of people all the time in criminal cases and civil cases and all sorts of situations where they do things that are pretty much against what they believe or what people thought that they would believe, right? I mean, we can give extreme examples, but we can also give just simple examples. I think one of the things, though, that people can look at to kind of give more proof to the pudding, if you will, is we can look at how John's family has interacted with him recently. So a lot of people know the Bear Jolly Group, which is owned by his parents, have completely distanced themselves from Safemoon, and that his uncle has been very open about his disdain for John and the actions that he has taken recently. I think it's pretty clear. He's made that very public at this point. So even though he has this kind of familiar background with his family tends to disagree with the things that he's doing now as they began to distance themselves from him and from Safemoon. So that could either speak volumes to some people, and some people might just say, there may have been other reasons for that. But personally, I think it kind of leans one to believe that these things could be true, considering that this has been kind of the reaction from that family that brought him up and raised him.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But thank you for allowing me to speak and be up here. Let me step down.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate you for coming up, and I don't have any other requests. So if you are trying to request to come up and speak, I'm not seeing it. It may be Twitter being weird. If you can try leaving the space, coming back in, and resending the invite, hopefully I can get you guys up as speakers to come up and talk about kind of what we talked about before. If the other speakers from the other event, if you guys know of anyone that was here before, like Maris, I believe was her name. She's not in the space. If someone could reach out to her and let her know, I'd be more than happy to have her come back up and we can continue the conversation that we were having before. I thought it was a very engaging conversation and she made some really good points. So I'd appreciate her coming back up and maybe we can continue that conversation. Or if anyone else is in the space and would like to come up and speak, you're more than welcome. If you have a very positive view of or outlook on Safemoon and the space that happened today with the podcast, I'd love to have you come up. I'll respect everything you have to say. And as long as you respect me back, I'd love to have a conversation with you and the panel that we start to develop here on the Twitter space. So if anyone wants to come up and speak, you're welcome to do so. If we don't get any speakers up here in the next 4 or 5 minutes, I'll just go ahead and end the space just because I don't want to talk to myself for hours on end. So if anyone has an opinion or wants to come up, I think, Mike, you tried to come up. If you want to go ahead and put that request in again, it's no longer showing you as a request that I can go ahead and accept. So I've seen a couple of people try to request. It seems like it's going away really fast. So if you're trying to come up and speak, I apologize. Maybe send me a direct message and maybe someone else can come up and help me co-host so we can get some speakers up here to speak on the subject. So if there's any other topics people want me to cover, I'm going to go ahead and check my direct messages now and see if there was anything in here that people wanted me to particularly address. Doesn't look like there's anything there as well. So if anyone has anything else they want to bring up, just feel free to go ahead and make the request in. For the meantime, I guess I can continue talking about kind of John and kind of the whole situation and what's going on here. So I've kind of iterated this a lot in the other space, kind of my position on this. But it's become pretty clear to me through a lot of my own personal research that what John has done, although it's not classified currently under crypto regulations as they're so vague, I would consider a lot of what John has done as embezzlement. A lot of people may try to say that was company funds or was used for company expenses, but as we talked about before, LP funds are never intended to be used for company funds. In fact, it actually hurts the project by utilizing LP funds in that way. That's why those things need to be utilized in tokenomics or in other products or services that would generate funds that those individuals could then use for things such as business expenses. Looks like Mike is trying to come up, so let's bring him on up. Hey, Mike, how's it going tonight? Good, how are you? Good to have you up here.
Yeah, man. So I guess I've only got, a couple of not really small points, but points. When they started all the migrating and Thomas said that they ended up with a bunch of B&B, like a massive, or not B&B, sorry, SafeMoon, extra, it's because they weren't adding in the full liquidity pair. Like they basically added the B&B, causing those price spikes that everybody was so happy about, and then selling this excess SafeMoon that was supposed to be in the pair to Bitmart or whoever. And that's, basically adding a whole bunch of SafeMoon, causing the price to drop on top of Ben Phillips and everybody else selling the CC06 wallet that sold for 2.5 months straight every day. Like you could watch that stuff just tank it one after another. Like it was just, I agree with you. I mean, I see it as embezzlement. If they're taking that liquidity pair and selling half of it, like that just, it put us, like that's kind of what started that whole downward spiral, in my opinion.
I think you're 100% right, Mike. And I kind of the thing that we were talking about before of legality versus morality. Personally, just from what I've seen in the space, the likelihood that John is going to be convicted and go to prison under current regulation and under the current things that we know now, in my personal opinion, is pretty much very unlikely. And the reason for that is because of the complete and utter lack of regulation in this space. Under, like we talked about before, if this was commodities, if this was, a more regulated security, if this was stock trading, if this was anything else, I think we would be seeing criminal charges at this point. But because there's not, there's been several rug pulls, there's been several other projects that have had issues that no criminal charges have been brought forward. And that's because of the utter lack of regulation, which has led to the bill in the Senate that's currently being produced because of the things that have happened with Tether, because of the things that have happened with other stable coins, like we know with UST, with what happened with Luna. All of this has led to people in the crypto space saying we need regulation so people that are developing these projects can be held responsible and not walk away scot-free when these things occur. So in my personal opinion, again, my opinion, I'm clarifying that, I think the actions that were taken for me would classify under embezzlement in other spaces. And I view that as something that I would deem immoral and not something that I would want to A, promote, and B, want to invest large sums of money into, because I wouldn't want my money taken for personal use of purchasing of things like homes or cars or even business expenses that were taken from places it shouldn't have been taken from, right? Because that just leads to bad business practices. So personally, I think that this is all very immoral, even if it doesn't ever get prosecuted legally. It's the same thing where the law doesn't always dictate what is legal and what is not legal. And there's a lot of things, without getting into politics, where people have very strong opinions on what is moral and what is immoral, and sometimes those things align with the law, and sometimes those things don't align with the law exactly. And so I think it's important that just because something is legal doesn't always mean that it's moral. And I think that the decision on whether something is moral or not is going to be a very personal decision, and people are going to disagree on that statement. So some people may see all this action by John, may even believe it's happening, and may be totally fine with that as long as it justifies, kind of the ends goals that they have. And if that's how they want to view things, all the power to them. That's their own personal decision. It's just not something that I would support. It looks like Scaled is trying to come up, so let me add him in here. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, Mike, before we move over to Skid?
I would definitely say I agree with that. I mean, just because it's legal doesn't make it right. And I mean, me and you have talked before. I mean, I've gotten probably 10 family members involved. I mean, me personally, I'm down over 12 grand chasing it and averaging down and buying the dip. And it's just they had to know what was going on. I mean, they could see, like with Ben Phillips and Jake Paul and everything else. I mean, it's just, there's no way to justify even where'd the money go that came back from Bitmart that was supposed to be added to liquidity to strengthen liquidity. And now they've turned on Swap and Evolve, which in reality is going to make it harder for the price to go up just because of the volume of the percentages you were talking about earlier. So it's only going to make that climb that much worse.
100%. Yeah, I agree with you on that one as well. Sked, you've been Skelled, I believe. I apologize if I mispronounced that. You've been patiently waiting. How's it going?
Hey, doing good. How are you?
Good, good. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, so forgive me if I'm late to the party of what everybody's already talked about. I'm trying to kind of make sense of so it seems like there's like a pocket of holders or people that are saying this doesn't look right, and it seems like it adds up to embezzlement. What do you think, or I guess I'm trying to say, like, what about the other projects that are getting involved? So, like, if the regular Safemoon army can hear it loud and clear, wouldn't you think that some of the politicians or people in like regular city council type stuff that they're rubbing elbows with and other projects, don't you think that they would have the same information almost kind of shared with them? And like, it's almost like there's not this alarm being raised across the board. It seems to be raised like within a pocket. You know what I mean?
I think that's an excellent question, and I would love to take that. So I have interacted pretty heavily here in my current state where I live here in Utah with people that are wanting to get into the crypto space from a government perspective. So candidates that want to get more involved, other companies that want to get more involved. And the thing about crypto is, I think a lot of us that are in DeFi heavily, you realize rather quickly how much you learn in a very short span of time, to the point where you go to try to talk to the average person who's never touched crypto, and they have no idea what you're talking about. They don't know what a liquidity pool is. They don't know how all of these things interact with each other. And so if you're talking about, someone who's a mayor running for office, or you're talking about someone who's running for Senate or for any other position in government, whether it's state, local, or federal, a lot of these people do not have a fundamental and rudimentary understanding of how these projects work. And so it's really easy, if you're a company in this space, to make your company and your project look really good, because they don't fully understand the space, and they probably haven't done all the blockchain research. When it comes to other projects that are involved, if you're talking about most like the swap partners, now the swap partners pay a very, very heavy premium to be listed on the Safemoon swap. So I believe they have 3 tiers to become a member on the Safemoon swap. The lowest end, I think you have to spend about $100,000 in order to be listed on that swap. And that's just for the privilege of being listed on the swap, being listed on their website, getting a picture with them, signing their documents, that kind of a thing. So it's a very heavy price that they're paying with no refund to get on the swap. And then to go ahead and decide, I'm going to walk away from the swap, means you're going to walk away from a $100,000 investment that you've made. And like I said before, there's a 3-tier system. I think the highest is upwards of almost $200,000. So if you're a project and you've gone onto a swap and you're only listed on that one swap, or you're only listed on a couple, that's a large sum of money that you've now invested in order to be listed on that swap and to utilize their services. So I think a lot of these people might just be stuck between a rock and a hard place, where you don't want to badmouth the people that are servicing your swap, and they probably don't have the money to just throw away $100,000 to walk away from it either. So I don't know where their positions are. I have talked to a few people. I don't think they would be okay with me sharing their opinions on certain things, but I'm sure some of these people are aware of it, and they're probably having to juggle with what they do moving forward and what is in the best interest for their project.
Okay, because it does seem like some projects, I mean, at least from what I've seen, they're just silently in the swap. Like I don't really hear much from, I don't know, like Doxed or something like that. But if you look at other projects like Grove Token, they're overtly like pro Safemoon, kind of going, arm in arm with the Safemoon army, the Grove Green army, that kind of stuff. So with, let's say, for instance, if there are CEOs, projects, developers of other projects who hear these concerns and then they continue being supportive of Safemoon, are you thinking that they're complicit with the alleged accusations of like embezzlement or misappropriating funds? Like, how far does it go before it's just like a whole network of everybody knowing that, this is happening? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I would, again, this is totally guessing here. I haven't heard anything that would indicate that any of their swap partners are involved in any of this. I would probably even go as far as to say there's probably people that work for Safemoon who don't even know the full aspect of everything that's going on. And so I would say it's just a select few members in the Safemoon development team, and it's more than just John currently on the team, from the information that I've been given, that is involved in this. And so there's probably a lot of swap partners out there who may hear these things, and they may just be pushing them off as FUD, like a lot of people do. They might go, that's just FUD. They've been a great swap partner to me. They've done well for me and my project, so I'm not even going to give that the time of day. So there might be a lot of people who may not even be willing to listen to the things that are being said, because they have a good relationship with Safemoon. They felt like they've been well treated by them, and so they're not going to really look into this further. They might go, well, we'll see what the court cases bring, or whatever other excuse they may provide for themselves. So I don't think necessarily that because swap partners aren't fleeing like crazy doesn't necessarily mean that Safemoon isn't doing these things, and I would say vice versa on that as well. So again, there's a lot of justifications that people can make, and it just could be the simple answer if they just haven't looked into it because they have a swap partner and they've been well treated, so they have no real motivation to look into these things.
Okay.
Do you feel like that answers your question?
Kinda. I mean, it's a lot to juggle and try and process and stuff like that, because on one hand, it's almost like you get the concerns on the side, but then the more that you see people getting involved with SafeMoon, and it's not just like the layman that gets involved. It's people that have, you know, a lot of letters behind their names, and they got knowledge and stuff like that. So it almost kind of legitimizes it a little bit. And then just speculating, like, what if there is, you know, a little bit of information on the background that's discussed amongst, you know, CEOs or project developers, and it's like, hey, I know this is all being talked about out here, but this is the more full picture. Do you think that that's possible, or do you think that this is just kind of like, you know, they're caught red-handed and people are either in a rock and a hard place, not wanting to forsake that 100, 200 grand investment to be a part of the swap, you know, bite the hand that feeds them type of thing?
I think there's a lot of possibilities, and I think we could definitely speculate on what's possible and what's not possible. Like I said before, I only started speaking about this more publicly once I had received enough information that I felt very confident that these things were more likely true than not. And when I say more likely, I'm talking like a 99% likelihood. It was a very long process of slow information being fed to me and me just kind of coming to terms with it that led me here. So when it comes to like swap partners and what they know and if they're complicit or not, I mean, there's always a possibility that they all know and they're somehow getting paid and that's why they're staying. There's also the possibility that, you know, they all think that Safemoon is great and they have no questions or quarrels or anything like that. Or maybe they have asked questions to the development team and they get great answers that made them feel confident in what's going on. There's a lot of speculation, and without actually talking to them and getting that information from those developers and from those development teams, we're just going to be guessing. And I want to be careful because I know a lot of people love speculating, and I love speculating too. It can be kind of fun. I do try to like to really reel it back and just talk about what we do know and assumptions that can be made based on that information without really delving into too much speculation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I appreciate you taking the time to talk and answer some questions.
Of course, yeah. You're welcome to stay up if you'd like. We have a pretty small panel, so you're welcome to stay. And if you want to drop down, you're welcome to. I'm going to go over here to, I believe it was Drew that I had up next. So Drew, you're welcome to talk and bring anything you like up to the panel.
Hey, Generation. Thanks for having me up. Just wanted to let you know I always appreciated yourself. I love Crypto Control, still do. I think you guys are both genuine individuals and are good-hearted and mean well and the whole nine. So that being said, so I guess yeah, kind of a newbie question to like fund, like where funds come from and where they're supposed to go and what they're supposed to be used for. So like in crypto projects, how are projects supposed to pay for marketing and expenses and whatnot? I understood in the previous space, and I just jumped into this one, so sorry if maybe you had answered this, but in the previous space, you guys kind of touched on it a little bit. I know like they're supposed to have certain wallets, I guess, set aside for business expenses, quote unquote. Did Safemoon ever have that? Like from when it got us when it was established? Like, did they ever have those type of wallets that were for business expenses? And then and B, do they have that currently? Do we know?
Yeah, those are great questions. I'm going to kind of go through in the order that you gave them. So when it comes to the general funding of projects in DeFi, there's actually quite a few different options. So the very popular option before tokenomics became really popular was at mint. So how it would work is when you developed your token, let's say you had a supply of 1 million tokens. What they would do is they would have a company wallet or a developer's wallet that would automatically be given a certain portion of that mint. So let's just say you minted in the beginning when you started the project, you had 1 million tokens. They would say they have, 150,000 tokens that would be dedicated towards the company wallet. And so as that project grew, as they were able to develop things and that token gained value, that company wallet gained value, and then they could utilize that company wallet for expenses such as salaries or marketing or what have you. So that was a very popular option. And people were as broad as just saying a development wallet, and then later down the road, different projects would go as far as like dividing it up. So they'd say at Mint, this percentage is going to go to marketing, and this percentage goes to like the developers, basically founders fee, and this portion would go towards operation costs, and they'd break it all down. So that was one way that people do it, is right when the project starts, when it just is getting minted, a certain portion of the supply is automatically already given to those developers before they even give a chance for people to buy into the project. Another popular option after tokenomics came out was through tokenomics. So they would do is, okay, we're doing a fair launch, meaning that the developers don't hold it, they need to buy in just like everybody else, and they go ahead and launch the project, and everyone buys in, and then a certain portion of every buy, sell, trade, or any other type of transaction like a stake or a node allocation or claim or whatever you want to do, a portion of those funds would go in some form or fashion to a specific wallet that would be usually whitelisted through the contract to utilize for company expenses. And that could be operation costs, that could be marketing. Again, same situation. They could either have kind of a broad wallet that does kind of all of those things, however they want to use it, or sometimes different projects would be a little bit more specific by saying this percentage is only marketing, or this percentage is only the dev fee, or this percentage is only operation cost, or what have you. So there's quite a different ways that tokens can do that. And there's been even other projects that have utilized things like NFT sales to fund things. So maybe they start a project and they decide, hey, you know what, we're going to do a mint on some NFTs, and the funds for these NFTs are going to fund something like some really cool marketing items or help them build out a really cool DApp or something of that nature. So there's a lot of different ways that projects can raise money. The thing I think that keeps coming back to is liquidity pools. And liquidity pools are ideally and generally in the space not utilized for basically the free use of the development team. And the reason for that is because that liquidity pool is what is utilized to facilitate trades between anyone in the community on a specific swap or a DEX. And by taking funds out of that liquidity pool, what you do is you cause volatility in your token price. So it's detrimental because that means the price is significantly more likely to go down and go down much harder. The way that a DEX works is all based upon the ratio between your tokens and then the blockchain's native coin or token on a layer 2. So in Safemoon's case, that was BNB. So if there is an abnormally large amount or an extreme amount of BNB in the liquidity pool, that means that even big sells will have a much more minor impact on price than if they had a much smaller liquidity pool. So that's why it's so important that you don't steal or take out of the liquidity pool for any type of transaction. And it's common practice in kind of the crypto community that the liquidity pool is something you just do not touch as a developer, unless, of course, you get strict permission from your community and make very clear guidelines that that's going to be something that you're going to do, either in your white paper or at some sort of public announcement where that's going to happen. So anytime people are taking money out of the liquidity pool and not making that publicly known, that is considered frowned upon. A lot of people would consider that embezzlement or misappropriation of funds, theft, and a lot of people would even call that a rug pull, which is why a lot of people have considered Safemoon kind of this idea of a slow rug pull, because they're not just wiping out all the LP at once and making it so no one can facilitate trades, but they're taking kind of large chunks out slowly over time to kind of do what they want with those funds. That's where that kind of slow rug pull term comes from. So when it comes to Safemoon specifically, to get to the next point of your thing that you addressed, Safemoon did not have any type of like company wallet set up in the tokenomics. The tokenomics did not have anything set up for any type of operation cost or marketing or anything of that nature when they first started on version 1. They also launched on a fair launch, meaning they didn't want to have a large chunk of the tokens just sit for the development team to just use. So they said that they had to buy their tokens just like everybody else, was kind of what they told everybody when they launched the initial project, and then they utilized those funds how they wanted. So what ended up happening though is over time there was multiple options like we talked about with Bitmart and other things when they moved from PancakeSwap version 1 to version 2, and all these other kind of little things where they kept kind of sticking their fingers in the cookie jar of the liquidity pool and were extracting some value for themselves in some form or fashion, either by directly taking BNB or by taking the actual native tokens for Safemoon, so V1 Safemoon or V2 Safemoon, and then selling those on open market for more BNB.
And that's how, and we kind of knew that that's what they were doing, right? During the time, like even before CoffeeZilla, before all this craziness, we knew that that's how they were kind of funding the project. They were paying expenses or whatever they were doing with it. It wasn't it was kind of a known thing, and nobody really, although people kind of questioned it, wasn't a huge issue, right? I don't remember it being anyway. I mean, maybe I remember like the swap and liquefy and people bleeding money out of that, and what is it going toward, and what is it being used for? But like, it wasn't. I don't remember it being a huge deal up until like recent. Would you say, or no?
Yes and no. So one of the things fundamentally is I don't think people knew to the degree that funds were being used. That information didn't really come out to a public level, really until CoffeeZilla started talking about it a little bit more in a public light. There was smaller groups in the Safemoon community that had questions about specific things, and that were pretty much hated by a lot of the larger Safemoon community and pretty much ignored. That it brought up points along those lines of, hey, like this doesn't add up, or these things were going on with Thomas or with Hank or with Kyle, and these things don't make sense to me, that this is kind of an issue. And people just said, you're a futter, and they just kind of pushed it aside. It never really gained mainstream attention. It wasn't until later down the road, like I said before, with Coffee and a few other people, that people really started to look at this at a broader level and started to have more concerns and recognize these things were actually going on, and they were as severe as they were. A lot of people didn't realize the severity of what was going on and how much funds were actually being pulled out of it. So back in April, I believe, and we talked about this in the last space, but John himself on Discord, because there were some questions about liquidity and the moving of liquidity pools, and he addressed this quite a few times really early on. Like I said, they were very much more open to talking about things back in March, April, and May. And in April, in Discord, and you can go back and search for his name on Discord in the Safemoon main channel, and you can look up this conversation from back in April. But he literally says in that conversation that no, they don't use the LP funds for any type of company expenses currently. However, if they do need to do so for any foreseeable reason, and he even said they don't view that there's going to be a need for that, but if they do, then they would let the community know. And I believe, and someone could correct me on this, I think he even mentioned something along the lines of a community vote or people being able to help them decide on that kind of factor. But he definitely said that the community would be notified of any type of utilization of those funds for anything outside of just seeding exchanges, which is just adding liquidity for exchanges, or for just dexes or the LP itself. So if you need to move from V1 pancake swap to V2 or version 1 to version 2, that's fine because that's the intended purpose of the liquidity pool. But anything outside of that was to be publicly known, and that information was never provided. Now, when version 2 Safemoon came about, they now do have a portion of the 10% of the tokenomics that do go towards basically a wallet that's a developer's wallet or a company wallet that they can utilize for company funds and expenses. And even that wallet has had some contention and points of issues because it was still getting reflections, but it was also not having to pay taxes on things. So people had issues with that, and that was later added on to not get reflections and have to pay taxes and that kind of sort of thing. So there's even been issues with that. But yeah, so I know it's a long-winded answer, but to basically answer your question, I hope I got to all the points that you were asking. And did I address that correctly, or did I?
No, you did. Yeah, no, you did. Yeah, I was just like I said, I'm kind of like thinking to myself, well, they had to pay for shit. Sorry for my language. They had to pay for stuff somehow, right? I mean, things had to get paid for. Now, granted, he said he was going to tell people what he was going to be purchasing items for and utilizing LP and funds for, because they didn't have obviously wallets designated for these things. So stuff had to be paid for. Like, obviously I'm sure the rent in Utah isn't cheap. Any type of lawyers and yada yada isn't cheap. The cost just doing business with the people that they've hired, I'm sure that's not cheap. And there's probably a plethora of other things that need to be paid for that are not cheap. And I mean, granted, could he have come to the community and say, hey, listen, guys, girls, we got this huge building here that's $5,000 a month. Let's vote on it. Do you guys want to stay here, or should we go for something a little cheaper for $2,000 a month? And hey, we're going to be signing on X, Y, and Z on board the company. We're going to be paying them X, Y, and Z. Are you guys comfortable with paying them X, Y, and Z, or should we not pay? Like, I don't know, like what a vote would entail as far as what they're going to use these expenses for. That being said, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, he said he was going to, but when push comes to shove, I mean, I don't know. I just think that like you're going to have to pay for these one way or another, and I would assume, and again, we can all just sit here and assume, but I would assume that that's where the majority of the costs and whatnot expenses are had been used for. I mean, yeah, okay, paying employees. He's an employee, so you're obviously going to pay yourself. You want to if debate the how much he should get paid or what you know what I mean, like that could be debated, I guess. But I don't know. I just, like I said, I know that I heard you talking in the other space, and as far as the marketing wallet and the expense wallets and yada yada, I don't remember anybody ever talking about that fall of 2021 all the way up until December, of or whenever it first started, Safemoon, up until just recently, within the last few months. And I'm like, I was curious, like, why hadn't somebody thought of that, bringing that up before, as far as like, hey, how are you guys paying for things? There's no marketing wallet, there's no nothing. Where are you getting the money for all this stuff? So, but no, I appreciate you. Like I said, I've got no ill will towards yourself, toward Crypto Control. I think you guys both come from good places. You both sound extremely genuine. I can't imagine there being any reason why you would, you know, hold spaces like this, other than to just to have a discussion, and I don't mind the discussion at all. But kind of that's where I'm coming from, as far as like, um, what my thoughts about it are is, these things aren't cheap. They're not, obviously not going to be free, and they've got to get paid for somehow. And if you don't have a marketing wallet or an expense wallet, well, I mean, they're not going to come off the money tree. It's got to come out of somewhere. So, and that's what it was used for. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point and some valid questions. One of the things that's actually kind of interesting is I remember back in that era, there was, maybe not in a very public sense, but I remember people in private conversations with me kind of asking, how is SafeMoon paying for all this? And I had similar questions. And my assumption back then at the time was we heard about, these other people that were private investors. We heard about people like Scott Paul. We heard about these major players that were really big on SafeMoon, and they were these big angel investors. And so I had made the assumption back then, which I probably shouldn't have assumed. I probably should have started asking questions, but that maybe these angel investors saw John's vision and wanted to help fund it. We knew that, there was the Bear Jolly Group, and they had resources and other things. And so my assumption back then was, as far as public funds go, of like funding the things they needed to get funded, I assumed that came from other angel investors or other sources of that nature. They also did at one point raise $1 million. I don't know if people remember this. I think it was early May, where they actually went out to the community and asked for crowdfunding to build the SafeMoon exchange, and they crowdfunded $1 million. So there was $1 million that at one point was crowdfunded to build the exchange. And so in my head back then, I thought that $1 million was being utilized for the things they were trying to build, and I thought these angel investors were helping out, and that maybe John had some help. And it's very common in the DeFi development space for developers to not take a salary. I mean, not to compare, but he was a part of the project in the past, Ryan, who's now the CEO of Reflex. I mean, the creator of Reflex even came out and said he doesn't even get a salary. He's just working basically for free, and he does have some tokens that he was given, and basically they're locked up. And if he does well and the project does well, then of course he'll make a profit from that.
Right, and that's real quick, and that sounds great, and that's all well and good if somebody's willing to do that, but you shouldn't expect, obviously, your employees or yourself to not be compensated. I mean, that's great that other people do that, but I don't think everybody should be held to that standard, right? I mean, not everybody's willing to work for nothing. So,
Yeah, I agree that
yeah,
people shouldn't
but
be willing to work for nothing, but there's a difference between working for free or working for a profit and then taking money from places you're not supposed to and doing it
well,
behind your
right, no,
community's
and
back in
that, but
large sums of
that
cash.
right, but that brings you back to, if you don't have a marketing wallet in an expense wallet, then where are you supposed to take the money from? It's got to come from someplace. Again, it's not just free. Like, they don't just turn over rocks and grab cash from underneath it. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to come from somewhere. And unfortunately, they didn't have those. Not unfortunately, but for whatever reason, they didn't have those strategies in place to pay themselves or other people. So it had to come from someplace. I mean,
Yeah.
Granted, if so, like, in a way, I kind of look at it too, somewhat in a way of like whether it comes directly from the LP. And again, I could be looking this wrong. I'm not a whiz when it comes to this stuff, but whether either way, it's coming from the project, right? Whether they're saying, okay, we're going to take X number of percentages and put this into a marketing wallet, it just titles it as a marketing wallet. It's still LP from the project. I mean, again, the money comes from somewhere. It comes from the investors, not from products. So you're taking money from the people that are investing in the project and paying it out just through because you don't name it a marketing wallet doesn't mean it doesn't come from the people that pay into it, right? I mean, because there's nothing to build revenue otherwise other than from us. That's it. Their revenue right now is us. It's nothing else. So until they start producing products that generate revenue, it'll always be from us, right? I mean, am I looking at that wrong or?
Yeah, so right before, I know, Mike, you have your hand up. I'll get to you right after this. Yes and no. I agree that the money obviously had to come from somewhere. And to a certain degree, you are correct in the sense that either way, the money would be coming from the investors, or rather the people that are the holders. But it's really important, if anyone's ran a business, where you pull funds from and where those funds are allocated to, even if they technically come from the same source, is extremely important. And the reason why that's so important with LP is when you take out of the LP, you are destabilizing that liquidity pool because you're automatically reducing the ratio between the token and the native coin. So you're automatically causing an issue there what's going to cause mass volatility. So if a whale comes in and sells, instead of the price only going down 5%, it's now going down 8%. So it causes a major problem in the liquidity pool when you dramatically drain down that pool size. So that's kind of an issue there. But another part of that as well is even outside of liquidity pools and how those operate and how those function and whether you pull out of the liquidity pool or not, at the end of the day, a lot of this comes down to transparency. It comes down to, are you being transparent with your community about where funds are coming from? So I think it would still not be a great move as far as a business move goes or as far as a development move goes for a project to take from liquidity pool. But if they did say, and just go public with it, just say, hey, we're going to start allocating X% of money out of the liquidity pool at X times or Y times, and that is then going to be utilized to go towards the company funds or expenses, and they're a little bit more transparent about that. They don't have to say exactly what they're buying, but just say, hey guys, we're having a funding issue. We want to get this headquarters. We want to do these other things. We would like to use some of the liquidity pool funds, or we're going to go to a V2 and change some of the tokenomics so that we can generate funds to pay for these different items that we want to do. Or they could do something like, hey, we're going to start selling merchandise, and that merchandise is going to be what we utilize to pay for funds. Or they could build an NFT series and say, hey, the sales from this NFT series is what's going to strengthen our ability to do different things so we can pay our development team. So there's so many other avenues that they could have taken by producing something as simple as a merchandise product, an NFT product, or by adapting tokenomics to generate those funds, or even just allowing the community to know the LP funds are going to be taken and seeing if it's okay with the community. But instead, it was done in the background without the community's knowledge, and that caused destabilization in the liquidity pool, which directly affected negatively the investors in the community. And a lot of the times, as we talked about, especially with the early team, it wasn't just they were taking these LP funds out and paying for buildings and stuff, because I think that would be still kind of a gray area morally, but at least it was going towards the furtherment of the project. But in a lot of these situations, it was used for personal use. Ben Phillips stole, I think it was millions of dollars. Thomas stole millions of dollars. John's wallet personally took out more than $20 million to fiat. So you've got all these situations where all these different times that Kyle, Ben, Thomas, John all took, seven, sometimes 8 figures worth of money out of the liquidity pools for their own personal use. And even if slivers of that did go towards the project, they crowdfunded $1 million for an exchange that it still hasn't come out yet. We've got a couple of pictures of it. I've even got sent rumors of who was developing it on their behalf. But almost a year later, after $1 million of crowdfunding, there's no exchange. There's no date for an exchange, really. They keep kind of pushing that back, and they're saying the end of the year for that. So what I'm saying is, yes, they needed to get the funding from somewhere, but there were so many other better ways they could have gone about getting that funding and being transparent about where that funding was coming from. Yet they decided to do it behind the scenes without people knowing. And if people hadn't looked it up and discovered it, probably still without knowing. And on top of all of that, it wasn't just $100,000 here, $100,000 there to pay for things like salaries or expenses. We're talking about 8 figures worth of money that was pulled out over the course of a year, and a lot of that went towards things like personal use. Like, as a CEO, if you have two R8s, a Tesla, and a $2.5 million house, that's a lot of money that you're taking for personal use without telling your community and without other really revenue sources for that, if that makes sense. And a lot of people say, well, yeah, they have products now, and that's true, but a lot of the funding that he got was from way back before they had products. That was before they even had a wallet. That was before they had a swap partners. That was before they had a lot of the things that are generating revenue now. So it's true that maybe most of the salaries now are getting paid from swap partners or from the funding that's generated from the swap itself or from all the other things that they're doing now. And that's fine, and that's great that they now have things that can generate funds to pay for things. But the problem and the issue was back then, and that led to problems that still go ongoing today, just like the V1 issues. And we can go over all the issues in it, but I can go on forever. But we'll let Mike go ahead and talk.
No, yeah, I just real quick, I appreciate your time. Thanks for explaining things to me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. And if you have any other questions, feel free to DM me or whatever else you need. And if any of you, whether it's you, Drew, or anyone else in the crowd, has a specific topic you would like to get addressed or explained better, and you feel like you would rather have like visuals to see stuff, let me know, and I'd be more than happy to make a YouTube video that explains that in detail for people to understand. So I appreciate you coming up, Drew, and being respectful.
So
that laugh was by accident. Sorry. Bye.
No, you're all good. You're all good, buddy. I figured. Thank you for coming up. And Mike, I know you've been waiting there for quite a minute. So what did you have to bring to us?
So just to kind of put it in perspective, when Redbeard put out that spaghetti, setup that he had with all of the wallets, a lot of it, they had money that went to Piggy Token when they opened that up and everything. They added it all up and it was north of 500 million, just to put that into perspective. I mean, being that we had 6.3 billion market cap at one point, I mean, that's, 15% right there.
Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up. There was quite a few things that, like, even I feel like I have a pretty good, understanding of the timeline of things, but there's even things that I forget about. There were so many things that were done over the course of a year that were taking funds out for so many various things over time with multiple people involved. Sometimes it's hard to remember all of the different things that funding was used for inappropriately. So, and it's sad to say that it took so long for many of us to recognize these things were going on, because at the time I wasn't asking questions. I was just this hopeful holder. And sadly, I've been in this space for quite some time. I mean, Safemoon or Dogecoin or any of these other things were not my first cryptos. I've been in crypto since 2016. And I still was just kind of blinded by, the spectacle of, wow, there's going to be this cryptonomics exchange, and that's really cool. It's like staking, but you don't have to actually stake, and that might be easier for kind of the layman user. And I thought that was really cool ideas, and I really liked how they were so transparent, and they were docs, and they were so excited in the beginning that even I was not asking probably appropriate questions that I should have been asking as an investor, like we talked about with Drew, which is, where are they getting the funding for this? And I just made assumptions. I assumed it was from angel investors or his parents, or that they had funding from before, or they just weren't paying themselves, or that maybe they were using some of the Safemoon exchange money that they had built $1 million up for, and that was maybe going to a few other things, but it was ultimately going to get them to an exchange eventually. So I thought, okay, maybe that's where that's coming from. But I, as an investor and as a content creator, did not do my due diligence back then of asking the proper questions, and I would like to say I apologize to the community for not asking those questions.
A lot of that stuff didn't come to light until they started checking the Etherscan side. Like, everybody was looking at the BNB portion on the Binance chain. Once they started correlating everything on the Ethereum side, that's when a lot of it broke loose, like late December, early January.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point on that. There's been a lot of people that came to me who, even after everything came out, said, I looked at the blockchain and I don't see any issues. And it's just like you said, you got to check Etherscan, because if you're checking BSC scan, you're not going to see any of these things going on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was kind of like, once even Redbeard, everybody gave him a ton of shit about it, but the research was it was accurate. I mean, there wasn't, like you said, it's immutable. You can't dispute it. You can see the money going in and out. I mean, especially the money coming back from Bitmart being offloaded into that number 7 wallet.
Yeah, it's like you said, that's kind of the beauty of a blockchain, right? And that's honestly why a lot of governments don't want to get on blockchain, is because imagine if you could see all of your government spending and where that money's going and which wallets it's going into, and imagine the politicians that would be in a lot of trouble if all of that was public. So it's exactly like you said. The blockchain is immutable, things are traceable, and yes, even though names aren't attached to particular wallet addresses, people can still kind of figure out who is doing what, especially if you're vocal about it on things like social media. There's been a lot of people in the community who's albeit had their information mostly doxed on the blockchain because they said just bought X amount of Safemoon, or I made this purchase, or I just got into this project or bought this NFT. And if you collect enough of that information, you can start really whittling down which wallets have bought into all these projects you're talking about and the time frames, and all of a sudden you get down to one wallet possible, right? So there is ways that people can figure out who owns which wallets, and once you figure that out and you've kind of pinned down, oh, it's this person, then definitively, without question, what they're buying, what they're selling, and where that money's going. And so that's kind of the issue that John ran into, is that he made it's his mistake on his behalf for his goals and ambitions, but to go out and say, I own this Moondog NFT, kind of put that wallet on the map. And then it's like, okay, well, that's only one point. That could be a coincidence. But then there's there's the South by Southwest NFT for the speakers, and there's just these other things that start stacking on that make it so that it's basically immutable that it was John that owned these particular wallets. And of course, now we have kind of more of the full picture. I still don't believe that we have the full picture. I still feel like there's a lot more information that's out there. I know of information that's not public that I can't share. And so it's just sad to see that this is the way things have gone. I feel like, it's been a major disservice to a lot of people that were very hopeful about a project and what it could accomplish. And unfortunately, from what I've seen, and I could of course be wrong, and I would actually hope that I'm wrong, but it looks like a lot of it was a smokescreen. A lot of these projects and products that they were trying to develop either A, never were being worked on or developed, B, were at one point but have now been scrapped, or C, had someone on the team that was working on those and are now gone. And so basically the project is not going anywhere at this time. So unfortunately, there's a lot of things that were promised and a lot of things that I was hopeful for, and it doesn't sound like those things are being developed to the level that they've been promised. And if they are, not in the time frame that they've been promised. And so I do genuinely feel for people that I got invested, people that listen to me and my content, myself, everyone else that's been involved with this, who unfortunately did not see pan out what they were hoping for. And of course, I would hope and pray that I'm wrong. But like I said, I've done a ton of research and a ton of investigating and talked to a ton of people to the point where I feel very confident that I am correct in this. And if I ever was found to be wrong down the road, let's say there was the case came out and it went to discovery and all of a sudden all this information came out and somehow in some miracle, everything that we discovered about John and everyone else on the team was somehow cleared, I would make videos on that, probably till I was out of breath, talking about how I was wrong and making sure that people really understood that what I was saying was incorrect and that these things are true. So it is what it is, and it's disappointing and it's sad. I know a lot of people get frustrated hearing this, and I know there's a lot of people who built a community. They made friendships. They pretty much, some people even lived basically on Twitter in these spaces, hopeful, talking about this project, wanting it to go somewhere, to produce something that could change their families' lives, change their personal lives, and just see that basically be called out as something that's not true or false or misleading. That can be hurtful, and a lot of people are taking it in different ways emotionally, and some people may not even accept that reality right now. But it's very unfortunate, and I know a lot of people assume that I'm trying to hurt people, and that's the exact opposite. I would rather people know the truth, even though that truth may be painful, than to live on in ignorance and be hurt by that down the road when the other shoe drops, per se.
Right. I mean, and me personally, I like the podcast today. I'm definitely still holding. I'm basically at this point, I want to see him actually produce something. I mean, from what Thomas said, they've got money for a runway for the next, 4+ years? I think that's what he said. So, I mean, if they've got the funding to do it, could they come up with, they've already screwed the pooch earlier in the project. Could they release something awesome? I mean, that's what keeps me holding at this point. I mean, just the people that I got involved, collectively, we're down over $100,000 between 12 people. So we're just waiting to see what they can actually do with it. If they've got the money to keep going, then, this could all potentially, after all the bad shit that's happened, could potentially turn out to be positive. That's what keeps me optimistic personally.
And I think that that's definitely within the realm of possibility. That they do. Of course, they have tons of funding at this point. I think that's indisputable at this point between whether it came from illegitimate LP funds that were taken, or it comes from just the general revenue they made. I mean, they have tons of swap partners that each paid, you know, 6 figures to be on their swap. They've had swap funds generated. They've had merch boxes they've sold. They've had all these other things that they've developed that have generated a lot of funds. Of course, you know, they could, if there were some adjustments made on the dev team, if there was things that were altered to produce legitimate products, I think that's totally within the realm of possibility. But I personally don't believe it's likely. And the reason that I believe that so strongly is because of the nature of the people currently in charge and some of the things that I can't really talk about publicly, which I know it sounds really like, ooh, you can't talk about it. But it's just, I've made promises to people, and to protect them, I can't talk about certain things that have led me to believe that that's just not what's going on behind the scenes. I wish that wasn't true, though. I really hope and wish that the product, I'm made incorrect on that, and that products do come out and it does cause, you know, positive price action, and I'm wrong on that. I really genuinely hope for that, because there's so many people that want that to happen, and I would pray that that's something that, you know, John finally realizes that maybe he took this money and maybe he could do right by at least producing something. And I hope something that does come out. I just don't see that as likely, considering the information I know and kind of the behavioral patterns we've seen since the beginning. You know, it's kind of like, it's you've kind of seen a behavioral pattern with a specific individual and their nature. It's like going to a snake and hoping that this time it's not going to bite you, you know?
I would agree with that one 100%. I mean, I want the good information with the bad just so I can make an educated decision.
And I think that's a good approach. I think that people should be willing to listen to both the bad and the good, right? I think we have it's kind of inverted. I feel like in finance versus like politics and stuff in news. When you get on the news, the thing that does the best, that gets the most views, and that people seek after is bad news. It's like intoxicating to people. They're wanting to always hear about the bad political thing going on or the bad news going on, and it's like people engage and talk about that, and that's what they focus on. And it's like kind of inverted when it comes to a lot of investing, is they only want to hear the good things about their investment, only the good things that are going on. I only want to hear about the positive. And there may be a little bit of bias there to maybe listen out and fully hear maybe some of the negative things going on with your investments. And I've learned as an investor, again, of course, not financial advice, you've got to listen to both, because your belief not change reality. You can believe with your whole heart and soul about something, and that does not change if it's true or if it's not true. It does not matter your belief system. So it's important as an investor to listen to both sides, try to be aware of your bias, and try to make educated decisions not based on emotion. And I feel like that's going to serve people the best, rather than just being very hopeful. I mean, it's great to hope in something, and it's great to have passion for something and to believe in something.
Right, and I definitely agree with that. I mean, it's once you get emotional about it, sound decisions go right out the window. Nobody wants to be wrong about, a coin or, whatever choices they make. At the end of the day, they want to make money. That bad information means you ain't making money. I mean, I guess what kind of concerns me is, I mean, like we were talking about in the last space, whether, let's say this stuff goes through court, whether guilty, not guilty, it really doesn't matter. If there's enough information out there that's in that negative light that shows exactly what happened, and I think we're still just looking at what's above the water. I mean, there's an iceberg here, as far as I'm concerned. Is that going to be enough to completely crush the project, whether they got money or not? I mean, once you lose that type of respect and everybody knows what happened, nobody's going to put a dime in. I mean, that's just the reality. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's you or me, but one of us is in the blockchain because I can't hear anything.
Okay, Mike, you gonna come back? If not, no big deal. I really can't hear anything else going on. I don't know if anyone else can even hear me right now. But if so, it's getting kind of late for me. I probably do need to go. I do appreciate everyone that came up and spoke in the space today. I got a lot of DMs. I'll be trying to get through those today if I can. I'm sorry I wasn't able to hear what Mike said there at the end. I'm sure it was great. And I appreciate everyone that came up to speak today. I'm seeing some responses here with emojis, so I'm assuming people can hear me. So if that's the case, can you guys all put like a heart up or something so I can make sure that I'm being heard? Okay, looks like people are hearing me. Okay, so my mic doesn't seem to be working. I can't hear anyone else, but it seems like everyone else can hear me. It is getting late, so I'm gonna unfortunately have to end the space for today. But I appreciate everyone for coming up today. Like I said before, if there's any of these topics you feel like you want more clarity on and you'd like me to make a video on, whether it's specific to Safemoon or it's just in general about crypto, please send me DMs. I love getting feedback from the community, and I'd love to provide that kind of level of education and understanding so people can go out and do more of their own research and do it in a more educated way. So I appreciate everyone for doing this. If you'd like me to do this in the future, just let me know, and I'd love to host more spaces like this in the future. So thank you so much, everybody, for listening in, and I guess we'll see you guys in the next space or in the DMs. So I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Have a good evening.
All right, guys. I left the space going for a little while longer, and hopefully that allowed you guys to get some more information from Generation. He knows his stuff pretty good, actually. And thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the likes. Mitch Bromwell, thank you so much for the donations and your respect. Really appreciate all you guys, and we'll continue to have good spaces to talk about these things and good videos and live streams to continue to cover this until, you know, the full truth comes out. Ideally, hopefully Safemoon just makes the price go up. I'd prefer that over anything. But yeah, you guys have a great one. I'll catch you guys later.